Chapter 29-26. Translator. H2DH2, Mr. Many Devil experts, sneered in their hearts. All of this was something they hadn't expected. The 33 heavens actually dared to directly charge into the 18 levels of hell without sufficient arrangements. They were simply delivering themselves up to be killed. It was precisely because of this that the devils didn't hold back in the slightest when they attacked. Especially the 3 devil generals. They directly pounced towards Lu Jingyun and the others. Under the deterrence of these experts, the meditative realm experts didn't even have the strength to resist. They'd all walk their own paths, and their strength was far stronger than the meditative realm experts. In the eyes of these 3 devil generals, Lu Jingyun and the others were indeed as weak as ants. Besides that, Du Xiaofu also faced enormous pressure because of the desolate fiend devil general's attack, coupled with the destruction of the ancient desolate space. He'd long since been heavily injured, and his strength had been reduced to less than 100%. Facing the attacks of Dongli Qihuang and Chen Yan, Du Xiaofu was barely able to maintain dodging, and he was unable to face them head-on. For a time, all the experts of the 33 heavens fell into a desperate situation, and everyone was facing a test of life and death. Rumble! A terrifying battle unfolded. An entire 12th level of hell emitted a terrifying tremor. The scarlet sky was exploding, the boundless earth was collapsing, and the boundless void was shattering. Practically everywhere in this level of hell had transformed into a state of chaos, and the scene was incomparably terrifying. All the living beings were in a chaotic battle, and they were doing their best to fight the devils. Kill. Even if we die, we'll take a few down with us. We can't let the devils run rampant. Every time we kill a devil, our sacrifice today will be worth it. Kill. Fight the devils to the death. All the experts of the 33 heavens had aroused all their blood, and they roared ferociously, spilling their hearts full of hot blood as they fought the devils. At this instant, everyone no longer thought about how to leave the 18 levels of hell because it had already become an impossible matter. Instead of being at a loss, it was better to fight the devils to the death. Even if they had to risk their lives, they had to slaughter a few more devils, so that when the devils invaded the 33 heavens in the future, the pressure on countless living beings would lessen by a bit. In other words, everyone was prepared to die. No one wanted to leave the 18 levels of hell alive. Keek. No matter how much you struggle, it's meaningless. Everything you've done is in vain. Tremble, ants. Use your blood to stain the land of my demon race. With the aid of such slaughter, my demon race will grow even stronger. At that time, the other life forms of the 33 heavens will accompany you on the road to the Yellow Springs. The people of the Devil Clan also shouted out one by one. They were extremely excited. Now that they had the absolute upper hand, they were simply bursting with excitement. In the endless slaughter, the strength of the devil race would definitely grow stronger and stronger. For a time, in the entire 12th level of hell, the powerhouses of the 33 heavens and the demons had different mindsets as they engaged in fierce battles. However, all of them had the same thought, and that was that the outcome had already been decided. No matter how hard they tried, they would be unable to change the final outcome. And in this process, the only thing they could do was to maximize the results of the battle. However, just when everyone was certain that everything would develop according to the established trajectory and no more major accidents would occur, a monstrous pressure suddenly pervaded the air and descended abruptly, and all the experts in the battle felt it. Rumble! This sudden, terrifying pressure was like the suppression of the heavens. In just an instant, it caused the souls of those who were not very strong to tremble. There's a change. In an instant, Du Xiaofu, Lu Jingyan, Lu Yuxiao, Long Kei, Long Su, Little Xingxing, Du Xiaoyao, Chu Daoju, Long San, Ling Feng, and the rest all felt this situation. In the first moment, they realized that something had definitely happened. What happened? On the side of the Devil Clan, the 3 great devil generals, The two great devil attendants and many forgotten experts were also extremely puzzled. This situation did not seem right, and it was completely out of their expectations. Normally speaking, more than half of the devil clan of the 18 levels of hell had already gathered here, and no other experts should have come. A large number of living beings have arrived. Among them, there are a few who are extremely powerful. Just as everyone was confused, the blood god demon general suddenly spoke. He looked into the distance and said, "Don't worry." On the other hand, his words caused Dongli Chihuang, Chunyan, and the others to be shocked. A large number of living beings had arrived, but this was nothing. Perhaps the 33 heavens still had a backup plan, and another wave of experts had arrived at the 18 levels of hell. However, the blood god demon general had said that some of those people were very strong. What was an extremely powerful concept in the eyes of a Tao carrier realm cultivator was absolutely terrifying to Eastern Li, Qi Huang, and the others. Could it be that those people were in the Tao carrier realm? If that was the case, then the following situation would undergo a huge change. Let them come. Before they arrive, let's deal with these ants in the Forgotten Realm first. The Ming Luo demon general snorted coldly and suddenly attacked. A terrifying wave of devil qi shot directly towards Lu Jingyan, Lu Yuxiao, Lu Ying, Long Ke, Long Su, and the others. Within the devil qi, there was a strange energy of the grand Tao circulating and boiling, and the laws in this space were directly stirred into mush. This was the strength of a Tao carrier realm expert. Under the surging power, Lu Jingyun and the other Forgotten Realm experts were all restrained on the spot, and they were completely unable to move. They could only watch as the terrifying devil qi surged towards them. The Ming Luo demon general had attacked with all his strength, and he did not want to waste any more time. If they waited for those experts to arrive, then there would be endless variables at that time. Taking advantage of the time before they arrived, even killing one of the experts of the 33 heavens would be good. Humph. Do you think you can touch this old man's grand disciple? At this moment, a cold snort shook heaven and earth, and the sound waves were like muffled thunder, roaring and rolling and sweeping in all directions. Accompanying it was a huge and boundless swastika symbol with dazzling golden light. It directly pressed down like a round of world-destroying divine seal, and a wild and desolate aura surged, as vast as the abyss, and brazenly collided with the devil qi attack of the Ming Luo demon general. Boom! A monstrous earthquake occurred, and the entire world was tossed and turned, and all matter was sent flying. Countless waves of chaotic qi were generated and swept through the heavens and the earth. The Ming Luo demon general, who was closest to Lu Jingyun, and the rest retreated in the midst of this terrifying shock, and he did not dare to hesitate in the slightest. Lu Jingyun and the other experts were pulled away by an invisible hand and brought to a safe place. The demons and people of the 33 heavens who were fighting in other places were also lifted high into the sky by this force and could not control themselves. Strong reinforcements have arrived. Du Xiaofu, Dongli Chihuang, and Shanyan could no longer continue fighting, and in an instant he knew that there must be experts who had killed their way into the 18 levels of hell to help them. Sure enough, right when Du Xiaofu was lost in thought, an expanse of shouts that shook the heavens and the earth suddenly sounded out from afar. Kill! The battle cry was earth-shattering, and it sounded like there were a lot of people, and the momentum was majestic and boundless. Soon, a large number of figures could be seen rushing over from afar. They quickly rushed into the chaotic battlefield. The chaotic world of the 3,000 sectors is here to help the 33 heavens destroy the devil race. The chaotic world of the 3,000 sectors is here to help the 33 heavens destroy the devil race. The chaotic world of the 3,000 sectors is here to help the 33 heavens destroy the devil race. The flying spirit sect of the 3,000 sectors is here to help the 33 heavens destroy the devil race. With the arrival of a large number of figures, the shouts also sounded. This person's momentum was like a rainbow, and he killed his way into the battlefield with absolute strength. There were also millions of people. Such a scene stunned the experts of the devil race and the 33 heavens in this level of space. The battle could not continue for the time being, and the two sides gathered, once again forming two camps, and stood facing each other, looking at the black mass of people who were killing. Martial ancestor. After Lu Jingyin, Lu Yuxiao, Lu Ying, Lu Qing, and the others were rescued, they saw a domineering figure standing beside them, and their faces were filled with surprise, and they bowed down one after another. Beside them was a thin, middle-aged man, but his entire face was filled with boundless majesty, as if he was a god who ruled over the heavens. He had the bearing of being above all living things, making people want to bow down and worship him. Seeing Lu Jingyun and the others bow, the thin, middle-aged man nodded slightly, and then looked in the direction of the devil race. "Who are you?" Ming Luo demon general's eyes narrowed fiercely, and he looked at the person opposite him and asked. As soon as the thin, middle-aged man appeared, he saved Lu Jingyun and the others with absolute strength, and even forced him to retreat. This person's cultivation was absolutely monstrous. However, people with such strength usually only appeared in ancient times, and as a demon general who was famous for his fierce reputation, he had never seen him before, so he could not help but be puzzled. "Remember my name, 8 Desolations Saint Sovereign, D. Batian," the thin middle-aged man said softly. His eyes were like lightning, and he looked at Ming Luo, demon general, without the slightest fear. "And me, Donghuang Taixian." In an instant, another majestic figure appeared out of thin air, and appeared next to 8 Desolations Saint Sovereign, D. Batian. In this person's hand was a golden saber. The saber was filled with ferocious power, like a divine object that could split the heavens and earth, and it made people feel reverence. D. Batian, Donghuang Taixian. They are people from the 3,000 great worlds. Blood God Demon General stepped forward and said coldly, scarlet blood dripping from his body to the ground. His body, which looked like it had been skinned, made people's scalps tingle. They had never seen these two people who had suddenly appeared in ancient times, so it was not difficult to imagine their origins. The 3,000 great worlds were far behind Panga World and the Demon World, and the demon generals had heard about them from Dongli Chihuang and Qinyan, so they naturally knew of their existence. Obviously, Di Batian and Donghuang Dongxian were extremely terrifying existences. You're only half-step Dao realm cultivators. If it were in ancient times, the two of you wouldn't be a match for me, even if you attacked together. Desolation Demon General stepped forward and said coldly as he looked at the two opposite him. He could see the cultivation of the two experts with a single glance, and he did not seem to be intimidated by them at all. Upon hearing those words, the experts from the 33 heavens and the devil race were stunned once again. Only now did they know that these two people were half-step Dao realm cultivators, and they were indeed extremely powerful. However, such strength seemed to be insufficient in front of the 3 demon generals. You also know that it was in ancient times. Now that you've been suppressed for countless years and only managed to break out of the seal, your strength has been greatly reduced. How can you look down on us? Di Batian was unmoved by Desolation Demon General's contempt, and he only snorted coldly and said, his entire body exuded a boundless aura as he looked at the 3 demon generals, not backing down at all. Di Batian naturally knew that if it were in ancient times, the 3 demon generals would indeed be invincible existences to him. However, it was different now. These people had experienced the chaos of ancient times, and their strength had been greatly affected. Then they were suppressed by Pangu and sealed in the 18 levels of hell together with the demon ancestors' primordial spirit. Countless years had passed, and their strength was no longer the same as before. If they really fought, Di Batian was extremely confident that he could defeat them. What an arrogant bastard! You even dare to provoke us. In that case, let's see who will have the last laugh. The blood god demon general's eyes darkened, and he was extremely angry at Debation's contempt. Their fierce reputation was built on endless killing. When had they ever been looked down upon? It was completely intolerable. Then let's have a try. Dong Huang Taishuan's eyes flashed as he said coldly. Like Debatian, he was completely unmoved by the three demon generals. Seniors, are you confident? At this time, Du Xiaofu had already come to Debatian and Dong Huang Taishuan's side and asked worriedly. From the way Lu Jingyun addressed Debatian, Du Xiaofu could easily tell that the Octoterra Saint Venerable was one of Lu Xiaoyou's teachers. Lu Jingyun had already told him a lot of information through voice transmission. Within the 3,000 vast worlds, there were the three most powerful worlds, the chaotic heavens world, the chaotic lands world, and the chaotic people world. Perhaps, on the whole, the 3,000 vast worlds were not as prosperous as the 33 heavens. However, just by looking at the three chaotic worlds, their prosperity exceeded that of any of the 33 heavens. As for Debatian, he was the original ruler of the chaotic heavens world, and his cultivation was extremely high. Because of this, there was no doubt about his strength. He was definitely not much weaker than Debatian. The other expert, Dong Huang Taishan, was almost on the same level as Debatian. Both of them were rare experts in the world. However, from the conversation just now, Debatian and Dong Huang Taishan were only at the half-step path realm. They were probably still far away from the real path realm. In this way, if the two of them wanted to deal with the three demon generals, it would seem that they were not strong enough. The only advantage they had was that the three demon generals had experienced the ancient war and been sealed for countless years. Their strength had been greatly reduced. Ha ha ha. Little guy, you must be the legendary Du Xiaofu. Dong Huang Taishan suddenly laughed and looked at Du Xiaofu as he spoke. Obviously, he had heard about Du Xiaofu and had a certain understanding of him. Yes, I am. Du Xiaofu nodded and did not explain further. He still stared at the two experts. Seeing Du Xiaofu's gaze, Debatian laughed and said, Don't worry. Although the two of us are not as strong as the three demon generals, in terms of strength, we are definitely not weaker than the three of them. Not to say that we can crush them, but if we want to fight 2 against 3, we will definitely not be at a disadvantage. At the end of his words, Debation's body surged with a ferocious aura. He suddenly stared at the 3 demon generals in front of him. His bright eyes filled with contempt. As for the 3 demon generals, they had no idea where Debation's confidence came from. Why are you still talking so much? Let's fight. Let's see what the 2 of you are capable of. Ming Luo, demon general, did not want to wait any longer. He shouted in a deep voice. His body stepped out in the air, carrying with it a terrifying power of the great Tao. The surrounding rules of order were directly crushed into nothingness. The people of the 3,000 great worlds can't change the outcome. Since you're here, then stay here with the people of the 33 heavens. Blood, God, demon generals, words were deep. His entire body was filled with killing intent. He instantly rushed out and faced Debatian and Donghuang Taishan head-on. Let's fight. This time, with such strong reinforcements, the 33 heavens will not be afraid of the demon race. Lu Jingyun shouted. He also wanted to rush into the sky and continue fighting the demon race. However, his movement was stopped by Debatian. Debatian said, Jingyan, lead the injured people of the 33 heavens to recuperate first. Leave this place to us. After your injuries have stabilized, we will continue to push deeper into the 18 levels of hell. These demon race will definitely not be able to stop our advance. Debation's body was filled with a powerful and domineering aura that swept through the heavens and earth. Following his instructions, Lu Jingyun nodded and retreated. Many of the experts of the 33 heavens were injured, especially those in the meditative realm. I also have an independent space here with the effect of time acceleration. Everyone, enter it to recuperate. Soon, you will be able to come out and fight. Lu Jingyun waved his hand and opened a space treasure. Du Xiaofu was slightly stunned when he saw this, but he quickly understood. It was not difficult to understand why Lu Jingyun could have such an independent space. With his cultivation and background, it was very easy for him to obtain such a thing. Right now, his ancient desolate space was damaged and could no longer be used. Therefore, Du Xiaofu did not hesitate and rushed into the space opened by Lu Jingyin. Let's go! Under the lead of the meditative realm experts, the injured experts of the 33 heavens rushed into the space, one after another. Chapter 29-27. Along with many members of the 33 heavens entering Lu Jingyun's space to recuperate, the battle between the 3,000 worlds and the devil race had finally begun. However, the 33 heavens possessed a few million experts after all, and most of them still retained their combat strength. At this moment, when they joined forces with the 3,000 worlds, they actually firmly occupied the upper hand. There were actually many experts of the meditative realm amongst the experts of the 3,000 worlds that Di Batian and Donghuang Taishan brought over, and they directly and fiercely suppressed the peerless combat strength of the devil race, including Dongli Qihuang and Qin Yan. Under such circumstances, even though the situation hadn't become one-sided, the devil race was practically in a passive state. Such a scene caused Dongli Qihuang and Qin Yan to be both furious and hateful. The experts of the 3,000 worlds actually arrived at such a critical moment. Looks like they were prepared since a long time ago. Dongli Qihuang couldn't help but think like this as he fought an expert. He gritted his teeth tightly as he stared at the direction that Du Xiaofu had vanished towards, and boundless resentment arose in his heart. If he knew that he would face such a situation, he would have asked the 3 devil generals to make a move at the first possible moment to directly suppress Du Xiaofu and eliminate this enormous calamity first. The 33 heavens and the 3,000 worlds have merged together, so we're utterly unable to stop them unless we mobilize the strength of the 18 levels of hell. On the other side, Qin Yan's heart was extremely heavy as well. The energy of his soul core spied out, and he sensed that the few million experts of the 3,000 worlds were moving through the sky, and every single one of them possessed ferocious combat strength. On the other side, Di Batian and Donghuang Taishan were in battle with the 3 devil generals at this moment. Di Batian's hands flipped incessantly while numerous profound seals were formed by him, and they transformed into 9 flickering golden characters that resided in space. After that, these 9 characters suddenly merged into one and formed the shape of the swastika. It revolved like a wheel of destruction, and it swept through the surroundings and crushed everything. The golden saber in Donghuang Taishuan's hand swung repeatedly. It slashed the stars in the heavens above and the earth below. Everything it encountered was turned into nothingness. The strengths of these 2 people were extremely terrifying, and they really deserved to be at the half-step Tao undertaking realm. Moreover, in the eyes of Dongli Qihuang and Qin Yan, they were even able to discern a different situation. After all, they had experienced the ancient war and witnessed the attacks of numerous experts of the Tao attainment realm, so their own strengths were terrifying and monstrous. So, with a single glance, Dongli Qihuang and Qin Yan noticed to their astonishment that Di Batian and Donghuang Taishuan's strengths weren't just at the half-step Tao enlightened realm. Their cultivation bases could be said to be only a step away from the Tao carrier realm. Their true combat strength was not much weaker than the 3 demon generals at their peak, not to mention that the 3 demon generals were currently heavily injured. As a result, the disparity between the 2 sides grew even greater. Not only were the demon race powerhouses unable to resist the combined forces of the 33 heavens and the 3,000 boundless worlds, but even the 3 demon generals had fallen into an absolute disadvantage. If the situation continued to develop like this, the demon race's side would eventually be defeated if the battle continued to drag on. Humph! If it weren't for the existence of the demon ancestor, how could the demon race fight against the 33 heavens and the 3,000 boundless worlds with your current strength? Debatian struck out a divine seal, brazenly pressing down on desolate demon general's head, sending his body flying in a straight line, smashing the void into a chaotic mess. It looked as terrifying as a mountain range that had been smashed into pieces. The demon race must be killed. The 33 heavens and the 3,000 boundless worlds are joining forces for the first battle. If we can use you 3 demon generals as a sacrifice, it can't be better. Dong Huang Taishian was also domineering. As his long saber rose and fell, terrifying cracks appeared in the 12th layer of hell, as if he wanted to crush this side of the world. It was incomparably terrifying. Just as the 2 of them had said, the greatest threat to the 33 heavens and the 3,000 boundless worlds was the demon ancestor. As for the others, although their overall strength wasn't weak, if they really wanted to fight against the powerhouses of the 2 great worlds, the gap in strength was still too great. If the demon ancestor didn't come out, or if the powerhouses of the 18 levels of hell didn't come out, the demon race before them could only face the fate of being trampled by them. As for the 3 demon generals, they were also in the ranks of being trampled, without exception. The 2 of you are indeed very strong, but it'll be difficult for you to defeat the 3 of us. The blood god demon general let out an earth-shattering roar that pierced through the soul. He fought with all his might, joining forces with Ming Luo, demon general, and Desolate demon general to fight Debatian and Dong Huang Taishian to the death. The 3 demon generals gave their all, but they still couldn't turn the situation around. They were tightly suppressed by the 2 of them. However, they knew very well that although Debatian and Dong Huang Taishian were powerful, it would be difficult for them to truly kill the 3 of them. In the 12th layer of hell, close to 10 million living beings were engaged in a terrifying massacre. Terrifying power roared like a tsunami, and every inch of space was annihilated by the terrifying energy. It was as if thousands of mountains had collapsed and boundless waves swallowed the heavens and the earth. All existences were shattered, and only figures were left behind in the boundless energy storm. They were like mosquitoes dancing in the sky, and the scene was inexplicably terrifying. At this moment, Du Xiaofu and the others who were in Lu Jingyun's space were recovering at full speed. Everyone took out the elixirs they had on them. At this moment, they didn't feel the slightest bit of heartache. They all stuffed them into their mouths and refined them with all their might. The most shocking thing about this space was that the power of time acceleration here was even more terrifying than Du Xiaofu's desolate ancient space. It was at least several times stronger. With such an environment, everyone naturally recovered incomparably quickly. However, everyone was also worried about the situation outside. One thing was for sure, and that was that it would be very difficult for them to attack in a short period of time. They could only rely on the powerhouses outside to resist. Under such circumstances, time passed slowly. In the 12th layer of hell, terrifying energy swept across the sky and ground, crushing everything in its path. Every area had turned into chaos, and the impact was extremely shocking. Debatian and Dong Huang Taishian displayed their full strength. Their terrifying combat strength poured out, and they suppressed the 3 demon generals to the point of repeatedly retreating. Just as the 3 demon generals had sensed, the 2 of them were indeed only a step away from the true Dao vessel realm. This wasn't empty talk, but the truth. What a powerful duo! The blood god demon general muttered. The flesh on his chest had suffered a blow from Debatian's divine seal, and a black hole had been blasted out, causing his originally incomparably terrifying appearance to look even more terrifying. We can't continue fighting. If this continues, it'll be very disadvantageous for us. In the battle, Dongli Chihuang and Chan Yen were also being attacked by a group of powerhouses. They were at a disadvantage, and they had no choice but to think so. Lord's request is for us to delay the people of the 33 heavens. We only need to delay their advance. Given Lord's speed, it won't be many years before he enters the 18th layer of hell and completely fuses with his nascent spirit. Once he emerges, the true decisive battle will begin. Chen Yin transmitted his voice to the eastern mythical Scarlet Phoenix. When they learned that Du Xiaofu and the others had entered the 18th layer of hell, Jiang Qin had asked them to lead the demon race's experts to intercept them. However, he hadn't demanded that they stop the people of the 33 heavens with all their might. Perhaps Jiang Qin had long since guessed that the invaders had made ample preparations. So he told them not to kill Du Xiaofu by force. We'll retreat as we fight, send more people into the next few layers of hell, and gather more people to fight. Dongli Qihuang pondered for a moment, then made this decision. Now that the 33 heavens and the 3,000 universes were at their peak, the demons couldn't stop their fierce advance at all, let alone kill them all in the 12th layer of hell. Therefore, the best solution was for the demons to retreat as they fought and conserve their strength. At the same time, they'd send people deeper into the 18th layer of hell and gather more people. Only then would they truly be able to stall the outside world's experts. So long as they could delay them for a certain period of time, and by time for Lord Demon Ancestor to fuse with his nascent spirit, they'd all die in the 18th layer of hell. That's a good idea. Chun Yan nodded, expressing his agreement with Dongli Qihuang's idea. If they continued to fight, the demons would lose a great deal of their manpower. Rather than make such pointless sacrifices, it was better to lure the people of the 33 heavens and the 3,000 universes deeper into the 18th layer of hell and fight again. Presumably, by the time they retreated to the 16th or 17th layer of hell, Jiang Qin would have fused with his nascent spirit. At that time, everything would truly begin. Dongli Qihuang and Chen Yin quickly retreated from the battlefield. Even though the experts of the 3,000 universes were hot on their heels, the two of them refused to fight. They shuttled back and forth between the battlefield. At the same time, their orders were secretly passed down. Some demons withdrew and headed deeper into the 18th layer of hell. The 3 demon generals received the transmission as well. Not long after, all the demons started to fight as they retreated. When they saw this scene, the eyes of Di Batian, Donghuang Taixian, and the others flickered. I'm afraid the demons have made new arrangements. We have to be careful. Di Batian's eyes flickered as he spoke in a low voice. The unusual actions of the demons caused him to be cautious. After all, the 18th layer of hell was their territory, and they couldn't be careless. Since we're already here, let's kill our way in and take a look. No matter what scheme they have, we must fight to the end and wreak havoc in the 18th layer of hell. Donghuang Taixian nodded and spoke. The 33 heavens had joined forces with the 3,000 universes. With so many experts moving, unless they encountered the demon ancestor, they wouldn't fear these demons at all. Perhaps the demons don't want to lose too much here. At the same time, they want to buy time for the demons to recover. Di Batian thought for a moment and quickly understood the intentions of the demons. Without further delay, he waved his arm and said, "Everyone, give chase with all your might. Bring along Jingyan and the others. We can't let the demons retreat so easily." As he spoke, he stretched out a hand and gently grabbed at the void as if he had grabbed a strange existence. This strange existence was the independent space that Lu Jingyun possessed. With this space, Di Batian and the millions of experts moved again, closely chasing after the demons. The demons wanted to fight as they retreated. The people of the 33 heavens and the 3,000 universes would use this opportunity to ruthlessly attack the demons. In an instant, a large number of figures streaked across the sky, traversing through the 12th layer of hell. All of them were heading in the same direction. They were all heading toward the entrance of the 13th layer of hell. Every layer of hell was like a large world in the 33 heavens. It was incomparably vast. Based on the speed of the experts, it would take them a long time to reach the entrance of the 13th layer of hell. In addition, because everyone was fighting as they moved, this time was greatly lengthened. At this time in Lu Jingyun space, a large number of figures were constantly recovering from their injuries. Du Xiaofu was the same. His entire body was wrapped in a dense and vigorous energy, looking incomparably mysterious. The strange and dazzling light sprinkled down like divine radiance. The four primordial laws of origin mixed with the power of the great Tao constantly intertwined and collided, creating new changes. Du Xiaofu had stepped into the void path realm for many years. His cultivation had also stepped into the second layer from the first layer at the beginning, condensing the law to trace the path, transforming the law to develop the path, and carrying the path with the body. These three layers were all extraordinary, and they advanced layer by layer. There was a great difference between them and the ordinary immortal and meditative realms. Condensing the law to trace the path was to use the power of the four primordial laws to trace the origin of the laws and produce the rhythm of the path. Transforming the law to develop the path, the origin of the laws was perfect, and the rhythm of the path was natural. Tracing back to the origin of the great Tao was similar to the cultivation of the meditative realm. Carrying the path with the body was to break through the void path realm, break through the shackles of the great Tao, and achieve the body of carrying the path. At that time, it would be a brand new world that could truly create the great Tao. Du Xiaofu was now in the transforming the law to develop the path. As the name implied, this process was to rely on the rhythm of the four primordial laws to constantly refine the origin of the great Tao, coexisting and fusing with the world. When all of this was completed, Du Xiaofu could use the origin of the great Tao to freely evolve the four primordial laws. It would not be like before, where he needed to rely on the origin of the laws of the world or the origin of the laws that he cultivated himself. After reaching perfection in the transforming the path, he himself represented the supreme great Tao, and all the laws could be grasped at his fingertips. At that time, his power would be boundlessly terrifying. Huff, huff, huff! Du Xiaofu slightly closed his eyes, feeling the unparalleled power constantly flowing through his body. His entire person was immersed in a mysterious state. Time flew by quickly, and the scene around the purple-robed youth gradually changed even more. And such a change quickly alarmed many experts in the space. Senior Master Du, this is Lu Jingyun, Lu Yuxiao, Long Ke, Long Su, and the rest of the meditative experts opened their eyes and looked in the direction of Du Xiaofu. Their eyes were somewhat stunned. They had suffered a blow from the desolate fiend devil general. But under the situation where Du Xiaofu had gathered the power of many experts, they had managed to preserve their lives. After such a long time of recovery, there was a certain improvement. In their shocked gazes, they could see that the current Du Xiaofu had the form of a world evolving around him, as though it was real. In this world, all matter existed. Space churned, time flowed, and life was born. It was extremely magical. Even if the meditative experts used their primordial spirits to spy on it, they felt that everything was extremely real, as though there was really a world condensed and formed by Du Xiaofu. However, Lu Jingyun and the rest knew in their hearts that this was absolutely impossible. With Du Xiaofu's cultivation, it was impossible for him to do this. The only ones who could truly create a real world were those in the imageless realm. Even the master of the 3,000 boundless worlds, Lu Xiaoyu, who was a carrier of the Tao, could not do it. What a terrifying comprehension ability and talent this fellow has. He actually reached such a level again. This is a scene evolved from the power of the great Tao. Although it cannot be compared to a real big world, it already has a certain embryonic form and charm. There is hope for the Tao. There is hope for the Tao. An old man in the third meditative realm from the 33 heavens muttered. His old eyes were wide open, and he could not help but tremble in excitement at the end of his sentence. Using the power of the four primordial laws to transcend the truth-severing stage and step into the void path, it turns out that it is so powerful. For us, although we stand at the top of all living creatures, we have no hope of attaining the Tao in our entire lives. This is where the difference lies. Following that, another old man let out a long sigh and said such words, causing many people in the surroundings to feel a little disappointed. Just as he said, everything that Du Xiaofu displayed outside his body was derived from the power of the great Tao. Everything in the world was originally carried by the great Tao. This situation was not difficult to achieve, and it was even less difficult for the many meditative realm experts present. However, the world that Du Xiaofu condensed contained everything that could be seen in the world. Time, space, matter, soul. Everything that could be expected was there. Based on this point, many experts were unable to be compared to Du Xiaofu. None of them had grasped the four primordial laws at the same time, so the form of the world that they evolved was definitely lacking. It was precisely because of this that their pursuit of the Tao in their entire lives was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. It was a goal that was practically impossible to achieve. However, it was a different situation for Du Xiaofu. He possessed a cultivation in the void Tao, so if he wanted to truly take that step, then he only had to give it some time, and it would absolutely come naturally. Such a strong contrast made many of the people present sigh inexplicably. The gap between people was really too big. They had lived for countless years, yet they had to watch a junior who had only cultivated for a few thousand years easily surpass everyone. This was a distressing, yet extremely honorable thing. Chapter 29-28. Martial Uncle Du's strength is going to increase greatly again. When he finishes his cultivation this time, I'm afraid his strength won't be lower than an ordinary third stage meditative realm cultivator. Hearing the voices of the surrounding people, Long Fault's eyes stared at Du Xiaofu's body without moving and said as such. However, such words did not arouse any reaction from the crowd, because this was already something that could be imagined. Killing his way into the 18 levels of hell is also quite a bit of training. In this process, Martial Uncle Du has already experienced a huge round of training. No matter if it was the battle with the Blood Ancestor, the attack from the desolate demonic general, or the tempering in the broken seals, I'm sure he has gained a lot of enlightenment. All these experiences have become the foundation for his enlightenment. I have a feeling that Martial Uncle Du will enter a higher realm after this trip to the 18 levels of hell. Lu Jingyun muttered softly, but his words were clearly heard by all the experts. The changes that Du Xiaofu experienced were not without foundation. The continuous battles in the 18 levels of hell, in addition to the super strong collisions he experienced, were all great rewards. Let's wait and see. I'm afraid that the Yu Qing Divine Emperor will come out of seclusion soon. Everyone, don't be idle. Go and recover. The battle outside still needs us. An expert from the 33 heavens said. The others nodded. Then many of them retreated far away and began to recover. No one paid too much attention to Du Xiaofu. The battle outside still needed their help. The experts from the 33 heavens and the 3,000 boundless worlds were still fighting. They could not afford to waste too much time. The space fell into silence again. Only a large amount of energy was boiling and dancing. Lu Jingyun did not immediately return to heal. Instead, he released the power of his primordial spirit and went outside to observe the situation. However, what surprised him was that the devil race was actually retreating. However, after careful observation, he realized that the demons were not being defeated. Instead, they were retreating while fighting. It was obvious that they had other plans. Lu Jingyun couldn't help but frown at this situation. Looks like the real war is coming. I wonder where Father and Uncle Xiaolong are right now. How are their arrangements going? Lu Jingyun keenly sensed that once the demons retreated to a certain place, a terrifying battle would ensue. At that time, everyone in the 33 heavens and the 3,000 boundless worlds would face a great test. Many lives would perish in the 18 levels of hell. After all, this was the territory of the demon race. They absolutely could not underestimate the strength of the demon race. Lu Jingyun also thought of his father, Lu Xiaoyu, and his uncle Xiaolong, dragon god Long Xian. The two of them had been planning this since many years ago. It was all for the sake of fighting the devil race and finally killing the devil ancestor. At this time, they must have made a lot of arrangements and laid down a lot of monstrous means. When the final battle of the 18 layers of hell began, the two of them would definitely appear and join up with the rest of them. Is the demonic ancestor really undying? Is there really no one in the world who can kill him? Lu Jingyun thought in his heart. Then he changed his mind. He cast his gaze on Du Xiaofu on the other side. He clearly knew that an important part of his father's plan was this Uncle Master Du, who was much, much younger than him. It could be said that if he wanted to kill the demonic ancestor, it had to be Uncle Master Du. I hope everything will go smoothly and we can successfully kill the demonic ancestor, Lu Jingyun muttered under his breath. Then he stopped thinking about it. Like everyone else, he gently closed his eyes and continued to adjust his breathing. Everyone was quietly healing their injuries. Among them, Du Xiaofu's body was emitting the biggest movement. The world outside his body was constantly rotating, releasing a strange power. Along with it, a peculiar aura descended. This aura was different from the aura of a powerhouse. Instead, it had the aura of nature. This charm was incomparably compatible with the great Tao. It was close to nature. Du Xiaofu's great Tao origin energy was emitting. Following this situation, it became more and more vigorous. Cultivating in the meditative realm was to pursue the great Tao origin energy in order to achieve perfection. Only with such a foundation could one attack the Tao-bearing realm. If one wanted to break free from the shackles of the world, one had to first understand it and then find a way to break it. The greatest thing in the world was the great Tao. The power of life was very weak in front of it. Wanting to break through the Tao-bearing realm with one's strength was no different from a fool's dream. Now, Du Xiaofu was walking on the path of condensing the great Tao origin energy. Time passed rapidly in this space. Du Xiaofu also maintained the state. This was a space formed by many kinds of laws. Time was accelerated several hundred times. One day in the outside world was close to half a year here. It was much more ferocious than Du Xiaofu's original desolate ancient space. It was also because of this that while Du Xiaofu's aura was rapidly rising, the situation outside hadn't changed much. Under the leadership of Di Batian, Donghuang Taishan, and the others, the several million powerhouses of the 33 heavens and the 3,000 boundless worlds chased closely behind the demons, constantly attacking them. It was obvious that the demons were at an absolute disadvantage. They didn't dare to stop, otherwise they would have to face another huge slaughter. The final result would be the demons' defeat. However, Dongli Chihuang, Chun Yan, and the 3 demon generals didn't reveal the slightest bit of worry. Instead, they methodically commanded the countless demons to fight. In many cases, they separated from the powerhouses of the 33 heavens and the 3,000 boundless worlds upon contact, and then continued to flee. In this way, not only could they delay the footsteps of those outside, they could also ensure that the demons wouldn't suffer great losses. It seems that these demons really do want to stall for time. Di Batian exchanged a blow with the blood god demon general, and then exchanged a few blows with him. Then he saw the blood god demon general retreat again. The demons' intentions were obvious. They wanted to slow them down, and their goal was to stall for time. They were likely buying time for the demon ancestor to recover. We're not in a hurry. That brat Xiaoyu must have thought of this. We only need to pursue with all our strength and not deliberately pursue the greatest victory. We didn't enter the 18 levels of hell to fight a decisive battle. Donghuang Taishan nodded and said to Di Batian. After they received Lu Xiaoyu's message, they entered the 18 levels of hell. The instructions they received were the same as the powerhouses of the 33 heavens. They didn't need to fight with their lives on the line. The most important thing was to preserve their strength. One could imagine that Lu Xiaoyu must have other arrangements. The true decisive battle still needed time to brew. Otherwise, if he and Xiaolong came here, why would they fear a few injured demon generals? And in the end, Lu Xiaoyu himself would definitely descend upon this place. Thus, Donghuang Taixian wasn't in a hurry. He would play with the demons for a while, because when the critical moment arrived, some signs would inevitably appear. Who cares? Let's kill to our heart's content first. Didn't the demons want to fight while fleeing? This way, we'll be able to suppress them even more. One of the experts beside D. Batian sped out and said, "That's true. Although we don't have to deliberately pursue victory, it's absolutely good if we can kill a few more demons." D. Batian and Donghuang Taixian looked at each other and smiled. Then, they instantly sped up and chased after the demon army. They didn't just focus on attacking the 3 demon generals. Instead, they took advantage of the time when the demons retreated to kill a large number of other demon experts. Under the suppression of the 2's terrifying strength, the demons weren't a match at all. Just a single attack was enough to crush a large number of them into nothingness. Damn it! This scene was quickly discovered by Dongli Qihuang and Chen Yan. They couldn't help but curse. They only hated that they weren't strong enough and couldn't stop the 2 powerhouses. But when they saw all this, they really didn't have a good way to deal with it. Unless they let the 3 demon generals fight with all their strength and restrain Di Batian and Donghuang Taixian, they wouldn't be able to act wantonly. Otherwise, after a few levels of hell, there wouldn't be many left of the millions of demons. Those were half-step Dao realm experts. How could they be considered as killing someone? It was more like they were harvesting wheat. It's better to let the 3 demon generals work harder. When we go a few levels down and gather more people, we'll kill all these creatures. Chun Yan's eyes were gloomy, and he gnashed his teeth in hatred. The 33 heavens and the 3,000 boundless worlds were truly terrifying. If it weren't for the fact that they wanted to buy time for their lord to fuse with his soul, they would have retreated with all their strength and gathered more people to fight again. Let's just delay them for a while. If there's really no other way, we'll retreat first and let the 3 demon generals bring up the rear. We can't let them charge directly to the 17th level of hell. As long as they reach the 14th or 15th level, our powerhouses will rush over. At that time, it'll be the same to stop them. Dongli Qihuang thought for a moment and said, if they wanted to delay the people of the 33 heavens and 3,000 boundless worlds, perhaps they didn't have to fight on the 12th level of hell. If they went a few levels down, there would be plenty of opportunities to stop them. All right, let's do that. Chan Yan couldn't help but nod when he heard this. Then he issued an order to all the demons. Immediately after, the 3 demon generals moved with all their strength and restrained Di Batian and Donghuang Taixian. The other demons retreated with all their strength and headed toward the entrance of the 13th level of hell. It was still a chase, but this time, Di Batian and Donghuang Taixian couldn't attack the weaker demons. Since the demons were retreating at full speed, it wasn't easy for the powerhouses to chase after them. As time continued to pass, the millions of people finally arrived at a broken seal. Everyone had seen this seal many times. It was a terrifying thing that the great god Pango had set up in ancient times to suppress the demon ancestor's soul. However, as the demon ancestor was resurrected and entered the 18th level of hell, the terrifying seal was destroyed layer by layer, resulting in the current scene. Although the seal was broken, it still retained an extremely powerful aura. Hellfire raged and burned fiercely within it. The demons, 3,000 boundless worlds, and all the powerhouses of the 33 heavens rushed in and entered the hellfire. Nearly 10 million figures were directly engulfed by the boundless flames. In Lu Jingyun's independent space, no one cared about how much time had passed. They were all wholeheartedly focused on their cultivation. This was especially true for Du Xiaofu, who didn't have such a concept. At this moment, the power outside his body became even more vigorous. The strange world became even larger, and there were thousands of scenes in it. It was extremely beautiful. If it weren't for the fact that he was in the meditative state, he would have thought that all of this was real. Although Du Xiaofu didn't know how long he had spent cultivating this time. In fact, in the 12th level of hell, the 33 heavens and 3,000 boundless worlds, powerhouses had chased the demons for several years. During this time, hundreds of years had quietly passed. Walala! As Du Xiaofu cultivated, the strange world kept spinning. Everything in the world revolved around him. He was the supreme god of this world, and no one could compare to him. At the same time, all things in the world form released a strange energy, which then condensed and gathered together, finally turning into a vast river that rushed into Du Xiaofu's body. This was the power of the great Tao's origin. It was all absorbed into his body and hidden in the dark. Du Xiaofu's body surged with a fierce power that was incomparably terrifying. It should be over soon. At this time, Lu Jingyun and the others who were sitting cross-legged in the distance woke up one after another and opened their eyes. Everyone looked in the direction of Du Xiaofu, wanting to see his condition. After hundreds of years of recovery, most people's strength had reached a perfect state, and some people had even faintly improved. Should we wait for Uncle Master Du, or go out and fight the demons now? Lu Ro's red lips parted slightly as she looked at Lu Jingyun and asked, "Let's wait a little longer. Uncle Master Du should be here soon," Lu Jingyun said without looking at his sister. After that, everyone stopped talking and continued to stare at Du Xiaofu. Under everyone's gaze, the changes in Du Xiaofu's body continued. Not long after, all of this became even more mysterious and unpredictable. Everything in the independent world emitted a strange energy, which then gathered into a huge river and poured into Du Xiaofu's body like a long dragon. As time continued to pass, all matter began to collapse. Terrifying energy surged and shook, completely enveloping Du Xiaofu within it, causing his entire body to be submerged in an ocean of energy. This sea of energy kept shrinking, and its power slowly faded. Lu Jingyun and the others knew that all of this had been swallowed by Du Xiaofu and returned to his body. Sizzle! The sea of energy surged and slowly shrank. Finally, it disappeared completely, revealing Du Xiaofu's existence. The purple-robed young man sat cross-legged in the void with his eyes closed. Phew! He exhaled a long breath of turbid air from his mouth, causing the entire space to tremble. Swoosh! Then Du Xiaofu's eyes suddenly opened, and two bright rays of light penetrated the space as if they were solid, striking two black holes. "I've finally recovered." Du Xiaofu opened his mouth and muttered. Feeling the power in his body, he could not help but smile. At the same time, he was pleasantly surprised. This trip to the 18 levels of hell and the continuous battles had allowed him to gain a lot, and his understanding of the power of the Great Path had reached a new level. His cultivation had also become more stable, and his mastery of the second level of the Void Path, Tao Transformation Technique, had also become more and more proficient. Most importantly, the improvement in his cultivation had brought about a great increase in his strength. Du Xiaofu had a feeling that even if he were to face an ordinary third-stage meditative realm expert, he would still be able to fight with all his might. Of course, people like Lu Jingyun, Lu Yuxiao, Long Ke, and Long Su, who were at the peak of the third stage of meditative realm, were not included. Although Du Xiaofu was confident, he was not arrogant to such an extent. He knew very well that he was still far from these people in terms of strength, let alone the realm of enlightenment. However, his advantage was also very obvious, and that was that he did not have a huge bottleneck. As long as his comprehension reached a certain level, his cultivation would naturally increase, and surpassing everyone was only a matter of time. Why are you all staring at me like that? Du Xiaofu rubbed his nose and realized that everyone in the space was looking at him. Those gazes seemed to be staring at something strange, causing him to feel a little uncomfortable. Du Xiaofu could not help but suppress the thoughts in his heart, then raised his head and asked, "How's the situation outside?" The thing that concerned him the most at the moment was still the battle in the 18 levels of hell. Lu Jingyan did not hide anything, and immediately told Du Xiaofu everything he had found out. After a simple explanation, Du Xiaofu quickly understood the devil race's intentions. Their idea is not bad, but we can't just watch the devil race fight and retreat. Du Xiaofu's eyes were burning as he said, "Aren't they trying to buy time for the devil ancestor to recover? Even if they can't stop the devil ancestor, they can't let the devil race fight too easily." As Du Xiaofu spoke, his eyes suddenly focused and shot out a piercing cold. Grandmaster is leading people in pursuit. It won't be that easy for the devil race to retreat. Lu Jingyan nodded and said, Di Batian and Donghuang Taishian naturally understood the devil race's intentions. They had been constantly chasing, and the devil race had been fighting and retreating at the same time. They were facing a huge obstacle. Everyone should have recovered by now. Let's go out. Du Xiaofu waved his arm and said to the many powerhouses around him, "The powerhouses of the 3,000 boundless domains and the 33 heavens will join forces to fight. We can still continue to sweep through for a while." After saying that, Lu Jingyan opened the exit of the space. Everyone rushed out and landed in front of the experts outside with great momentum. Chapter 29-29. Du Xiaofu, Lu Jingyan, and the others left the isolated space and entered the broken seal that led to the 13th level of hell. Di Batian and Donghuang Taishian led the experts from the 3,000 universes and the 33 heavens. Even though they were surrounded by endless flames, they still attacked the demons from time to time. Violent and domineering energy stirred up the sea of fire, causing the broken seal to shake uncontrollably. When Du Xiaofu and the others appeared, many experts surrounded them. "Boss, Dad, Brother Jingyan, Yu Qing Divine Emperor." Many experts came forward and stared at Du Xiaofu, Lu Jingyan, and the others. Everyone has almost recovered. Next, let's let the demons have a good time. Du Xiaofu's eyes burned brightly as he stared at the many demon race members who were fleeing in panic. At the same time, he glanced at Di Batian and Donghuang Taishian and felt a little surprised. Du Xiaofu had long known that these two experts were half-step to the carrier of Dao Realm, but Du Xiaofu hadn't expected them to be able to suppress the 3 demon generals. This was really beyond his expectations. Normally, the 3 demon generals were at the carrier of Dao Realm. Even if their strength was greatly reduced, they were definitely not people who could be defeated by ordinary people. It seemed that Di Batian and Donghuang Taishian were too strong. At the very least, they were much stronger than he had imagined. Senior brother's master's strength is really terrifying, Du Xiaofu murmured in his heart. His respect for Di Batian rose again. Di Batian's terrifying combat strength was probably not much weaker than senior brother Lu Xiaoyu himself. With the presence of Di Batian and Donghuang Taishian, the following battles in the 18 levels of hell would definitely be much easier. Unlike before, whenever they encountered experts like the Blood Ancestor and the 3 demon generals, Du Xiaofu and the others would fall into an extremely passive situation and face life-or-death situations at all times. However, Du Xiaofu was also very clear in his heart that there were definitely powerful demons in the 18 layers of hell. Perhaps it wasn't as simple as just the 3 demon generals, and if a few more of those experts came, the situation would become grim again. Senior brother definitely has the corresponding arrangements for these matters, so there's no need for me to worry too much. Suddenly, Du Xiaofu's eyes lit up as he thought of this. Everything was arranged by senior brother Lu Xiaoyu. These experts from the 3,000 sectors must have been instructed by him to enter the 18 levels of hell. Therefore, there was no need for him to worry too much at the moment. For Du Xiaofu, his first priority was to raise his cultivation level. After that, he would lead the experts to continue pushing their way through the 18 levels of hell until they could no longer advance any further. It might not be easy for the devil race to retreat with ease. Du Xiaofu's eyes lit up, and he gazed at Dongli Qihuang, Qin Yan, the 3 demon generals, and the others who were ceaselessly descending through the hell flames. He waved his arm and shouted loudly, "The hell flames are a good battlefield. Fellow Taoists, leave a portion of you behind to protect the eternal realm experts. Kill the rest with me." As soon as Du Xiaofu finished speaking, his figure shot out violently, and he charged directly towards Dongli Qihuang and Qin Yan. Kill! Di Batian, Donghuang Taixian, Lu Jingyan, Long Ke, and the others at the meditative realm exchanged glances, and then they instantly flashed down and charged towards the devils. On the other hand, most of the experts from the 33 heavens and 3,000 sectors didn't move. The hell flames were extremely dangerous to eternal realm experts, and they required the protection of meditative realm experts to pass through safely. However, to the experts from these 2 worlds, there were already close to 400 people in the meditative realm. They only needed to leave a small portion of them to lead the many eternal realm experts, and the rest could fight. Just as Du Xiaofu had said, the broken seal was a good battlefield. The devil race also needed to protect a large number of eternal realm experts to pass through. They were already at a disadvantage, and now they had to face the attacks of Du Xiaofu and the others, which made it even harder for them to protect their left and right. Damn Du Xiaofu! Dongli Qihuang and Qin Yan quickly realized Du Xiaofu's intention, and they couldn't help but curse out loud. However, there was nothing they could do, and they could only brace themselves to fight. Leave the 3 demon generals to the 2 of us, and they'll immediately become mere decorations. They won't be of any use at all. Donghuang Taixian said with a smile as he blocked the 3 demon generals with Di Batian. Originally, with the 3 of them, the devil race had an absolute advantage. However, this advantage was naturally restricted with the arrival of Di Batian and Donghuang Taixian. They couldn't provide any help to the devil race at all. Dongli Qihuang, Qin Yan, fight with me. Du Xiaofu walked through the boundless flames with the purple gold heavenly palace in his hand. His hair and purple robe fluttered as he pointed at Dongli Qihuang and Qin Yan and shouted loudly. He felt that the great Tao origin energy was surging endlessly, and the 4 primordial laws were moving at the same time. They circulated endlessly, brewing a violent and domineering force that swept towards the 2 opposite him. The surrounding space of flames was greatly affected, and it was as if it had frozen. The terrifying power was directed at the eastern flames Scarlet Phoenix and Qin Yan, making it difficult for them to dodge. Du Xiaofu, since you want to die, we'll send you on your way. Qin Yan's gaze focused as he looked at the violet-robed young man that was charging towards him, and he spoke coldly. The 2 of us have been in the 18 levels of hell for many years, and our strength can't be compared to the past. This time, we'll absolutely not let you escape. Dongli Qihuang's face became savage as he stared at Du Xiaofu, while killing intent surged from his entire body. They'd already recovered their strength to the 3rd level of meditative realm, so they were naturally much stronger than when they fought Du Xiaofu. Both of them had awakened their ancient memories, so their strength recovered naturally. They believed that when they faced Du Xiaofu this time, it would absolutely be impossible for them to be completely suppressed by him, like in the past. No matter how abnormal Du Xiaofu was, no matter how outstanding his natural talent was, and no matter how terrifying his cultivation speed was, he would absolutely be unable to compare to the 2 of them. Why speak so much nonsense? Come and fight. Du Xiaofu shouted coldly, and an extremely dazzling ray of sword light responded to Dongli Qihuang and Qin Yan. This ray of sword light carried a peerlessly sharp aura, and it seemed capable of splitting the heavens and the earth apart as it assaulted them. Kill! When facing such a sword strike, Dongli Qihuang and Qin Yan didn't speak any further, and they instantly moved to meet it head-on. Both of them instantly collided, and a terrifying battle erupted. Presently, Du Xiaofu's strength was already on par with the two of them, and he actually didn't fall into a disadvantaged position when fighting the two of them by himself. Such an outcome was rather surprising to the two devil attendants as well. On the other side, the battle between Di Batian, Dongwang Taixian, and the three devil generals was extremely terrifying as well. The strength of half-step enlightened realm experts was truly world-shaking. The damage seal was struck to the point it became even more damaged, and boundless tongues of flames roared through the surging energy as if they intended to devour everything. It won't be so easy for the demons to retreat so easily. Lu Jingyan, Lu Yuxiao, Lu Ying, Long Ke, Long Su, and at least 200 other meditative realm experts stepped into the air and charged towards the millions of demons. At this time, the other side's meditative realm experts needed to protect a large number of immortals, and they couldn't spare too many people to deal with them. As such, the situation immediately revealed a side that caused the demons to despair. Facing the surprise attack of the 33 heavens and the 3,000 boundless worlds, they were completely in a passive situation. They could only stick together and defend, stubbornly defending their formation. Lu Jingyan and the others' attacks descended, and the rumbling sounds were incessant, all of them attacking the weak points of the demons' formation. Ka ka ka! As time passed, cracks began to appear in many areas of the demons' defense. A few more waves, and the demons will definitely suffer heavy casualties. A powerhouse from the 33 heavens saw this scene and said with a chuckle, as long as they broke through the demons' defense and exposed a large number of immortals to the terrifying hellfire, there would definitely be many casualties. Such an outcome was something the 33 heavens and 3,000 boundless worlds would naturally be happy to see. With such thoughts in mind, everyone attacked with all their might. As expected, under everyone's efforts, that powerful defense with a chila sound was torn open, and at least 100 immortals were swept out and wrapped in terrifying flames. These were no ordinary flames, but were set up by the great god Pangu in ancient times, used to suppress the primordial spirit of the demon ancestor, and it was absolutely terrifying. Even though the power of the seal was greatly reduced, it was still not something normal warriors could touch. After these demons touched the flames, in addition to the 33 heavens powerhouses attacking from the side, over 100 of them were quickly incinerated into piles of ash. Quick, defend with all your might. We can't let them break through our defenses again. A devil in the meditative forgetting realm shouted anxiously. Lu Jingyan and the others' actions were to exhaust the demons' battle strength, and at the same time, the 33 heavens and 3,000 boundless worlds were completely unharmed. For the demons, this was really too much of a loss. There was no need to hesitate. Many meditative realm demons instantly activated the power in their bodies and used all their strength to set up an even stronger defense. It had to be said that these demons were indeed not ordinary. In a situation where their numbers were not inferior to Lu Jingyan and the others, they were actually able to tightly defend the formation. Lu Jingyan and the others' attacks continued to be earth-shattering, but this time it was extremely difficult to shake this kind of defense. It's just a last-ditch struggle. No matter how strong the demon's defense is, there will be a day when it will be broken through. Above, millions of immortals from the 33 heavens and 3,000 boundless worlds, as well as 200 to 300 meditative realm powerhouses, all looked at the situation below with shining eyes. They were extremely happy to see such a situation. The demons were like turtles, and they could only passively take a beating without being able to make any counterattack. In this way, it was absolutely only a matter of time to break through their defense. If this hellfire is all the way, it's only a matter of time before the demons are all wiped out. A powerhouse said. These words caused many people to nod in agreement. Everyone knew very well in their hearts that although the demons were in an absolute state of defense, they could not maintain a complete formation forever. Once Lu Jingyan and the others broke through the defense, it would naturally cause many immortals to die. And if the hellfire was endless, it wouldn't be impossible for it to wipe out the entire demon race. Fortunately, the powerhouses from the 3,000 boundless worlds rushed over in time. Otherwise, at this time, the powerhouses of the 33 heavens would be the ones being beaten passively. Someone from the 33 heavens said with a sigh, "Yes, all of this must have been arranged by the master of the 3,000 boundless worlds. Since he allowed us to enter the 18 levels of hell, he definitely won't let us die in vain." Soon, another person spoke out in such a manner. At this time, everyone from the 33 heavens felt as if they had been given a new lease on life. During the battle with the Blood Ancestor, they had been worried for Du Xiaofu and the other meditative realm powerhouses. In addition, Dongli Qihuang and Chen Yan, together with the 3 demon generals, had appeared, creating an unimaginable pressure on the millions of powerhouses. There was no doubt that if the powerhouses from the 3,000 boundless worlds hadn't appeared in time, most of them would have been killed or injured. Most of them would have died, whether it was the Blood Ancestor or the 3 demon generals. To them, they were monstrously terrifying existences. They were simply not people they could fight against. However, after thinking about it for a moment, it was clear that the powerhouses from the 3,000 boundless worlds had appeared at this critical time because all of this had been arranged by the master of the 3,000 boundless worlds, Lu Xiaoyu. Since he dared to let millions of people from the 33 heavens enter the 18 levels of hell and come into direct contact with the demons, he must have his own confidence. He definitely wouldn't send them to their deaths. That would be worthless. The 13th level of hell is not far away. I hope we can kill more demons here, muttered a powerhouse as he looked at the battle below. Under their gazes, Du Xiaofu, Dongli Qihuang, and Chen Yan, the 2 demon attendants, fought fiercely. All 3 of them were at the 3rd level of the meditative realm. In the past, they were existences that could shake the entire 33 heavens. As they fought in the endless flames of hell, all 3 of them did their best to suppress each other. As they continued to fight, the 2 demon attendants were incomparably astonished. It wasn't until they fought many times that they truly reacted. It turned out that Du Xiaofu was much more terrifying than they'd imagined. He actually hadn't fallen into a disadvantageous position when the 2 of them joined forces. This kid really is abnormal enough. If the 2 of us hadn't joined forces, I'm afraid it would really be difficult for us to defeat him. Chen Yan gritted his teeth and fought Du Xiaofu with all his might as he spoke hatefully. He really couldn't imagine how Du Xiaofu's strength could break through so quickly. It was simply unbelievable. If I'd known earlier that he would be like this, I would have asked my lord to directly suppress him when he entered the 33 heavens. It wouldn't have caused so much trouble now. Dongli Qihuang also felt the roots of his teeth itch. It could be said that he hated Du Xiaofu to the bone. Du Xiaofu's strength had grown too quickly, completely beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. Even if Dongli Qihuang and Chen Yan were powerhouses from ancient times, they still found it hard to imagine. They had boundless regret in their hearts. Why didn't they give this kid a final blow when the great calamity of the devil religion in Shan Wu world ended and directly cut off his chance of rebirth? Or they could have killed him early after he entered the 33 heavens. That way, he wouldn't have become a huge problem for the devil race today. However, this wasn't the most important thing. What worried Dongli Qihuang and Chen Yan the most was that once Du Xiaofu grew to the ultimate land, he would be an unimaginable threat to the devil ancestor. Kill! Du Xiaofu didn't care about what the 2 of them were thinking. He shouted sternly and slashed repeatedly with the broadsword in his hand. Terrifying sword rays pierced through the heavens and the earth, and one after another, they attacked the other party. On the other side, Di Batian and Donghuang Taixian joined forces to fight the 3 devil generals. Although they couldn't quickly suppress the 3 devil generals, the 2 of them were exceedingly powerful and definitely had the upper hand. Meanwhile, Lu Jingyan, Lu Yushao, Lu Ying, Long Ke, Long Su, and the other powerhouses of the Oblivion Realm tore a hole in the Devil Race's defense after their relentless attacks. Die for me! Taking advantage of this opportunity, a powerhouse of the second level of the Oblivion Realm roared and slashed a ferocious sword ray into the Devil Race's crowd through the hole. Suddenly a series of shrill cries rang out. Blood and flesh flew everywhere as a large number of Devil Race members were killed. How could an Undying Realm powerhouse resist the attack of Oblivion Realm powerhouse? There were even more people who didn't even have the time to scream before they died in a formless manner. Quick, reinforce the defense. Some Oblivion Realm powerhouses of the Devil Race cried out in shock. They rushed madly to the hole in the Devil Race's defense and reformed the powerful defense. They didn't dare to relax at all. If they weren't careful, a large number of powerhouses would die. The Oblivion Realm powerhouse's attack just now had killed thousands of Undying Realm powerhouses. Continue to attack. I'd like to see how long these Devil Race members can hold on. A Oblivion Realm powerhouse from the 3,000 boundless worlds shouted coldly as he pointed at the Devil Race's defense formation. To them, they didn't feel any pressure at all. However, the Devil Race had to maintain their full strength at all times. This was also a huge drain on their strength. As long as they could break through the Devil Race's defense again and again, the battle would definitely be fruitful. We have to hold on. As long as we break through this seal and enter the 13th layer of hell, it'll be much easier, an expert from the demon race said. Passing through the flames of hell had become a huge challenge to them. It brought them endless pressure. Everyone felt that the journey had become incomparably long. They all wanted to enter the 13th layer of hell as soon as possible. And if they went down a few more layers, they would receive strong reinforcements from the Devil Race. Only then would they have a real battle with the Devil Race. It was under such circumstances that the Devil Race, 3,000 boundless worlds, and 33 skies all went down together. After 2 more rounds of defense, the Devil Race finally broke through the boundless flames of hell and entered the 13th layer of hell. Chapter 2930. With the arrival of nearly 10 million experts, the 13th level of hell also welcomed a huge commotion. The power of many experts intertwined together, like a meteorite falling from the sky, tearing apart the heavens and splitting the earth. In that instant, the people of Demon Clan were like drowning people grabbing onto a life-saving straw. As they hurriedly took a few breaths of air, Lu Jingyan, Lu Yushao, Long Ke, Long Su, and the other experts continued to attack them, causing these Demon Clan to be under immense pressure. They could die at any time. When they entered the 13th level of hell, they finally recovered and lost all thoughts of fighting back. Du Xiaofu, one day, I will make you die without a burial ground. After Dongli Qihuang and Shen Yan exchanged a blow with Du Xiaofu, they instantly retreated and flew into the distance. In addition, the Blood God Demon General, Ming Luo Demon General, and Desolate Fiend Demon General also shook off Di Batian and Dongwang Taishan and led millions of Demon Clanests to quickly escape. Right now, the 33 heavens and the 3,000 boundless world were too powerful and ferocious. They did not dare to fight and escape, as this would only cause the other party to attack even more ferociously. It was obvious that with such a huge disparity in strength, the ones who would suffer in the end would definitely be the Demon Clan. If you have the ability, then just come at me. What are you running for? Facing the words of the 2 great demon attendants, Du Xiaofu could not help but sneer, and replied as such. He was very clear about what the 2 of them were thinking. They were just spouting nonsense. At most, they would wait for the reinforcements of the Demon Clan to arrive, and then fight against the many experts on his side. However, Du Xiaofu was not afraid of this. Since he had to make a trip to the 18th level of hell, he had to at least make a big fuss and let the Demon Clan suffer. Humph! Hearing Du Xiaofu's words, Dongli Qihuang coldly snorted and did not say anything else. Kill! We can't let the demon clan escape so easily. The powerhouses of the 33 heavens and 3,000 boundless worlds were all overjoyed. Countless people roared out loud as they raised their swords and sabers and charged forwards. However, unlike in the 12th layer of hell, this time the devil race did not dare to stop and deal with them. The attacks of Lu Jingyan and the others in the Broken Seal made many people's hearts turn cold. Under such circumstances, the nearly 10 million people continued to charge towards the entrance of the 14th layer of hell. However, Du Xiaofu, Lu Jingyan, Di Batian, Donghuang Taishan, and the others clearly wouldn't let the devils escape so easily. Their half-step Tao realm and meditative realm experts unleashed their full strength and slaughtered a large number of sempiternal realm experts along the way. When they saw such losses, Dongli Chihuang, Chen Yan, and the 3 demon generals felt powerless because they were utterly unable to stop all of this. When the entrance to the 14th level of hell was in sight, Du Xiaofu, Lu Jingyan, Dragonfault, and the others who were charging forward suddenly froze and looked at each other. Under their senses, the feeling that appeared in the previous levels of hell surfaced once again. There's also an expert hibernating in this level. Du Xiaofu's heart became solemn once again. This feeling that had suddenly appeared was not unfamiliar. It was as if there was some kind of terrifying existence in the dark, and the faint fluctuations that were emitted caused the hearts of meditative forgetfulness experts like them to palpitate. Unknowingly, that heartbeat and breathing sound resonated with everyone, causing them to panic for no reason. This was definitely not an ability that an ordinary expert could possess. Naturally, it attracted the attention of Du Xiaofu and the others. Martial Ancestor, are you able to find out who the expert hiding in the dark is? Lu Jingyan tilted his head and looked at Di Batian as he voiced his thoughts. He felt that all of this wouldn't escape Di Batian and Donghuang Taishuan's detection. Half-step Tao realm experts were definitely more sensitive to the structure of the 18th level of hell than meditative realm experts. Therefore, Lu Jingyan hoped that Di Batian and Donghuang Taishan could answer their questions. Upon hearing Lu Jingyan's question, the other Forgotten Realm experts turned to look at the 2 top experts from the 3,000 boundless worlds. Seal, the life that you've sensed is real, but it's bound by a terrifying seal and can't move at all. Di Batian didn't hide anything and said directly, Seal. However, such words caused the crowd to become even more puzzled. That's right. Di Batian nodded and said, That's right. Every level of hell is a boundless prison, and it's shrouded by the most terrifying seal in the world. Although the demon ancestor has broken through these seals time and time again to enter the 18th level of hell and find his scattered primordial spirit, the other places are still intact and continue to function as seals. The life force that you've sensed is in such a seal. When he said that, everyone understood what was going on. It turned out that the 18th level of hell was sealed from the inside to the outside, covering almost every part of it. It made sense. If one wanted to seal someone as powerful as the demon ancestor, if there were any loopholes, he could easily escape. The great god Pango must have thought of this in the ancient times, and naturally wouldn't have allowed such a thing to happen so easily. Du Xiaofu also understood that in recent years, the boundless starfield outside the 18th level of hell was almost exhausted, which led to the demon ancestor's primordial spirit breaking through the seal of the first level of hell and breaking into the 33 heavens. He then became a demon god and wreaked havoc in the divine martial world. Since there are people that have been sealed, Senior, could you possibly know the identities of those sealed people? Are they experts of the demon clan? Du Xiaofu looked up and looked at Di Batian and Donghuang Taishan again. Before the experts of the 3,000 sectors arrived, they had sensed the existence of these life forms in the 5th, 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th levels of hell. Now, the same thing had happened in the 13th level of hell, and everyone couldn't help but be curious. Du Xiaofu and the others wanted to know the origins of these sealed people and why they were still sealed. If they were people of the demon clan, could the demon ancestor not have saved them all along the way? From what I see, these people are probably not experts of the demon clan. Dong Huang Taixian thought for a while and said such a sentence. As if he felt that this deduction was not particularly certain, he immediately added, "It's just that I can't really determine their origins. The only thing I can be sure of is that the strength of these experts in the seal is probably above the two of us." As Dong Huang Taixian spoke, he gave Di Batian a look, and the other party nodded. Obviously, Di Batian had the same feeling. Such a result really made Du Xiaofu and the others' hearts tighten fiercely. Earlier, they had inferred that these hidden people were just unwilling to appear and were in a deep sleep. Now it seemed that this was obviously wrong. However, they had also thought that such existences were definitely terrifying. They were most likely in the realm of enlightenment. After Dong Huang Taixian and Di Batian's affirmation, everyone was truly certain. They couldn't help but feel extremely shocked. There are so many realm of enlightenment experts, but we don't know their identities. We can't tell whether they're friends or foes. This is really not a good thing. Du Xiaofu muttered, frowning slightly. If these sealed people were from the demon clan, once they appeared in the future war, they would bring unimaginable trouble to the 33 heavens and the 3,000 universes. Du Xiaofu absolutely believed in Jiangqin's methods. It would be too easy for him to save these people. Perhaps he was just too anxious to fuse with his own primordial spirit and didn't have time to care about these experts. In addition, if the sealed existences were all ancient experts of the 33 heavens, then Du Xiaofu couldn't remain calm. If one day they were confirmed to be such experts, he had to do something to help them reappear in the world and break free from the shackles of the 18 levels of hell. Kid, don't be anxious. Let's take it one step at a time. Everything will be revealed one day. You don't have to worry too much about these things. I'm sure that Kid Xiaoyu must be aware of this as well. Let's just wait and see. Di Batian, who was beside Du Xiaofu, suddenly smiled and patted the purple-robed youth on the shoulder. He thought highly of the young man beside him and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. In the future, he would likely become an existence on the same level as his disciple. When he thought of this, Di Batian couldn't help but sigh. He felt both gratified and envious. If it weren't for some special reasons in the 3,000 universes, their great world would have given birth to more realm of enlightenment experts. Lu Xiaoyu wouldn't have been the only one at the peak after so many years. If that were the case, their upcoming battle with the demon clan would be much easier with the participation of a large number of realm of enlightenment experts. Forget about these things. Let's focus on hunting down the demon clan first. Lu Jingyan muttered to himself for a moment, then raised his gaze and looked ahead. His entire body surged with a terrifying battle intent as he rushed towards the demon clan experts in front of him. The other experts of the 33 heavens and the 3,000 universes didn't say anything else and rushed towards the entrance of the 14th layer of hell. As for the faint fluctuations in the dark, they no longer paid attention to them. Kill! Accompanied by terrifying battle cries, nearly 10 million experts from the demon clan, the 33 heavens, and the 3,000 universes whizzed through the space like a hurricane. Just the power they naturally emitted was enough to destroy a large area of space and turn it into a state of chaos. The demon clan had suffered a lot during this period, being chased and beaten by many experts along the way. The ones who suffered the most were the immortal realm experts. Even though the 2 demon servants, 3 demon generals, and many meditative realm experts fought with all their strength, they still couldn't stop the attacks of the 33 heavens and the 3,000 universes. This was because Du Xiaofu had too many meditative realm experts on his side. After some of them restrained the demon clan experts, the rest could attack without restraint. In such a situation, the demon clan fled all the way, rushing towards the entrance of the 14th layer of hell. Du Xiaofu, Lu Jingyan, Long Kei, Di Batian, Donghuang Taishian, and the other experts led the experts of the 33 heavens and the 3,000 universes in hot pursuit. Terrifying attacks descended like a tsunami, causing the demon clan experts to tremble in fear. Whether it was in the 13th layer of hell or when they entered the broken seal of the 13th layer of hell, it was the same. Du Xiaofu and the others had no intention of letting the demon clan go. They attacked with all their might, causing the demon clan to lose a large number of experts. Kill! The massacre of the experts of the 33 heavens and the 3,000 universes was earth-shattering. Terrifying roars pierced through the clouds, killing everything in their path. In the following period of time, the 14th layer of hell, the 15th layer of hell, and the broken seal between the 14th and 15th layers of hell were all set off a monstrous massacre. At least dozens of years had passed. The demon clan was chased all the way, and at least hundreds of thousands of troops were lost. Just like that, Du Xiaofu and the others killed them bit by bit. The casualties were heavy. However, Dongli Qihuang, Qin Yan, and the 3 demon generals did not dare to stop. The closer they were to the end, the less they had the courage to fight the experts of the 3,000 universes and the 33 heavens. The result of stopping was to die. The aura of the millions of experts from the outside world was like a rainbow, piercing through the sun and moon. Their killing intent was shocking, causing one's scalp to tingle. The experts of the 33 heavens and the 3,000 universes were all excited, almost going crazy. The massacre of the demon clan made them feel incomparably carefree, unprecedented. However, such a scene came to an abrupt end when everyone entered the entrance to the 16th layer of hell. The reinforcements of the demon clan have arrived, and several demon generals have appeared. Next will be the most difficult battle we've had since we entered the 18th level of hell. Du Xiaofu's gaze focused fiercely. At this moment, they were within the boundless flames that led to the 16th layer of hell. Through the raging flames, they could see a large number of experts of the demon clan rushing over ferociously, and they were charging towards them. After a preliminary estimate, the innumerable experts that stretched as far as the eye could see numbered in the millions. Moreover, when Dongli Qihuang, Qin Yan, and the others were added together, it was completely not inferior to the number of experts on Du Xiaofu's side. The most terrifying part was that these experts were led by 3 demon generals, coupled with a large number of meditative realms. Their strength had already surpassed Du Xiaofu's group. These 3 demon generals won't be able to cause much trouble. Don't worry, we still have reinforcements. Di Batian revealed a cold smile as he gazed at the numerous experts of the demon clan that were flying over swiftly from below. Reinforcements. Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows, but he wasn't too surprised. Perhaps the strength of the 3,000 sectors had yet to be fully displayed, so it was reasonable for reinforcements to arrive. However, Du Xiaofu still had some doubts. Di Batian and Donghuang Taishian were the rulers of 2 of the top worlds in the 3,000 sectors, and they had already reached the most terrifying realm. Even if they had reinforcements, could they be stronger than the 3 demon generals who had just joined the battle? However, Du Xiaofu didn't voice out his doubts. Since Di Batian was so confident, he naturally had considerable confidence. Du Xiaofu's eyes flickered as he watched Dongli Qihuang, Qin Yan, the 3 demon generals, and the remaining few million immortal realms of the demon clan converge with the experts of the demon clan who were rushing over quickly. Dongli Qihuang and the others heaved a long sigh of relief. "Let's fight!" Donghuang Taishian suddenly shouted coldly. With a large golden saber in his hand, he directly swooped down to meet the experts of the demon clan. "Fight!" Du Xiaofu also shouted. The purple-gold heavenly palace in his hand vibrated and struck down with unparalleled power. Only meditative forgetfulness experts can fight here. The others can't fight. Once the battle starts, we can't protect everyone. Let's all enter my space. Lu Jingyun stretched out his hand and waved gently. He opened his independent space and put all the immortal realms into it, leaving only a few hundred meditative forgetfulness experts behind. The hell flame was extremely terrifying, and it was a dangerous place for immortal realms. Without the protection of meditative forgetfulness experts, unimaginable casualties were likely to occur. Di Batian, Dongwang Taixian, Du Xiaofu, and Lu Jingyan had to fight the demon clan, so they naturally didn't have much time to take care of everyone. The safest way was to send all of them into the independent space and ensure their safety. Only then could they fight the demon clan with peace of mind. People of the 33 heavens and the 3,000 sectors, what do you think the 18 levels of hell is? Was it his own backyard? How dare you act so presumptuously in the demon clan's territory? The 3 demon generals who had just arrived couldn't help but speak coldly when they saw Di Batian, Donghuang Taixian, and Du Xiaofu charging toward them. The auras of these 3 people were different and extremely terrifying. The first person was surrounded by dense flames that seemed to be able to burn through everything and turn the world into ashes. He released a scorching aura. The second person's limbs were slender, and his elbows and knees were as sharp as blades. 2 thin horns swayed on his head, and his bulging eyes stared fiercely at Du Xiaofu and the others. A pair of oily yellow wings flapped gently, and his appearance was like a locust. The third person looked extremely strange. He merely stood there, yet it was difficult for others to see through him. If one didn't look carefully, it would be very difficult to notice his existence. His entire person was like a ghost, unfathomable and unfathomable. The auras of these 3 demon generals were not any weaker than the Blood God Demon General, Ming Luo Demon General, and Desolation Demon General. Obviously, they had already walked their own Tao. Just by standing in the void, they were enough to affect the rules and order of the great Tao in this area. Crimson Flame Demon General, Fierce Locust Demon General, Duo Yu Demon General. Looking at the 3 demon generals, Lu Jingyun's eyes flashed as he murmured. He had some understanding of the many demon generals in the primordial era. He could determine their identities from their bodies and appearances. Leave the 6 demon generals to the 2 of us. Once the reinforcements arrive, the demon clan will not be able to stop us. Di Batian shouted. His domineering aura spread out and shook the void. His 10 fingers intertwined rapidly, forming hand seals one after another. Finally, they merged into one and turned into a terrifying swastika that attacked fiercely. Kill! Donghuang Taixian raised his saber and slashed down. Donghuang Taishuan's saber was so domineering that it seemed to be able to split the heavens and earth. It pierced through everything in its path and instantly reached the Blood God Demon General, Ming Luo Demon General, and Desolation Demon General. His attack was actually aimed at the 3 of them at the same time. Such an action made the 3 demon generals laugh coldly. Although the 3 of us have yet to recover from our injuries, we cannot be underestimated. Do you really think that you are still in the Tao Carrier realm at your peak and can fight the 3 of us head-on? The Blood God Demon General said in a chilling voice. Scarlet blood dripped from all over his body, making him look extremely terrifying. Since you want to die, we will fulfill your wish first. Ming Luo Demon General said in a deep voice as he looked at Donghuang Taixian. Kill these 2 old fellows first. We will kill the rest later. The Desolation Demon General swung his giant axe, splitting the heavens and earth as he slashed down with all his might. In an instant, a terrifying battle broke out between the 3 demon generals and Donghuang Taixian. Both sides unleashed their full strength and used everything they had to kill each other with their sabers. On the other side, Di Batian was also fighting with the 3 demon generals who had just arrived. His heaven-shaking and earth-shattering handprints slammed down ferociously as he fought with the 3 demon generals. Obviously, the Crimson Flame Demon General, Fierce Locust Demon General, and Duo Yu Demon General had the same plan as the other 3 demon generals. They all wanted to kill Batian first. As the two strongest people in the 3,000 sectors and the 33 heavens, once they were defeated, it would be as easy as the autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves to deal with Du Xiaofu, Lu Jingyan, and the others. Most importantly, if the three demon generals joined forces, it would not be difficult for them to deal with Batian and Donghuang Taixian. It was for this reason that the demon race's plan was so straightforward and simple. The facts were exactly like this. Even though Donghuang Taixian and Batian were strong, they were only able to suppress the three demon generals when they joined forces. Now that they were facing the three demon generals on their own, they immediately fell into a disadvantageous position and were unable to match them. However, the two of them seemed to be fearless. They only cared about fighting with all their strength and were not anxious for their own safety at all. They just tightly restrained the 6 formidable demon generals. Dongli Qihuang, Qin Yan, let's fight! At this moment, Du Xiaofu had already arrived with the heavenly palace of violet gold in hand. He stood on boundless flames, while his entire body's vital energy shook and his violet robe fluttered. He pointed his sword at the 2 demon attendants and shouted loudly, Du Xiaofu, let's see how you can escape this time. Dongli Qihuang and Chen Yan exchanged glances and spoke fiercely. With the addition of numerous experts from the demon race, they quickly stabilized the situation and occupied the absolute upper hand against the 6 demon generals. In this way, how could the 2 demon attendants be afraid of Du Xiaofu any longer? They held in unison before their figures suddenly soared into the sky and charged towards Du Xiaofu. At the same time, the vital energy on Dongli Qihuang's body suddenly expanded. Boundless scarlet red light shot out explosively and pierced through space, causing him to seem like an enormous blood-red sun that emanated dazzling blood-red light. A terrifying force shook amidst this, and it swept towards Du Xiaofu with overwhelming force. For a time, terrifying pressure surged, causing Du Xiaofu's charging figure to suddenly stop, and it was as if he'd suddenly collided into water. On the other side, Qin Yan had already moved as well. Pitch-black, devilish qi flowed out from his body, and strands after strands of it seemed like a great river or like a black dragon were connected from his body. These strands of devilish qi were like tentacles that danced about madly, and they assaulted Du Xiaofu successively. Needless to say, Qin Yan and the Eastern Flame Crimson Phoenix's current strengths were absolutely terrifying. They really were at the 3rd level of meditative oblivion, and the strength they were able to utilize was extremely powerful. It couldn't be compared to when they were at the Fiend God battle domain. Even if Du Xiaofu's strength had risen greatly now, he had no choice but to converge his full strength when facing their joint forces. Divine lightning cauldrons, move! Du Xiaofu didn't dare dally at all, and he directly summoned the 9 divine lightning cauldrons and struck them towards Chen Yan. The 9 cauldrons crushed through space and rumbled, causing the heavens and the earth to tremble. Everywhere they passed, everything was transformed into chaos. Along with the improvement of Du Xiaofu's strength, the 9 violet lightning cauldrons were able to exert even stronger might in his hands. As expected of treasures refined by his senior brother, Lu Xiaoyu, they were still extremely terrifying even in the hands of Du Xiaofu, who was comparable to a cultivator at the 3rd level of meditative oblivion. The 9 cauldrons drew out numerous perfectly straight lines that dragged monstrous violet lightning behind them, and they collided with Chen Yan's tentacles over and over again. Vast rumbling pierced through the air and resounded incessantly. Myriad swords slash. At the same time, Du Xiaofu let out a long howl as he suddenly raised the broadsword in his hand and slashed down forcefully towards Dongli Qihuang. The blood-red sun that Dongli Qihuang had transformed into emanated boundless pressure, and it caused Du Xiaofu's heart to palpitate slightly. He didn't even give it any thought before he executed a terrifying sword light with the intention of destroying Chen Yan's attack. Rumble, The boundless blood-red sun that Dongli Chihuang had transformed into surged and pressed down madly, while emanating monstrous, might that caused the heavens and the earth to collapse. And it caused the terrifying flames in the surroundings to be swept away. Under such circumstances, the blood-red sun and Du Xiaofu's sword light instantly collided. Both of them were boundlessly terrifying. Two completely different types of energy collided and crushed with each other, causing terrifying explosions to resound. The sword light shook the world while the blood-red sun dominated the sky. Both of them madly consumed and crushed each other, causing numerous markings of the Grand Tao to shoot towards the surroundings, while boundless energy shot out violently. In the end, more than half of Dongli Chihuang's attack was dispersed, while Du Xiaofu's sword light was dispersed as well, and only shattered energy that covered the sky whistled ferociously as it swept towards the surroundings. At another direction, the 9 violet lightning cauldrons pressed down upon space. Everywhere they passed, everything was crushed into a state of chaos, causing numerous strange traces of chaos to appear, and it was like ink that painted the sky. Du Xiaofu controlled the movements of the 9 cauldrons tightly and blocked Qin Yan's attacks time and time again. Kill. After exchanging blows with Dongli Chihuang, Du Xiaofu stabilized himself as he retreated. His eyes emitted a cold light as he raised the broadsword in his hand and charged out once again, madly attacking with all his might. Facing 2 great demon generals at the same time, he didn't let his guard down at all and gave it his all. The power of the 4 primordial laws shook violently and intertwined with each other. Endless Grand Tao origins surged and spread throughout the heavens and earth, causing one to tremble in fear. I'd better finish off the 2 of you as soon as possible. While fighting, Du Xiaofu separated a strand of his consciousness to check the situation around him. He realized that the situation wasn't looking too good. In particular, Di Batian and Donghuang Taixian were being suppressed by the 3 great demon generals and were already showing signs of defeat. Chapter 29:31. Di Batian and Donghuang Taixian were powerful, but 2 fists were no match for 4 hands. Moreover, the other side had 6 demon generals, all of whom were powerful cultivators. Because of this, the 33 heavens and the 3,000 sectors were in a dire situation. With the arrival of the demon race's reinforcements, Du Xiaofu and the others were once again in a difficult situation. I can't let the situation go on like this. Du Xiaofu muttered to himself as he observed the situation on the field. Even though his cultivation wasn't enough to compete with the Devil General, he still had to go and help a little. He thought of the method he used to deal with the blood ancestor. If he combined the strength of many meditative forgetfulness experts, he might be able to stop a demon general and reduce the pressure on Di Batian and Donghuang Taixian. It should be noted that Du Xiaofu's strength had improved a lot compared to before, so he could withstand more energy. Once he made use of the 8 trigrams, the power of many meditative forgetfulness experts might be able to stop a demon general who had not yet recovered from his injuries. Thinking of this, Du Xiaofu made a decision. He had to suppress Dongli Chihuang and Shen Yan as soon as possible. Only then would he have a chance to share some of the pressure on Di Batian and Donghuang Taixian. Du Xiaofu, let's see how you're going to escape today. Dongli Chihuang and Shen Yan also saw the situation, and they involuntarily revealed a cold smile as they spoke in such a manner. In fact, they were greatly shocked. Du Xiaofu's strength had once again refreshed their understanding of him. This guy's cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds. It was unimaginable. No matter if it was Dongli Crimson Phoenix or Chanyan, they were clearly aware in their hearts that if they fought Du Xiaofu in a one-on-one battle, then they would probably still be easily crushed. However, this was not important. Once either Di Batian or Donghuang Taixian was defeated, 1 or 2 demon generals would be free to kill Du Xiaofu immediately. This guy would not be able to cause any trouble. However, Du Xiaofu did not seem to have any intention of responding to the two demon attendants' sarcastic words. He just rolled his eyes at them and said softly, "Losers!" These words caused Eastern Flame, Crimson Phoenix, and Shen Yen to choke, and their faces flushed red and turned purple before turning into the color of pig liver. Thousands of years ago, they were unattainable existences in front of Du Xiaofu. Even if the two demon attendants' strengths had advanced by leaps and bounds because they'd awakened their ancient memories, they were still losers when compared to Du Xiaofu, and they were like complete and utter pieces of trash. As existences that were renowned for their ferocity during the ancient times and caused countless living beings in the 33 heavens to tremble. How could the two demon attendants endure such humiliation? They were even more determined in their hearts that they would definitely kill Du Xiaofu today. At the same time, they would eliminate an enormous calamity for the devil race and eliminate the hatred in their hearts. Du Xiaofu, you must die today. Shen Yen shouted explosively and shouted loudly when facing Du Xiaofu's ridicule. The energy in his entire body shot out madly, while monstrous, devilish qi surged through space and surged madly towards the 9 divine lightning cauldrons in the surroundings. Clang! 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 The 9 cauldrons suffered an enormous impact and emanated a vast sound. The heavens and the earth shook as they were blasted, flying over and over again. On the other hand, Shen Yen relied on this opening to approach Du Xiaofu step by step with the intention of dealing a terrifying blow to Du Xiaofu. On the other side, Dongli Qihuang had a similar tacit understanding. His entire body was enveloped in a terrifying blood-red radiance as he attacked Du Xiaofu over and over again. Terrifying and ferocious attacks whistled through the sky. Azure spirit armor. When he saw the two of them attacking with all their strength, Du Xiaofu didn't dally and immediately shouted loudly. A resounding dragon roar emanated from his throat, and it caused the souls of others to tremble and sway. Awu! Along with the roar of a dragon, an immeasurable amount of green dragon materialized. It curled up in the air and twisted its body crazily. It swept across and destroyed everything in its path. The dragon's tail rose into the sky and fiercely whipped onto the blood-red radiance outside Dongli Qihuang's body. Rumble! An enormous bang resounded through the heavens and the earth, causing the hellfire in the surroundings to emit terrifying howls as it swept back like tidewater and was repelled extremely far away. Qila! Under Du Xiaofu's dragon tail, pieces of dragon scales flew off as his flesh and blood exploded, revealing ghastly bone stubble. On the other hand, the Eastern Flame Crimson Phoenix's figure was blasted flying, and it drew out a perfectly straight line as it smashed fiercely into the blazing flames of hell before being swallowed up. Such an attack caused Du Xiaofu to suffer a certain degree of injury, but under the effect of the indestructible Xian body, the flesh and blood on the dragon's tail that had exploded squirmed little by little and was constantly recovering. He glanced in the direction where Dongli Qihuang had disappeared. Seeing that the other party didn't appear in time, he couldn't help but turn his gaze to Shen Yen. Du Xiaofu knew that Dongli Qihuang should have suffered some injuries under the impact just now, but it would definitely not affect his continued battle. Kill! Du Xiaofu no longer paid attention to Dongli Qihuang's movements and charged toward Shen Yen. His dragon body suddenly moved, and he disappeared from where he was, launching another round of crazy sweeps. However, it was clear that Shen Yen didn't intend to fight Du Xiaofu head-on. The demonic aura around him surged like waves as he constantly dodged Du Xiaofu's attacks. Boom, 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 boom. Under Du Xiaofu's control, the 9 violet lightning profound cauldrons crushed the boundless space, while dragging numerous strands of violet gold divine lightning as they attacked madly. They ceaselessly assaulted Shen Yen from 9 directions at the same time and obstructed his path of retreat. His goal was very simple: to force Shen Yen into a corner and force him to fight. Du Xiaofu didn't want to drag this on at all. Only by getting rid of these two great demon attendants early could he have a chance to help Di Batian and Dong Huang Taixian kill. Shen Yan snorted in the face of Du Xiaofu's relentless attacks. His expression didn't change, and the demonic aura around him surged again, condensing into a huge pitch-black spear. The spear was cold and eerie, and an incomparable murderous aura flowed on it, blooming with the aura of death. A strong aura of death emanated from the spear, containing an incomparably terrifying power that made one's heart tremble. If an immortal realm expert faced such a spear, he would probably be killed on the spot and die an unnatural death just from the terrifying aura it carried. Such a terrifying weapon attacked as soon as it appeared, instantly breaking through layers of void and arriving in front of Du Xiaofu in an instant. There's a huge gap between the cultivation of the third stage of meditative oblivion. Dongli Qihuang is hiding. You dare to fight me head-on by yourself? These words came out of Du Xiaofu's mouth. His dragon eyes shone with dazzling light. At the same time, a terrifying shout resounded from his mouth, and then the four primordial laws moved simultaneously and started circulating madly. The surrounding space was directly filled up by the boundless quintessence energy of the laws, and accompanying it was an extremely terrifying quintessence of the Grand Tao that surged through the sky. Oem, 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 oem. After that, an overbearing and terrifying pressure descended, and it instantly pressed down upon the soul like a mountain. The energy of the four primordial laws ceaselessly fused together under Du Xiaofu's control, and it formed a terrifying divine disk that emanated a heavy aura. It instantly left Du Xiaofu's body and blasted ferociously towards Shen Yan's spear. Rumble. The divine disk was extremely terrifying. It was like the heaviest thing in the world, and it was like a firm barrier that directly blocked Shen Yan's attack. Squeak, squeak. A wave of sounds that caused one's scalp to go numb resounded. As the divine disk ceaselessly moved forward, the spear collapsed inch by inch and transformed into monstrous, devilish qi, and then it was crushed into nothingness by the energy emanated by the divine disk. As he gazed at Du Xiaofu's ferocious attack, Shen Yan's pupils couldn't help but constrict fiercely. Chen Shi's strength was too formidable, and Chen Shi's spear was crushed with a single strike. However, the divine disk that emanated bright light hadn't been completely exhausted, and it still emanated an extremely terrifying force that continued to crush down towards him. Humph. Shen Yan grunted coldly as he gazed at the scene before him, and then his arms danced in a crisscross pattern. A large amount of devilish qi was combined and transformed by him, and it finally transformed into a shield of light that stood before him to greet the divine disk's attack. Rumble. An enormous bang that shook the heavens and the earth resounded. The remaining might of Du Xiaofu's divine disk was still terrifying, and it collided fiercely with the pitch-black shield of light before Shen Yan. Two completely different forces crushed and destroyed each other, and they fluttered about while numerous strands of the laws and Grand Tao markings interweaved with each other and swallowed everything. The area before Shen Yan had completely transformed into an expanse of chaos, and it was an extremely terrifying scene. Huff! After he resisted Du Xiaofu's attack, Shen Yan didn't suffer much of a shock, and Du Xiaofu's attack didn't descend onto him. This caused him to feel slightly fortunate in his heart, and it caused him to laugh coldly as well. Du Xiaofu wasn't an ancient expert in the end. No matter how swift his cultivation was, it required a long process. No matter how swift Du Xiaofu's growth was, it was impossible for Du Xiaofu to crush Shen Yan. However, this thought had just arisen in Shen Yan's mind when his brows suddenly knit together tightly, and he felt as if his scalp was about to split open. You want to retreat? It won't be so easy. Du Xiaofu had suddenly arrived by Shen Yan's side. A strand of sword light lit up around the terrifying azure dragon, and then the markings of the Grand Tao shot towards the surroundings and caused space to tremble. Such a strand of sword light caused Shen Yan's scalp to go numb. It wasn't that he hadn't witnessed Du Xiaofu's ability, and it could be said that he and Dongli Qihuang were the earliest people to witness Du Xiaofu's ability. Yes, such a strand of sword light was precisely the terrifying ability Du Xiaofu had comprehended himself. Quintessence Sky Splitter. No matter if it was the quintessence of the laws or the quintessence of the Grand Tao, both of them were capable of condensing into such a terrifying sword strike. On the other hand, Du Xiaofu had grasped 4 great primeval laws at the same time. Now that he was able to stimulate the quintessence of the Grand Tao, the might of this sword strike formed from it was countless times stronger than before. As he watched this sword strike assault him, Xinyan's scalp couldn't help but go numb. He didn't even hesitate to gather a large amount of devilish qi once more, and he continued to form a terrifying shield of light that stood before him with the intention of blocking this strike. Shen Yan was very clearly aware in his heart that if he was struck by Du Xiaofu's attack, then he would probably be heavily injured, even if he survived. A terrifying howl resounded from Shen Yan's mouth. He'd exerted all his strength to defend himself, and he merely hoped to block off such a terrifying attack from Du Xiaofu. Devilish qi shot out from Shen Yan's body, and it swiftly formed a tight defense. The shield of light was pitch black and suffused with a glow that seemed material, and it contained the quintessence of the laws and the quintessence of the Grand Tao. On the other hand, right when he'd finished preparing all of this, Du Xiaofu's quintessence, Sky Splitter, had arrived. The sword light was brilliant like a collapsing pillar of the heavens, and it pierced through everything in its path. Everything it encountered was transformed into chaos. At the instant it arrived before Xinyan, the terrifying defensive shield of light could be seen disintegrating swiftly while energy shot out. Du Xiaofu's quintessence Sky Splitter was like a hot knife through butter, and it instantly broke through layer after layer of Xinyan's defenses. All the devilish qi was slashed apart, and it was truly like it was made of mud and couldn't withstand a single blow. Woo! During this entire process, Xinyan let out numerous, muffled groans. Obviously, he'd suffered an extremely great shock. As he retreated, he aroused the energy within his body and set up layer after layer of defenses once more, and he ceaselessly exhausted the energy of Du Xiaofu's sword light. However, this sword strike of Du Xiaofu's was really too terrifying, and it was easier said than done to completely negate it. Dense beads of sweat appeared on Shen Yan's forehead and ceaselessly dripped down. How could he not be on guard when facing the threat of death? Boundless devilish energy surged out from within his body like a floodgate being opened. At this moment, Shen Yan was simply risking his life to defend. However, all his efforts were in vain. The sword light eroded layer after layer of defenses and still struck his body in the end. Swish! Shen Yan's body was suddenly slashed apart, and it split into 2 from the middle. Devilish blood sprayed through the air, and it emanated pitch-black flames that incinerated space. Kill! Du Xiaofu shouted coldly, while his dragon eyes emanated a terrifying glow. Suddenly, the violet gold heavenly tower had appeared in one of his dragon claws, and it emanated a terrifying force. As he looked at Shen Yan's situation, Du Xiaofu knew in his heart that it was impossible for Xinyan to die so easily. If he wanted to annihilate Xinyan, then he would at least have to make another strike. However, right when Du Xiaofu was about to raise his sword and fight again, he suddenly turned his head while his pupils constricted rapidly. Roar! Amidst waves of dragon roars, the enormous azure dragon's body rolled through space. At the same time, a sword light slashed out. Boom! Another enormous bang resounded. Amidst the dazzling sword light, it blocked off a baleful blood saber that assaulted him, and they slashed each other apart. After that, he saw Dongli Qihuang's figure charge out from space, and his gaze was extremely piercingly cold as he charged towards Du Xiaofu once more. I was on guard against you since a long time ago. When he saw Dongli Qihuang appear, Du Xiaofu grunted coldly and spoke like this. Since Dongli Qi Huang disappeared and didn't appear for a long time, Du Xiaofu had already guessed his intentions, and it was indeed so. When he attacked Xin Yan with his sword, Xin Yan had already prepared a terrifying attack with the intention of launching a sneak attack. However, how could Du Xiaofu let him succeed so easily? When Dongli Qi Huang attacked, he'd already sensed Xin Yan's movements and instantly took measures to intercept him. Du Xiaofu, I'll cut you into pieces. Dongli Qi Huang's gaze was extremely deep and suffused with extreme coldness. Never had he imagined that Du Xiaofu would actually be so terrifying. He'd been on guard against Du Xiaofu since a long time ago, and Du Xiaofu had successfully blocked his attack. Such a situation caused Dongli Qi Huang to be extremely vexed. Not only did his attack fail, Xin Yan even suffered an enormous injury because of it. So why isn't Dongli Qi Huang in a hurry to flare up? You don't have the ability to do that. Du Xiaofu grunted coldly, and then he instantly struck out with his dragon claw. It tore the heavens and the earth apart, and it ferociously collided with Dongli Qi Huang's palm strike. The East mythical Scarlet Phoenix rapidly retreated, and Du Xiaofu was also continuously retreating in the void. PFFF. However, in terms of strength, Du Xiaofu was obviously stronger than Dongli Qi Huang, and he struck Dongli Qi Huang to the point blood sprayed from his mouth. How are you? Dongli Qi Huang descended to Xin Yan's side, and then he glanced at Xin Yan and asked. At this moment, Xin Yan's condition was extremely bad. The two halves of his body that were slashed apart were slowly closing up, yet blood was still flowing from the wound. Moreover, his entire body had a completely straight line from top to bottom, and hadn't truly healed. Ah! Miserable howls frequently resounded from Xin Yan's mouth, and it was accompanied by enormous pain that assaulted his entire body. Du Xiaofu's quintessence, Sky Split, wasn't an ordinary attack, and it contained a peerlessly vast quintessence of the laws and grand Tao. In Xin Yan's opinion, he controlled the primordial laws of matter and soul, so the energy within them could be easily eliminated. However, the spatial laws and temporal laws were the true source of harm to him. As an existence at the void Tao, the strength Du Xiaofu possessed was naturally not something an ordinary person could go against. However, Xin Yan wasn't an ordinary person as well. It was absolutely not easy for an expert at the third level of meditative oblivion to kill him. Moreover, so long as he was given sufficient time, it wouldn't be difficult for him to recover to his peak state. I told you, both of you were just defeated by me. Since I was able to let both of you off and spare your lives in the past, I naturally have the ability to take it back. As he gazed at Dongli Qi Huang and Xin Yan, Du Xiaofu spoke these words. He'd once had the opportunity to thoroughly kill these two demon attendants. The clearest memory he had of it was on his way back to the desolate country from divine martial world's ancient desolation continent. However, at the critical moment, Jiangqin had suddenly appeared to plead for leniency. At the time, Du Xiaofu had spared Dongli Qi Huang and Xin Yan precisely because of his friendship with Jiangqin. However, Du Xiaofu didn't regret it because of this. Back then, he'd never imagined that things would develop to this point. At the same time, he had sufficient confidence in his own strength. Du Xiaofu even felt that Dongli Qi Huang and Xin Yan were nothing more than clowns who wouldn't play a critical role in the true demon war. If it weren't for their identities as demon attendants, they wouldn't have caused such great panic in the 33 heavens at all. Chapter 2932. When they heard Du Xiaofu's words, Dongli Qi Huang and Xin Yan's faces were livid and unsightly to the extreme. Especially Xin Yan, who was enduring extreme pain, and at this moment he hated Du Xiaofu to the bone. Unfortunately, he was too weak and was no match for him at all. I can't delay any longer. Du Xiaofu finally glanced at Di Batian and Dong Huang Taishuan's situation and thought to himself. Under the suppression of the 6 great demon generals, the 2 terrifying experts were being beaten down and had already suffered heavy injuries. Obviously, as time continued to pass, the 33 heavens and the 3,000 universes would be in a very bad situation. Kill! Du Xiaofu withdrew his gaze and stared at Dongli Qihuang and Shen Yan once more. At this moment, the two demon attendants were injured, especially Shen Yan, whose strength had definitely been reduced by more than half. It was the best time to kill them. However, Du Xiaofu wasn't a stubborn person. He only wanted to make a final attack. Regardless of whether it succeeded or not, he had to withdraw and help Di Batian and Donghuang Taixian. Otherwise, it would be too late once the two experts fell into a desperate situation. Rumble! As soon as Du Xiaofu finished speaking, the azure dragon's body continued to twist. The immeasurable dragon's body was like a long mountain ridge that stretched for thousands of miles, and it pressed down on the void to the point it trembled repeatedly. The pair of dragon claws attacked from left and right, and they grabbed down at Dongli Qihuang and Xin Yan at the same time. It was like a pair of hands of the heavens that carried the power to shatter everything, and it was extremely terrifying. The two demon attendants' expressions became extremely solemn when they saw Du Xiaofu's actions. They didn't dare delay any longer and directly used their own methods to meet the attack. Terrifying energy raged wildly, stirring up boundless winds and clouds, and it swept out in all directions. The terrifying battle continued like the end of the world. The situation in other places was the same. Under the suppression of Lu Jingyin, Lu Yuxiao, Lu Ying, Long Ke, Long Su, and the others, the devil race could not gain too much of an advantage. For the time being, they were evenly matched, and it was hard to tell who was the stronger one. On the other side, the battle between the Blood God Demonic General, Ming Luo Demonic General, Desolation Demonic General, and Donghuang Taixian was especially intense. Every attack carried the overbearing, great Tao force that could kill everything. At this time, Donghuang Taixian had already been severely wounded and could no longer fight the three demon generals head-on. Blood God Demon General ruthlessly struck him in the chest and sent him flying backwards. He smashed through the void, leaving behind a long trail of blood that extended into the void. Senior. Sensing this scene, Du Xiaofu and the others were shocked. Although they had already expected such an outcome, it was still difficult for them to accept it when they were truly faced with such a situation. Donghuang Taixian was very strong, but after all, he had not truly stepped into the path-bearing realm. When facing three injured demon generals at the same time, he was clearly not strong enough. After a long battle, Blood God Demon General took advantage of the moment and sent him flying. Needless to say, he was definitely seriously injured. Keek, half-step path-bearing realm, so what? If it weren't for our strength being damaged, we would also treat you like a chicken or a dog, no different from an ant. Blood God Demon General could not help but laugh coldly when he saw Donghuang Taixian being pushed back and spitting out blood. Kill this old man first, then we'll take care of the others later. Ming Luo Demonic General's eyes shot out a strong murderous aura as he glanced at the experts of the 3,000 sectors and the 33 heavens around him and said, "Today everyone here must die. None of you can leave here alive." Desolation Demonic General's words were chilling. He took the lead and chased after Donghuang Taixian, his demon qi surging madly. It was extremely terrifying. Blood God Demon General and Ming Luo Demonic General no longer hesitated and directly attacked. The three demonic generals had made up their minds. They wanted to kill Donghuang Taixian and then deal with Du Xiaofu, Lu Jingyin, Long Ke, and the others. As long as Donghuang Taixian died, the overall situation here would be set. No one could change the outcome. Looking at the actions of the three demonic generals, Du Xiaofu, Lu Jingyin, and the others' pupils shrank rapidly. They could naturally imagine the terrifying outcome. Didn't they say that more experts from the 3,000 sectors would come? Why is there no movement after so long? A meditative realm old man from the 33 heavens muttered. His eyes glanced at the flames above with some anticipation. Di Batian and Dong Huang Taishan had said this before. They said that more experts from the 3,000 sectors would come and explore the 18 levels of hell with them. However, at such a critical juncture, there were still no reinforcements. This inevitably made people nervous. The true experts from the Lingwu world, Lu family, Flying Spirit sect, and other forces have yet to arrive. If all of them arrive, the situation will be reversed immediately. An expert from the 3,000 Great World said. He understood the situation of the 3,000 sectors better and knew that there were many terrifying existences in the Lingwu world. They were all extremely powerful. The strength of those experts could not be compared to Di Batian and Dong Huang Taishan, but they were definitely not much weaker than experts like Lu Jingyin. Most importantly, the huge number of experts could be a great hindrance to the demonic generals, even if they were to forcefully push forward. However, the situation was urgent. If they did not appear now, everything would be too late. Kill! The 3 demonic generals did not have the same thoughts as the others. They only charged forward without caring about anything. They wanted to stop Dong Huang Taishan and kill him completely. The 3 of them were full of imposing aura. Demonic aura surged and was extremely terrifying. Even though they were far away, Dong Huang Taishuan's body was already locked onto by the biting, cold, murderous aura. That domineering and majestic figure could not move for a moment. Humph! Seeing this, Du Xiaofu suddenly snorted coldly. His dragon body soared into the sky and swept fiercely, causing Dongli Qihuang and Shen Yan to retreat. Then the infinite dragon body flashed in the void and rushed to the other side of the battlefield, joining Lu Jingyin, Lu Yuxiao, Long Ke, Long Su, and the others. Quickly help me stop the 3 demonic generals. Du Xiaofu shouted loudly. At the same time, brilliance spread out from his body and instantly formed a huge 8 trigrams diagram, occupying the void. Let's go! Lu Jingyin and the others did not need to think too much about it. They understood Du Xiaofu's plan. In an instant, all of them left their opponents and rushed into Du Xiaofu's 8 trigrams diagram, occupying 8 directions. Then a powerful force spread out and followed the pattern of the 8 trigrams diagram. It surged and whistled, and all of it entered Du Xiaofu's body. Roar! Du Xiaofu, who was injected with endless power, let out an earth-shaking dragon roar, causing the millions of demonic clan experts in the distance to feel their souls tremble and almost collapse. The huge 8 trigrams diagram released a monstrous radiance, setting off his entire body. He was like a god, like a true dragon descending to the world, dominating the world. Origin Sky, slaying sword, kill. Du Xiaofu did not even think before he used his strongest move at the first moment. A terrifying sword light rose into the sky. It was so terrifying that it seemed to be able to split the sky and the earth. It directly attacked the 3 demonic generals from behind. Not only that, the 9 divine lightning cauldrons, which were originally used to deal with Dongli Qihuang and Shen Yan, whistled through the sky at this moment, crushing layer upon layer of space, and brazenly smashed towards the 3 demonic generals. Stop him! Du Xiaofu's actions made Dongli Qihuang and Shen Yan a little anxious. Di Batian and Dong Huang Taishan were the strongest existences in the 33 heavens and the 3,000 sectors. If either of them lost their combat strength, it would be enough to affect the final outcome. If Du Xiaofu rashly interfered, it would cause a great impact. They only wanted to see Dong Huang Taishan die in the hands of the 3 demonic generals as soon as possible. How could they allow Du Xiaofu to interfere? Under the command of the 2 demon servants, many meditative devil experts of the demonic clan moved instantly. Hundreds of experts attacked together, trying to block Du Xiaofu's attack together, so that the 3 demonic generals could free up their hands to kill Dong Huang Taishan. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! A large amount of demonic qi surged out like raging waves and surged towards Du Xiaofu. However, the young man who had transformed into the Azure Dragon did not even look at such a scene. He continued to attack the three demonic generals with all his might. With the power of Lu Jingyin and the other experts, Du Xiaofu felt that he was unprecedentedly powerful, and his speed was extremely fast. The attacks of the meditative devil realm demonic clan were nothing in his eyes. However, the terrifying sword light of the 9 thunder cauldrons could not be ignored by the 3 demonic generals. At this time, Du Xiaofu's attack was very terrifying. If they ignored it, they would definitely suffer a great loss. We will stop him. You continue to deal with the old man. You must kill him as soon as possible. The Desolation demonic general snorted and said to the Ming Luo demonic general. Then he exchanged a look with the Blood God demonic general. Suddenly, the Blood God demonic general swung the Blood God demonic axe in his hand and blocked Du Xiaofu's origin sky-killing sword. At the same time, the Blood God demonic general also attacked instantly. Boundless and terrifying power surged and collided with the 9 purple thunder cauldrons. The remaining Ming Luo demonic generals did not care and continued to attack Donghuang Taixian. Young man, your skills are not bad. It's a pity that you have encountered us. No matter how fancy your skills are, they are still insignificant. The Desolation demonic general said coldly as he looked at the 8 trigrams formed by Du Xiaofu. He was moved by Du Xiaofu's skills. The combination of the power of hundreds of meditative devil realm experts was definitely not something that an ordinary person could perform. Most importantly, one had to master the 4 primordial laws at the same time to be compatible with the power of different attributes. It was also because of this that when the terrifying sword light slashed down, the Desolation demonic general's face was somewhat serious. He did not dare to treat it lightly. Demonic axe destroys the sky break. The Desolation demonic general roared and slashed out with the giant axe in his hand. As he moved, waves of ferocious and ruthless aura shot out in all directions and condensed on the giant axe in his hand, causing it to instantly expand countless times. It was as if half the sky was held in his hand, and it looked even more terrifying. When the axe collided with Du Xiaofu's sword light, there was a sound of metal clashing. Then the scene fell into a strange silence. The movements of the two seemed to be frozen in mid-air. But this silence didn't last for a moment. Suddenly, with a boom, all the energy exploded in an instant. The terrifying sword light and the Blood God demonic axe exploded at the same time and turned into the most terrifying energy. It was like a vast ocean with monstrous waves that surged fiercely to the surroundings. The figures of Du Xiaofu and the Desolation demonic general were drowned in an instant. It was hard to see them again. On the other side, the Blood God demonic general was much more relaxed. Faced with the attack of the 9 divine thunder cauldrons, a blood-red brilliance surged from his body, forming a huge light screen that enveloped his body. But when the 9 purple lightning cauldrons arrived, the light screen suddenly expanded and instantly became 10,000 times larger. Following that, a monstrous force shot out and hit the 9 cauldrons. Dang, 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 dang. 9 terrifying explosions sounded. The 9 cauldrons were sent flying one by one, drawing a straight line in the air. The purple lightning cauldrons poured out into the void and blasted them extremely far away. Humph! The Blood God demonic general snorted coldly and glanced in the direction of Du Xiaofu and the Desolation demonic general. The 2 of them were swallowed up by the boundless energy and disappeared without a trace. Only clusters of origin runes danced in the air. To the Blood God demonic general, Du Xiaofu was no match for him at all. The 8 trigrams technique was indeed extraordinary. Perhaps it would be particularly impressive against a heavily injured person like the Blood Ancestor, but it was still insufficient to fight against a demon general. Moreover, this was under the circumstances where Du Xiaofu's strength had greatly increased. It's the same if I kill you first. Anyway, no one from the 33 heavens and the 3,000 sectors can escape today. The Blood God demonic general glanced at the two battlefields in the distance. Di Batian was fighting fiercely with the Red Flame demonic general, the fierce Locust demonic general, and the serene demonic general. However, he was also suppressed and had suffered considerable injuries. However, Di Batian had obviously restrained himself after seeing Donghuang Taishuan's situation. He no longer fought against the three demonic generals and only wanted to protect himself and delay the three of them. Because of this, he was at a disadvantage and was suppressed everywhere. He could only defend himself and had no strength to fight back. However, he still did not show any signs of defeat. On the other side, the Ming Luo demonic general was fighting against Donghuang Taishan again, this time without the suppression of the two demonic generals. Donghuang Taishan and the Ming Luo demonic general were evenly matched. The battle was extremely fierce and actually ended in a draw. The blood god demonic general was relieved. For demonic generals like him who had been suppressed for countless years, he had lost too much strength. If he had fought against an expert like Donghuang Taishan alone before, he would have been suppressed. However, now that Donghuang Taishan was also seriously injured, he was on par with a demonic general. Then, let's get rid of this guy first. Today, no one can save you. The blood god demonic general withdrew his gaze and suddenly rushed out. He directly rushed into the boundless energy waves formed by the attack of Du Xiaofu and the desolation demonic general. The bloody figure quickly vanished, vanishing within the terrifying origin runes. On the other hand, the Eastern mythical Scarlet Phoenix, Chen Yan, and many other experts from the devil race suddenly became idle. I wonder if the two demon generals will be able to kill Du Xiaofu's hundreds of people quickly. Dongli Qihuang said softly as he looked at the place covered by the energy storm. They had seen the power of Du Xiaofu's method. Back then, with that method, Du Xiaofu and a group of meditative realm experts had even seriously injured Shuazu. Because of this, Dongli Qihuang was a little uncertain. He did not know if the two demonic generals could quickly take down Du Xiaofu. He just wanted to see Du Xiaofu die as soon as possible so that he could be at ease. Just watch. The living beings of the 33 heavens and the 3,000 sectors will die without a burial place. Chun Yan sneered. After he glanced at the situation in the surroundings, he once again focused his attention on Du Xiaofu's group of three. The current situation was leaning towards the demon clan's side. With the 6 powerful demonic generals, the people of the 33 heavens and the 3,000 sectors were just turtles in a jar. So long as one side had an overwhelming advantage, then the others would have no way to escape. After that, all the members of the demon clan stopped talking and looked at the battlefield with solemn expressions. However, most of their attention was on the battlefield between the blood god demon general, desolate fiend demon general, and Du Xiaofu. Amidst the terrifying energy, a cloud of mist was formed, enveloping a huge area. But at a certain moment, a bright ray of sword light shot out and tore the energy cloud into two. At the same time, a violent murderous aura mixed with a bloody and evil aura spread out. In an instant, the energy cloud was torn into pieces and scattered in all directions. The blood god demon general, desolate fiend demon general, and Du Xiaofu's bodies appeared almost at the same time. Around the azure dragon, Lu Jingyan, Lu Yushao, Lu Ying, Long Kai, Long Su, and hundreds of other meditative forgetfulness experts stood in 8 directions. Dozens of people formed a group, and each occupied a corner of the 8 trigrams diagram. They were still channeling powerful energy into Du Xiaofu's body. In the terrifying attack, just now, their formation did not collapse. They still maintained their unity and continued to attack the 2 demonic generals. Boy, you can't escape death today no matter what. The desolate fiend demon general swung his giant axe and pointed at Du Xiaofu, who was twisting his dragon body, and said, "I've changed my mind. I'll send you on your way first." Of course, that includes them. As he spoke, he glanced at Lu Jingyan and the others who were scattered around the 8 trigrams diagram. As long as Du Xiaofu was defeated, Those meditative forgetfulness experts would naturally be affected by the terrifying impact. A few more attacks would be enough to wipe them all out. Why waste time talking nonsense with this boy? Kill! The blood god demon general said. His bloodied appearance made people's scalps tingle. The aura on his body was extremely terrifying. Covered in blood-red light, he attacked Du Xiaofu. The two demonic generals moved at the same time and closed in on Du Xiaofu. Chapter 29:33. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Du Xiaofu glared at the blood god demonic general and the desolation demonic general. His expression was extremely serious. The pressure that these two demonic generals gave off was too great. Du Xiaofu had never felt so much pressure before. Compared to the time when he fought the Blood Ancestor, the power that Du Xiaofu could control now was even more terrifying and vast. However, these two demonic generals were much stronger than the Blood Ancestor. He had to fight against two of them alone. In the previous battle, he had already suffered quite a bit of shock. Although it was not obvious on the surface, there were hidden injuries inside his body. Kill! Du Xiaofu shouted. The purple-gold heavenly tower in front of him let out a terrifying buzzing sound and shook violently. It surged out a dazzling sword light that stood erect in the void. Du Xiaofu charged forward again. Facing these two demonic generals, he had no other choice. Even if he withdrew and left the 18 levels of hell, the other party would not let him and the others off easily. If he weakened his momentum, he would be chased and attacked. The result would be even worse. Rumble! In this broken seal, a terrifying battle broke out again. Terrifying sword light shot out from Du Xiaofu's location. It was as if the sky and earth were being split open. It was extremely terrifying. These sword light were all produced by Du Xiaofu with all his strength. It was his most powerful technique, the origin source sky murdering sword. At the same time, the 9 purple lightning profound cauldrons also brought along an earth-shaking rumbling sound, crushing the void. With a violent and overbearing intent, they smashed towards the two great demon generals from time to time, like giant moving mountains. You overestimate yourself. The blood god demonic general and the desolation demonic general sneered. They did not care about Du Xiaofu's attack at all. To the two of them, the strength Du Xiaofu displayed right now was completely unable to pose much of a threat to them. The blood-red light on the blood god demon general's body bloomed and formed strange patterns of the great Tao. They swept up into the sky and had the power to erode everything. On the other hand, the desolate demon general swung his giant axe horizontally and vertically. Every strike that landed was as terrifying as the end of the world. Du Xiaofu's attacks were blocked by the two of them again and again. Even though the origin sky slaying sword was extremely powerful, it still could not shake the two of them. On the contrary, Du Xiaofu was tightly suppressed by the two demon generals. The attacks of the two demon generals could take advantage of the situation and cause terrifying damage to Du Xiaofu. After dozens of rounds, the dragon's body that was constantly twisting in the void was already covered in dragon scales. Flesh and blood were all over the place, bones were all over, and blood was dripping everywhere. Du Xiaofu's azure dragon body's dragon head was also cut in half by the blood god demon general's axe. The cut was hideous and terrifying. Kill! However, Du Xiaofu did not care about this at all. He did not spare any extra effort to care about his own injuries. He continued to fight the two demon generals with all his might. Around the 8 trigrams he had constructed, Lu Jingyin and the other meditative experts' faces were extremely pale. Their auras were much weaker than before. It was not because they had consumed too much energy, but because they had suffered an unimaginable shock from the battle between Du Xiaofu and the two demon generals. In terms of the cultivation base of these people, Du Xiaofu's current strength had already reached the pinnacle of the meditative realm. Moreover, the two devil generals were even more extraordinary. The impact of their battle was simply too great. If it were not for the protection of the 8 trigrams, these hundreds of people would have been crushed into ashes. They could not be any more dead. Keek keek. Du Xiaofu is doomed today. No one can save him. Dongli Chihuang watched the situation of the battle from afar, and he couldn't help but laugh coldly. He was extremely happy in his heart. That kid, Du Xiaofu, was utterly unable to resist the suppression of the 2 demon generals, and he'd suffered extremely heavy injuries in merely a few tens of rounds. On the other hand, the 2 demon generals had practically not suffered much of an impact. Du Xiaofu was really like an ant before the 2 of them. Even if he relied on the strength of a few hundred meditative experts, he was still unable to compare with a true Dao Vessel Realm expert. A Dao Vessel Realm expert was an existence that had walked out on his own Dao. They were the strongest experts amongst First Heaven Realm experts. So how could an ordinary person compare to them? It probably wouldn't be long before the 2 demon generals would be able to kill him with ease. If the joint forces of 2 demon generals are unable to kill Du Xiaofu, then they would truly be a disgrace to their reputation. So that kid can't escape today. Qin Yan laughed ghastly as well, and he felt indescribably happy in his heart. Since the beginning, he and Dongli Chihuang had always been defeated by Du Xiaofu, and this caused them to suffer a rather heavy blow. But when he saw the 2 demon generals completely suppress Du Xiaofu with absolute strength today, how could Chen Yan not feel the hatred in his heart be vented? But at the same time, he felt even more bitter in his heart. If Du Xiaofu had used such a method to deal with him and the Eastern mythical Scarlet Phoenix from the beginning, the 2 of them would not have had any strength to fight back and would have been suppressed in an instant. So in the end, Du Xiaofu was still stronger than them, and he seemed to be an existence that they were unable to reach in their lifetimes unless that kid died. Kid, feel free to utilize any other methods you have. Otherwise, you won't have another chance. Desolate Fiend suddenly grunted coldly during the battle, and he spoke like this. He suddenly raised the enormous axe in his hand as if he was holding up a mountain, and a terrifying force converged and shook violently. Under the influence of this force, the surrounding space collapsed and disintegrated successively, turning into chaos, and the scene was incomparably terrifying. When such an axe suddenly chopped down, the entire broken seal shook and endless flames leaped up rapidly before abruptly withdrawing as if they were blown by a gale, and they were on the verge of extinguishing. Clang, 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 clang. On the other side, the blood god demon general sent the 9 purple lightning profound cauldrons flying one by one, and they passed through the boundless void and disappeared. Subsequently, his bloody body stepped out into the air and directly charged towards Du Xiaofu. A terrifying sea of blood flowed out from the blood god demon general's body and spread out in the void. Then, in the blink of an eye, it condensed into a blood-colored light sword that he held in his hand and suddenly stabbed towards Du Xiaofu. The sword light and the axe shadow attacked from 2 different directions at the same time. Du Xiaofu, who was in the middle, felt an unparalleled force supporting his body in an instant, as if he was shackled, and he was tightly bound to the spot, unable to move. A terrifying roar came from his mouth, and it turned into a series of dragon roars that shook the heavens and the earth. Du Xiaofu howled into the sky, trying to break free from the restraint of the 2 demon generals. He squeezed out all the energy in his body and madly circulated it, but it was ineffective. He had exhausted himself to a terrifying extent, and his dragon body was full of holes. Whether it was the immortal Shen body or the blue spirit armor, they were about to collapse. Under the attack of the 2 demon generals, Du Xiaofu felt a sense of despair. Absolute power was too terrifying, and it made him feel extremely powerless. Hurry up and leave the 18 levels of hell. Du Xiaofu roared loudly, and actually stopped the strand of energy that he had painstakingly gathered, and then surged out in the direction of Lu Jingyun and the others. At the same time, the shaky 8 trigrams diagram was also instantly shattered by him, and turned into pieces of runes that shot out. Under the effect of this power, Lu Jingyin, Lu Yushao, Lu Ing, Long Ke, Long Su, and hundreds of meditated experts from the 33 heavens and the 3,000 boundless worlds were all pushed back, and they escaped the range of the attack of the two demon generals. And Du Xiaofu himself completely withstood the attack of the two demon generals. This sudden situation caused many people to be stunned, and for a moment they could not wrap their heads around it. Du Xiaofu, this kid, wants to resist the attack of the two demon generals by himself? But soon, Dongli Qihuang saw through Du Xiaofu's intention. Obviously, the kid knew that he was no match for the two demon generals and had given up on resisting. The only result of doing so was definitely death. He has reached a dead end, and no one can save him anymore. Chen Yin chuckled as he muttered. Both of them stared at Du Xiaofu, wanting to see him die in the end. Uncle Master Du! In the distance, Lu Jingyun and the hundreds of meditated experts immediately understood what had happened after they were pushed back. They quickly steadied themselves and tried their best to suppress the roiling power in their bodies. Then, they looked at Du Xiaofu with shocked eyes. At this moment, endless bitterness surged in everyone's hearts. As the leader of the 33 heavens, Du Xiaofu had led many experts to conquer the 18 levels of hell, and he had left an indelible image in everyone's hearts. When facing the Blood Ancestor, it was he who gathered the power of many experts and repelled that terrifying existence. When fighting with the two demon generals, it was he who stood up. However, in the end, even with the power of millions of experts, he was still no match for the two demon generals. At the last moment, the purple-robed young man chose to face them alone. Even if he knew that he would die, he still wanted everyone to escape. This caused the many powerhouses of the 33 heavens and the 3,000 great worlds to feel pain in their hearts for no reason. Get out of my way. At the same time, in another place, Di Batian also noticed this scene. He roared and formed a series of hand seals. He wanted to force the three demon generals away. Kakik, are you trying to save that kid? Do you really think that the three of us don't exist? The Duo demon general smiled maliciously. His body turned illusory and disappeared in an instant. He then appeared in front of Di Batian and blocked him. The red flame demon general and the fierce locust demon general also moved at the first moment, tightly entangling Di Batian so that he could not help Du Xiaofu. Anger flashed across Di Batian's face. But more than that, he felt helpless. Kid, I'll be the first to send you on your way today. Die. At this time, the blood god demon general's blood-red light sword and the desolate demon general's terrifying giant axe landed in front of Du Xiaofu at the same time. The blood-red light sword released a monstrous evil aura. The smell of blood was pungent and sharp, as if it could cut through everything in the world. The terrifying shadow of the axe was also terrifying. It gathered into a peerless chop and landed on Du Xiaofu's head. These two attacks were incomparably terrifying. Before they truly descended, there was already an unparalleled aura pouring down, causing Du Xiaofu's azure dragon body to rapidly explode and disintegrate. Pieces of flesh and blood flew out and shattered in the void. In the end, the huge dragon bones also began to crack and were crushed into powder by the monstrous power. Roar! Du Xiaofu's throat finally let out a deep dragon roar. The pair of dragon eyes stared at the desolate demon general and the blood god demon general, then exploded and turned into ashes. It wasn't that he didn't want to fight back, but in front of the Dao attainment realm, the current Du Xiaofu was too weak and couldn't be a match for them. Even if he used all his strength, he couldn't move at all. He could only watch as the desolate demon general and the blood god demon general's attacks landed on him. Uncle Master Du, you Qing Divine Emperor, Du Xiaofu. At this moment, time seemed to have frozen in the surrounding area. For the experts of the 33 heavens and the 3,000 boundless worlds, all of them felt their hearts sink. Di Batian and Dong Huang Taixian were tied down by the demon general and couldn't go to the rescue. As for the majority of the meditative realm experts, they were powerless to do anything. When Du Xiaofu forced all of them to retreat, it seemed that this was already the end. Everyone watched as the sword and axe of the two demon generals descended and descended onto Du Xiaofu in the end. There was no need to think about it. This time, there would probably be no accidents. The first young man at the Void Dao to appear since the primordial times would probably be unable to survive and appear before them. He. This scene caused Dongli Chihuang and Chan Yen to let out a string of cold laughter. They wantonly displayed the happiness in their hearts and roared with laughter. Once Du Xiaofu died, the obsession in their hearts would disappear along with him. Moreover, the enormous divine artifact of the devil race would be eliminated as well. Such an outcome was simply the best of both worlds. So long as Du Xiaofu was unable to survive, then who else in this world could pose a lethal threat to the Lord Devil Ancestor? So, Dongli Chihuang and Chan Yen just watched silently and watched how Du Xiaofu died under the attacks of the two demon generals. Kid, go to hell. The desolate fiend devil general shouted loudly as he controlled the enormous axe to chop down towards Du Xiaofu's head. A terrifying, baleful aura erupted. Not only did it crush Du Xiaofu's azure dragon body, it even caused unimaginable destruction to his soul core. In just a short moment, that kid would die a graveless death. Even if the great god Pangu was revived, he would be powerless to reverse the situation and would be unable to save him. But suddenly, right when the desolate fiend devil general felt the blade of his enormous axe had already touched Du Xiaofu's remaining head, a strand of forceful energy suddenly surged out and collided fiercely with his attack. This attack was extremely sudden, and it caused the desolate fiend devil general to be unable to react in time before it collided ferociously with his enormous axe. Clang! Along with an enormous bang, an enormous broadsword appeared, and it suddenly flicked upwards and emanated peerlessly domineering force that blocked the desolate fiend devil general's enormous axe. On the other side, the blood god demon general was also obstructed at almost the same time. A dark green brilliance flashed wildly, accompanied by a monstrous surge of energy. His blood-red sword radiance seemed to have encountered an extremely strong corrosive substance, and more than half of its power was instantly eroded away. Then, the dark green light followed the long sword in the blood god demon general's hand and turned into dark green thin snakes that slithered rapidly up and into the blood god demon general's palm. Hiss, hiss, hiss! A strange sound rang out, and the blood god demon general's palm, which was dripping with blood after being attacked by the dark green energy, suddenly began to emit black smoke, and black holes began to appear. Without hesitation, he instantly let go of the long sword in his hand and abruptly retreated a few steps. The energy in his body circulated wildly several times, driving the billowing demonic chi, before finally incinerating the dark green energy that had crept into his palm. You are just a few demon generals who have yet to recover from your injuries. Do you really think you can do whatever you want in this world? At this moment, the slender figure of a man stepped out from Du Xiaofu's dragon head. This man was dressed in gray, and with a heavy sword in his hand, he fiercely repelled the desolate demon general's giant axe. Then, with a wave of his arm, rays of light scattered and landed on Du Xiaofu's broken dragon body behind him. And on the opposite side, in front of the blood god demon general, an extremely beautiful woman walked out from the void and stood between the blood god demon general and Du Xiaofu. What did not match this woman's appearance was that between her palms and fingers there were wisps of dark green chi, like a venomous snake that was flicking its tongue. There was a bone-chilling aura that was emitted, causing one to feel a chill all over their body with just one glance. Such a man and woman had suddenly appeared and saved Du Xiaofu at the crucial moment. Seeing their appearance, Lu Jingyan, Lu Yushao, Lu Ying, Lu Cheng, Lu Ji, Long Kai, Long Su, and the rest were all wild with joy. Uncle Yanghua and Xin Tong, Lu Xiaoyou's and Long Xian's children cried out in surprise. They couldn't be more familiar with these two people who had suddenly appeared. As for the rest of the people from the 3,000 boundless worlds, boundless joy surged out from them at this moment. Their originally ashen expressions were all swept away at this moment. "Who are you?" Looking at the two people, the desolate fiend demon general's expression also changed, and he unconsciously opened his mouth to ask. "Heavy sword edgeless Yangguo, poison spirit witch Lu Xintong." The man and woman who had just appeared spoke one after another, their tone light. "It's heavy sword edgeless Yangguo and poison spirit witch Lu Xintong. These two people are the elder brother and sister of the master of the 3,000 boundless worlds, Lu Xiaoyu. Both of them are extremely terrifying masters. These are the top experts of the 3,000 boundless worlds. I didn't expect them to come as well. This is great. With their appearance this time, I'm sure even more experts from the 3,000 boundless worlds will come as well. We have more confidence in dealing with the demon race now." The experts from the 3,000 boundless worlds couldn't help but begin to discuss. Everyone's words were incomparably excited. Obviously, they all knew about the names of the heavy sword edgeless Yangguo and poison spirit witch Lu Xintong. Just as they had said, Yangguo was the elder brother of the master of the 3,000 boundless worlds. Lu Xiaoyu and Lu Xintong was Lu Xiaoyou's sister. The strength of these two people was absolutely terrifying. Chapter 2934. At this moment, the experts of the 3,000 boundless worlds almost cheered. Under their influence, the people of the 33 heavens also felt a strong sense of hope. From the way the two of them attacked, it could be seen that they had blocked the attacks of the two demon generals at the critical moment. Du Xiaofu was also saved at the last moment, which made everyone heave a long sigh of relief. However, after being happy, some of the people of the 3,000 boundless worlds suddenly stopped laughing, and their expressions became puzzled. That's not right. Heavy sword Yangguo and poison spirit demoness Lu Xintong. How did the cultivation of these two become so strong? It seems to be true. The two of them were only at the peak of the 3rd level of meditative forgetfulness before. They shouldn't have been able to block the two demon generals' attack on Du Xiaofu. Unbelievable. This should be at least half a step to the realm of enlightenment. Many people of the 3,000 boundless worlds were puzzled and found it hard to understand. Everyone knew how difficult it was to reach half a step to the realm of enlightenment. Di Batian and Donghuang Taixian were born at the beginning of the 3,000 boundless worlds. It was not easy for them to have such cultivation. It could be said that after countless years, only a freak like Lu Xiaoyu had appeared in the 3,000 boundless worlds. The other person was his brother, the strongest expert of the Azure Dragon Clan, Dragon God, who had reached the same level as Di Batian and Donghuang Taixian. Other than that, countless people in the 3,000 boundless worlds were trapped in the last step of the meditative forgetfulness realm, unable to truly transcend. Heavy sword Yangguo, poison spirit demoness Lu Xintong, Lu Jingyan, Lu Yuxiao, Long Ke, Long Su, and other experts were all like this. It was also because of this that everyone was puzzled when they saw Yangguo and Lu Xintong attack. They did not know how they blocked the terrifying attacks of the two demon generals. Could it be the two of them had already broken through the meditative forgetfulness realm and were beginning to touch their own Tao? If that was the case, it would definitely open up a new world for all living beings. It was impossible not to be excited, but at this moment, everyone was still uncertain. They didn't know if this was really the case. Instead, it was Lu Jingyan and the others who stepped forward excitedly. They looked at the two people who had appeared and asked eagerly, "Uncle Yangguo, Aunt Xintong, you have taken that step?" These people's eyes were fixed on Yangguo and Lu Xintong, wanting to hear their answer. Sure enough, the gray-robed man and the beautiful woman did not answer directly. Instead, they nodded faintly and smiled. This is great. After getting a positive answer, everyone became even more excited. It had been many years since anyone in the 3,000 boundless worlds was able to take that step. Since there was someone else besides the dragon god who could do all this, Lu Jingyan and the others must have a great chance of doing it as well. So what if you're half a step into the Tao Bearers? What do you think the 18 levels of hell are? Even true Tao Bearers would die here. At this moment, the desolate fiend demon general looked at the expressions of the people from the 33 heavens and the 3,000 great worlds and harumphed coldly. That's right. So what if you're strong? In the end, you can't escape death. If it weren't for our great loss of strength, you useless chickens and pottery dogs wouldn't be able to withstand a single blow. The blood god demon general's eyes were cold as he looked at Yanghua and Lu Xintong. Although the two of them spoke viciously, it was obvious that they were showing signs of cowardice. The sudden appearance of these two people brought great pressure to the two demon generals. It was likely that today the trajectory of the battle would change again. It would not be easy for the demon race to suppress the 33 heavens and the 3,000 great worlds. Boss Yanghua, I'll leave these two strange things to you. I'll go help the two seniors. Poison spirit, which Lu Xintong's red lips parted slightly as she glanced at the two demon generals and said. Then he stepped into the void and headed straight for where Dibatian was. All right. Yanghua nodded his heavy sword and looked at the blood god demon general and the desolate fiend demon general. Today, let me see how strong the Tao Bearers are. Yanghua said indifferently as he raised the heavy sword in his hand. He waved his other arm slightly, and a fierce light swept across. Du Xiaofu's broken body of the azure dragon was swept up and sent to Lu Jingyun's direction. Then he faced the two demon generals. 3,000 great worlds? Let's fight. The blood god demon general and the desolate fiend demon general looked at each other and snorted coldly. Then the two demon generals exerted all their strength and unleashed a series of terrifying attacks. In an instant, they clashed with Yanghua. The three of them were all terrifying experts. Each of their attacks was earth-shattering. Yanggua's heavy sword was like the heaviest object in the world. It was also extremely fast, and the murderous aura was biting cold. For a moment, he was actually on par with the two demon generals. On the other side, Poison Spirit, which Lu Xintong was also helping Dibatian to fight the three demon generals. With her arrival, Dibatian, who was originally in a critical situation, finally heaved a sigh of relief. The pressure on him was greatly reduced. In the distance, Donghuang Taishuan's heavily injured body was also in an extremely intense battle with Ming Luo, demon general. However, this time, fortunately, there weren't many demon generals attacking together, so he didn't have to worry about losing. Du Xiaofu. In the distance, Dongli Qihuang and Shen Yan both felt the roots of their teeth itch. We actually couldn't kill him this time. They glanced in the direction of the heavy sword Yanghua and poison spirit, which Lu Xintong, respectively, and their hearts were filled with monstrous hatred. Their strength was simply too terrifying. Both of them had reached the half-step carrier realm. Although they were still far from being comparable to Dibatian and Donghuang Taishan, they had still taken a crucial step and comprehended a part of their own Tao. Such experts were enough to change the current situation, and the person who benefited the most directly was Du Xiaofu. That kid was originally on the verge of death under the suppression of the two demon generals, but he was actually saved by the two of them and held on to his last breath. Such an outcome made Dongli Qihuang and Shen Yan feel endlessly depressed, and their fists were clenched so tightly that cracking sounds could be heard. Will the demon race still have reinforcements? Among the hundreds of meditative realm experts from the 33 heavens and the 3,000 great thousand domains, Lu Jingyan raised an eyebrow and muttered. He looked at the boundless hellfire around him and then stared at the many demon race experts. This is the 18th level of hell. The demon race definitely still has experts. but they haven't appeared yet. But we can't care so much now. Let's fight. No matter what, we still have to push deeper." An expert from the 33 heavens said. Hearing this, the others nodded in agreement. "Kill. Let's see how these demon race can be rampant this time." Everyone's fighting spirit rose again. Although they had suffered heavy injuries in the previous battle, it was difficult for anyone to conceal their killing intent when facing the demon race. At this time, everyone only wanted to fight the demon race. If they could continue to push deeper into the 18th level of hell, that would be the best result. "Uncle Master Du, are you all right?" Beside Lu Jingyan, Du Xiaofu had already returned to his human form from the azure dragon body. He was severely injured at this time, and his body was covered in wounds and dripping with blood. His spirit was also very weak, and his aura was weak. His primordial spirit was severely shaken. "It's okay. I need a place to heal now. I may not be able to fight again in a short period of time." Du Xiaofu waved his hand and said weakly, "Don't worry." He raised his eyes and glanced at the situation around him, and his heart eased a lot. The arrival of the heavy sword edgeless Yanghua and the poison spirit, which Lu Xintong were like charcoal in snowy weather, instantly changing the situation of the entire battlefield. Therefore, Du Xiaofu could rest assured and heal his injuries, and strive to recover as soon as possible. "Then enter my space. I'll call you if there's anything." Lu Jingyan nodded and opened a gap in his independent space for Du Xiaofu to enter. At the same time, he handed over a cosmos bag containing precious medicine. "Okay." Du Xiaofu nodded and did not stand on ceremony. He took the cosmos bag and entered Lu Jingyan's space. With Du Xiaofu's departure, the seated forgetfulness powerhouses once again entered the battlefield, and a terrifying battle broke out between them and the demon race. However, because they had helped Du Xiaofu to fight against the two demon generals, many of them were seriously injured. Therefore, even though the 33 heavens and the 3,000 boundless worlds had an absolute advantage in terms of numbers, their overall strength was not as good as the demon races. Not long after the two sides fought, they were at a disadvantage. Many of the seated forgetfulness powerhouses were suppressed by the demon race. Kakik, so what if there are powerhouses to help? You can't escape the fate of death, can you? Dongli Chihuang glanced at the situation on the battlefield and could not help but laugh coldly. Just as he had said, the demon race dominated the battlefield. The powerhouses of the 33 heavens and the 3,000 boundless worlds were all suppressed. Not only the powerhouses in the seated forgetfulness realm, but even the 6 demon generals and D Batian were facing the same situation. Dong Huang Taixian and D Batian had suffered different injuries in the previous battle. Yanghua and Lu Xintong, who had just arrived, were obviously not as strong as the two of them in terms of cultivation. As time went by, the battle continued, and the 6 demon generals gradually gained the upper hand. Yanghua, who was facing the Blood God Demon General and the Desolation Demon General, was suppressed in every way. Although he would not be defeated in a short time, he could not gain the upper hand at all. Lu Xintong and D Batian joined forces to fight against the 3 demon generals, but they could not gain the upper hand. The situation between Dong Huang Taixian and Ming Luo Demon General was the same. Therefore, after the previous depression, Dongli Chihuang once again relaxed, and the killing intent in his heart grew stronger. All of this was attributed to the results of the previous battle. If Yanghua and Lu Xintong had arrived at the battlefield earlier, Di Batian and Dong Huang Taixian would not have been injured, and the current situation would be completely different. Let's kill. As I said before, no one from the 33 heavens and the 3,000 boundless worlds can leave the 18 levels of hell alive. Qin Yan said in a cold voice. His thoughts were exactly the same as Dongli Chihuang's. Is that so? Lu Jingyan responded indifferently and fought with all his strength. At the same time, he also turned his attention to the top of the broken seal as if he was looking for something. But then his eyes suddenly moved, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously curled into a smile. He murmured, "Here it comes." Bang! As soon as Lu Jingyun finished speaking, a terrifying aura suddenly descended, and it was extremely terrifying, as if the heavens and the earth had been overturned. After that, they saw another few tens of figures arrive. Their auras were intertwined together, forming a boundless and terrifying might that caused the space to tremble violently. Dongli Chihuang and Shen Yen were shocked as well, and they raised their heads to look over. Shit! Could it be the experts of the 33 heavens and the 3,000 boundless worlds again? The devil race quickly noticed that the situation was bad, and they were extremely shocked. They could clearly sense that the crowd that had arrived was terrifying, and it seemed like every single one of them was stronger than Zhuo Wang. Needless to say, these people were most likely the experts of the 33 heavens and the 3,000 boundless worlds. Sure enough, these people soon arrived in front of them. Without saying a word, they directly joined the battle and instantly surrounded the devil race. Many of the devil race's experts were in the center, and they attacked with all their might. Mother, senior brothers, senior sisters, you're finally here. When Lu saw these figures appear, she immediately shouted in surprise. It's the top experts of the Lingu world, the Lu family, the Azure Dragon clan, the Flying Spirit sect, and other forces. Among the powerhouses from the 3,000 great thousand worlds, someone exclaimed in surprise. Lu Jingyan, Lu Yushao, Lu Ying, Lu Cheng, Long Kei, Long Su, and the others exchanged glances with the hundreds of experts who had arrived. Everyone was extremely happy. That's right, these people who had just arrived were the top experts from the 3,000 boundless worlds. They were all in the Zhuo Wang realm, and each of their cultivations was terrifying. Most of them were in the third realm of Zhuo Wang realm. The sudden addition of such a powerful force instantly changed the situation on the battlefield. Bastard! There are actually so many experts in the 3,000 boundless worlds. Dongli Chihuang could no longer hold it in and began to curse. After the arrival of these experts, the demon clan, who had just gained a slight advantage, was once again in a desperate situation. What frightened him the most was that among these experts, there were a few who did not come for them. They directly ignored the Zhuo Wang realm demons and went straight for the immortal realm demons. The demon clan has been wreaking havoc since ancient times. Now, do you think it's your turn to overturn the heavens? An expert from the 3,000 sectors who had just arrived snorted and threw a punch at the group of immortal realm experts of the devil race. At this moment, the number of Zhuo Wang realm demons protecting the immortal realm demons was limited. The protection formed by them was also very weak. The young man's attack actually caused a hole to appear in the light shield. That terrifying fist print carried a whistling sound, and it carried the mighty power of the great Tao origin. In an instant, many of the immortal realm demons were thrown off their feet, and many of them died tragically. Even if the demon ancestor is invincible and has an indestructible body, he can't save your lives. Then, another young man charged out with a long sword in his hand. An endless amount of origin energy rapidly gathered and condensed into a terrifying sword ray. Once again, the sword ray slashed open the defensive light shield of the demon clan. The sword ray went straight in, wantonly reaping the lives of a large number of immortal realm demons. Countless screams were heard. The 3,000 boundless worlds and the 33 heavens have joined forces to fight. Other than the demon ancestor, the demon clan can't stand on the stage. Just as the fist print disappeared, a third young man appeared and also punched out fiercely. For a time, the three young experts were fighting back and forth, constantly attacking and killing, causing a huge chaos in the crowd of devils. Everyone was in danger, and no one knew when they would be crushed to death. Senior brother Niafeng, senior brother Tai A, senior brother Hongyu, well done! Lu Qing, Lu Ji, Lu Feng, Long Kei, Long Su, and the others instantly shouted and cheered. Bastards! Bastards! Damn the 3,000 boundless worlds! I'm going to tear you all apart! Dongli Chihuang and Chen Yan saw all this and roared angrily. They were pinned down by Lu Jingyun and Lu Yushao, so they couldn't take any action at all. They could only watch as the three young experts wantonly killed the immortal realm demons on a large scale. They could imagine that if they didn't think of a way to intervene, millions of immortal realm demons would be killed in the end. Such an outcome was not what they wanted. Retreat. Retreat quickly. Continue to go deeper and gather more experts. People of the 33 heavens and the 3,000 boundless worlds will die in the 18 levels of hell. Dongli Chihuang and Chen Yan roared angrily and immediately commanded the demon clan experts to start a new round of retreat. The more than 100 immortal realm experts from the 3,000 boundless worlds brought them too much pressure. If they didn't take any measures, the demon clan would only have a few immortal realm experts left. Retreat. This is not the place for the final battle. Our mission is to delay these people. There will be opportunities later. The 6 demon generals also realized that the situation was not good, so they quickly left their opponents and led the demon clan to retreat. How can we let you escape so easily? The experts of the 33 heavens and the 3,000 boundless worlds snorted coldly. Everyone raised their swords and knives and continued to pursue. The Devil Clan was in a state of utter defeat. They had lost because of the sheer number of meditative realm experts. As for the 33 heavens and the 3,000 boundless worlds, they continued to pursue the devil race with a crushing momentum. Kill! Hundreds of immortal realm experts shouted, and everyone's fighting spirit was high. The tables had turned too quickly, and they saw hope again. No matter what, they had to bring the demon clan a great number of immortal realm experts. Didn't the demon ancestor want to recover? At the same time, everyone had a strong sense of admiration for Lu Xiaoyu, the lord of the 3,000 great cosmos. Chapter 2935. All the experts of the 3,000 worlds and 33 heavens felt that the situation within the 18 levels of hell had really been completely arranged by Lu Xiaoyu. It seemed as if all changes were within his control, and even more experts would rush over at every critical moment and pose an enormous threat to the devil race. Kill! For a time, another terrifying howl resounded through this expanse of space. Terrifying sound waves swept out, causing the hellfire within the damaged seal to surge violently, and it was a terrifying scene. The millions of experts of the devil race didn't dare stay here at all, and they were suppressed to the point of being unable to raise their heads. Dongli Chihuang and Chen Yan gnashed their teeth with hatred, but they were helpless against all of this. The 33 heavens had joined forces with so many experts from the 3,000 worlds, and it was truly too terrifying. Just as Yanghua had said, if it wasn't for the existence of the Lord Devil Ancestor, then how could the other experts of the devil race alone be able to fight against 2 formidable large worlds? Presently, their greatest advantage was the Devil Ancestor. Once the Devil Ancestor completely fused with the soul core and recovered to the shapeless realm, then he would be a lethal threat to the 33 heavens and 3,000 worlds. At that time, the devil generals, devil attendants, and numerous experts of the devil race would be able to show their value. I wonder how the Lord has recovered. Has he successfully fused with the 17th soul core? As they fled for their lives, Dongli Chihuang had such thoughts. He really wanted to know the Lord's current situation so that he could grasp roughly how much time was needed so that the Lord's recovery wouldn't be disturbed. It's probably about time. I'm afraid it won't be long before the Lord will be able to enter the 18th level of hell, find the last portion of the soul core, and recover to his peak. Chen Yan's eyes slowly brightened as he spoke softly. In fact, the Lord didn't even have to fuse with the last soul core to be able to roam freely through the 33 heavens, and he wouldn't even be afraid of an existence like Lu Xiaoyu. But for safety's sake, the 18th soul core, had to be recovered. Only in this way would he have absolute confidence in crushing the 33 heavens and causing the countless living beings in the 33 heavens to be unable to resist at all. But now, he had to think of a way to delay the footsteps of the numerous pursuers behind him. A battle of chasing and fleeing began once again, and the sounds of battle shook the heavens and the earth. This time it was a true battle to the death. Both sides had invested an equal number of experts, and their strengths were not far apart. It could be said that the strong were clashing. This was a battle between powerhouses from the 33 heavens, the 3,000 boundless worlds, and the 18 levels of hell. It was incomparably terrifying. Wild and savage energy recklessly surged outwards, howling through the skies. Expanse after expanse of space was blasted into chaos, while rocks and soil were crushed into powder. Numerous figures fell from the sky and transformed into a mist of blood. Endless energy surged and roared, like thousands of mountains collapsing and thousands of waves roaring. The sky shattered and the earth cracked as if doomsday had arrived in the 16th layer of hell. The eyes of all living beings turned red with killing intent. The devil race also roared wildly as they fought against the 33 heavens and the 3,000 boundless worlds. Everyone was going crazy. It was during this period of time that a huge change occurred in the 17th layer of hell. Somewhere in this layer of space, a figure slowly opened his eyes. Scarlet light shot out from his eyes, piercing through the void. Wherever his gaze passed, everything was transformed into a state of chaos. This figure was covered in thick hair, as if it had been dyed with blood. It was a crimson red. A pair of sharp claws hung down, and with every movement of the claws, terrifying Tao runes appeared, causing the great Tao of the world to be completely rewritten. Coupled with that hideous and ugly face with exposed lips and teeth, this figure looked indescribably terrifying, as if it was a great evil of the present age. The 17th origin spirit has been completely fused. Only one remains. A rough voice came from this figure's mouth. It was like rubbing sand against stone, causing one's hair to stand on end. Besides Jiangqin, who was the demon ancestor, who else could this figure be? At this time, Jiangqin's appearance had changed a great deal compared to before. His entire body was filled with a fiendish and evil aura, and a bloodthirsty aura naturally exuded from him. It was incomparably powerful. He'd fused a total of 17 origin spirits and recovered more than half of his strength. He only needed to find an 18th origin spirit and successfully fuse with it. When that happened, he'd once again display his ancient ferocious might and strike fear into the hearts of all living beings in the 33 heavens. Pangu, I know you're not dead, but you must be in a very bad situation right now. Once I've fully recovered and dealt with all those clowns in the 33 heavens, I'll come find you. The enmity between us will eventually come to an end. This time, in your current state, you don't have Empyrean Exalted's help. How could you possibly be a match for me? Jiangqin muttered to himself, then turned his gaze to the boundless void. It was as if he could see through the barriers of the world and land on Panga's body. As he spoke, Jiangqin slowly walked forward. With each step he took, his appearance underwent another earth-shattering transformation. The boundlessly terrifying figure gradually faded away, replaced by an extraordinarily handsome young man. He looked exactly the same as before. With this appearance, there was no trace of the demon ancestor's ferocious might. Du Xiaofu, you've almost killed your way here, haven't you? Jiangqin shifted his gaze again and said, with a single thought, he instantly saw through the situation in the 18 layers of hell and grasped the movements of the experts in the 33 heavens and the 3,000 realms. Jiangqin didn't seem to care in the slightest that the demons were being suppressed. He simply said, Lu Xiaoyu, you must be about to show yourself. I refuse to believe that you'll be so patient as to wait until I've fully recovered before attacking. As he spoke, his gaze darted through the void, as if he were observing some mysterious trajectory patterns. This great formation isn't bad, but it's still far inferior to Panga's. Through his eyes, Jiang Qin could see the situation in the 18 layers of hell. Just as he'd sensed, Lu Xiaoyu had set up a terrifying great formation outside the 18 layers of hell. Furthermore, the chaos essence Pangu had left behind served as the foundation of the formation, providing a steady stream of vigorous energy that enveloped the entire 18 layers of hell. Jiang Qin could also sense that this great formation was extraordinary. It was strong enough to trap countless demons in the 18 layers of hell, making it difficult for them to attack the 33 heavens. How could he not understand Lu Xiaoyu's intentions? He'd set up this formation to keep the battlefield in the 18 layers of hell, so that the 33 heavens could be preserved as much as possible in the coming war. However, even if such a great formation could trap Jiang Qin, how could it possibly stop the demon ancestor, who'd fully recovered? Once he merged with his nascent divinities, he'd be able to easily break through this formation. In the end, the 33 heavens couldn't escape this calamity. Only one nascent divinity remains. Du Xiaofu, if you arrive too quickly, I'll have no choice but to suppress you ahead of time. In the end, Jiang Qin withdrew his gaze and began to wander around the 17th layer of hell. He wasn't in a hurry, he seemed incomparably calm. He was searching for the weakest point in the seal leading to the 18th layer of hell. Once he opened it, he'd be able to find the last nascent divinity. The day he successfully merged with his nascent divinity would be the day the demon ancestor returned. Currently, the 17th layer of hell was extremely peaceful. The demon ancestor's appearance didn't affect the demons trapped here much. However, the 16th layer of hell was incomparably lively. Numerous experts from the 33 heavens and the 3,000 sectors had joined forces and pursued the demons with all their might. Finally, they'd broken through the ancient seal and truly entered the 16th layer of hell. Dongli Qihuang and Chanyan had long since sent people to the 16th layer to gather even more demon experts. In addition, the gate leading to the 17th layer of hell had opened wide, summoning numerous demons trapped in the primordial era to this layer. Before long, large numbers of demon experts poured in. Finally, they were able to fight the experts of the 33 heavens and the 3,000 sectors head-on. A terrifying battle unfolded. Heaven and earth darkened as mountains and rivers surged. Di Batian, Donghuang Taixian, Lu Jingyun, Yanghua Lu Xintong, and the others were finally stopped in their tracks and violently collided with the demons. A large number of immortal experts from Lu Jingyun's independent space were released to participate in the battle. However, all of this didn't have much to do with Du Xiaofu right now. At this moment, he was recuperating in Lu Jingyun's space with all his might. Under the circumstances where he'd consumed a large number of treasures and had the support of time acceleration, Du Xiaofu had obtained a large amount of time to heal. Compared to the flow of time in the outside world, his recovery was extremely fast. Condense and trace the Tao, transform into the Tao, and use the body to carry the Tao. The Tao is vast and boundless. How can I pursue it to the extreme, stand at the highest point of the world, and comprehend my own Tao, and step foot into the Tao carrier realm? After his body and soul had mostly recovered, Du Xiaofu began to ponder this question. He'd been at the second level of the void path for a very long time. During this process, his strength had grown extremely fast. However, Du Xiaofu was very clear that he hadn't broken through any major bottlenecks at all. The reason why he'd been able to cultivate so smoothly and his current strength was comparable to a third-level meditative realm expert was entirely due to the uniqueness of the void path, or rather, the 4 primordial laws that he'd comprehended. During this process, he'd improved naturally. The general framework had already been established when he'd stepped into the second level of the void path. But now, if Du Xiaofu wanted to improve further, he'd have to comprehend something new. Only then could he truly break through the void path and use the body to carry the Tao. He'd truly transcend heaven and earth and break free from the shackles of heaven and earth. This was the realm that senior brother Lu Xiaofu was in. Perhaps only such a power was qualified to be ranked at the peak of the postnatal realm and truly challenge the devil ancestor. Of course, there were also huge differences in the void path realm. For example, senior brother Lu Xiaofu was already at the peak of the void path realm and was only a step away from the void path. On the other hand, Di Batian, Donghuang Taixian, Yanghua, Lu Xintong, and the others were only half-step void path realm. The great Tao is supreme, and it's derived from the myriad of laws in the world. If one wants to reach the peak of the great Tao, it's like the cultivation of the truth-severing realm. One has to constantly grasp the fragmented great Tao principles and fuse them into one, turning them into a whole. Du Xiaofu carefully comprehended some things. He didn't know how to truly break through the void path realm, but he still understood the general principles. But compared to the endless laws, the great Tao was even more ethereal and unfathomable. How could it be easy to fully comprehend it? Otherwise, with the aptitude of Lu Jingyan and the others, they'd have already taken this step many years ago. However, Du Xiaofu's advantage was also very obvious. He'd grasped the complete four primordial laws, so his comprehension was much more thorough. It's really too difficult to carry the great Tao with one's body. It's better to take one step at a time first. No matter what, the stronger the great Tao origin that I can condense, the closer I'll be to that level. Du Xiaofu let out a long breath and shook his head. He felt that he couldn't grasp what the complete great Tao was like, so he could only put aside his thoughts for the time being. What he could do now was to continuously comprehend and condense the great Tao origin energy. When enough great Tao origin energy was condensed, perhaps a quantitative change would cause a qualitative change. At that time, he'd be able to understand something on a deeper level. It'll be easy to condense the great Tao origin energy. The great Tao is derived from the laws, and I've grasped the four primordial laws at the same time. It's equivalent to being able to mobilize all the laws in the world. As long as I continue to refine and fuse these laws, I'll be able to continuously produce the great Tao origin energy. The only thing I need to consider is the process of constantly combining and changing. Du Xiaofu thought to himself. He gently closed his eyes again, and the qi in his body began to circulate at the same time. As he mobilized, the four primordial laws mixed and changed with each other, transforming into a tyrannical force that flowed through his body. This was the Tao Rhyme. It possessed the great Tao origin energy, but there was a huge gap between the two. However, under Du Xiaofu's refinement, the great Tao origin energy was gradually produced, and then it became more and more vigorous. Buzz, 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 accompanied by terrifying vibrations. After the great Tao origin energy was produced, it slowly lay dormant in Du Xiaofu's body, nourishing his body and soul, and at the same time transforming into his own strength. Currently, he still didn't have the ability to draw the great Tao origin at will. That was an ability that only those in the realm of carrying the path could possess. As time passed, an incomparably deep and vigorous aura was produced inside and outside his body at the same time, releasing a ferocious pressure that permeated the surrounding space. Fortunately, the experts of the 33 heavens and the 3,000 boundless worlds had already left. Otherwise, many people would have been shocked by the commotion caused by Du Xiaofu. Resplendent light enveloped the purple-robed young man's body, giving him a mysterious aura. With the help of a large number of precious medicines and constant cultivation, Du Xiaofu's injuries had long been under control, and he was about to recover. Under such circumstances, his cultivation was also slowly improving. In the process of fighting with the two demon generals, he was not completely in a passive state. At the same time, he had also observed the two's attacks and had gained a lot of new understanding of the realm of carrying the path, or the great Tao origin energy. This was a valuable experience that was even more direct than teaching by example. This was especially true when Blood God Devil General and Desolate Fiend Devil General's final attack had pushed Du Xiaofu to the brink of death. This was the most precious experience one could gain from being on the brink of death. Huff, huff, huff! Du Xiaofu constantly breathed in and out, and the qi in his body trembled, emitting a terrifying might. Time slowly passed, and he himself did not know how many years he had stayed in this independent space. He only knew that his injuries were gradually recovering. At the same time, his cultivation was also steadily increasing. Strictly speaking, this kind of growth could only be described as improvement. It could not be considered a huge breakthrough. However, if it was placed on other experts in the outside world, it would be a terrifying transformation. This was the uniqueness of the virtual path realm. There were no bottlenecks in the current level. It was also because of this that when Du Xiaofu opened his eyes again, his aura had undergone a different change. It was even more profound and unfathomable. It's about time. Let's stop here. If I continue to cultivate, there won't be much of an effect. Du Xiaofu let out a light breath and muttered in his heart. He carefully sensed his current strength. Perhaps he could not be compared to Lu Jingyin, Lu Yuxiao, Long Ke, and the others, but he was definitely not too far away. In other words, Du Xiaofu already possessed strength close to the third stage of meditative realm. Whether it was in the 33 heavens, the 3,000 boundless worlds, or the 18 levels of hell, he was second to none. There were not many who could match him. Du Xiaofu was also very satisfied with this result. Right now, the battle in the 18 levels of hell was in full swing. Du Xiaofu's own strength had increased greatly, and it was of some help to the overall situation. The only thing he was dissatisfied with was that he was still unable to fight with existences like the demon generals. The realm of carrying the Tao, huh? Sooner or later, I will still have to step onto that level and experience the demeanor of a supreme expert. Du Xiaofu's eyes burned as he thought in his heart. He somewhat yearned for that kind of height, but rice had to be eaten mouthful by mouthful. The road had to be walked step by step, and his cultivation also needed to be raised bit by bit. Rushing for success would only lead him to the wrong path, so he still had to maintain enough patience. It's time to go out. Du Xiaofu retracted his thoughts and muttered to himself. Through a special method, he established contact with Lu Jingyin, who was in the outside world. Then he saw a crack appear in this independent space, and the door opened wide. Without thinking, Du Xiaofu directly flashed out and entered the 16th level of hell. Chapter 2936. Martial Uncle Du, you've recovered. As soon as Du Xiaofu appeared, Lu Jingyin, who was fighting Dongli Qihuang, asked. At this moment, Dongli Qihuang and Chen Yan were in imminent danger under the suppression of Lu Jingyin and Lu Yuxiao. Lu Jingyin and Lu Yuxiao were too strong. In a one-on-one situation, they far surpassed the two devil attendants. I've recovered. Du Xiaofu nodded, and then his figure flashed over to Dongli Qihuang's side and said, Leave the two devil attendants to me. You go assist the others. As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying light swept over and instantly swept towards Dongli Qihuang. At the same time, Du Xiaofu struck out with 9 purple lightning profound cauldrons and attacked Qin Yan. In an instant, his attack enveloped the two devil attendants. A terrifying aura shook and covered the heavens and the earth. It was capable of destroying mountains and rivers and overturning the universe. All right. Lu Jingyin and Lu Yuxiao agreed, and then they answered very straightforwardly. When they saw Du Xiaofu make a move, a trace of surprise appeared in their eyes. The two of them could clearly sense that Du Xiaofu's strength had increased again, and he was very close to the two of them. This caused the brother and sister to feel extremely surprised. It was actually so easy for the purple-robed young man before them to increase his strength. However, Lu Jingyin and Lu Yuxiao didn't think too much about it. They were already mentally prepared, so they weren't affected by it. The two of them didn't hesitate and left this area. They flew up and quickly killed their way to another battlefield. They fought with the other demons and left Dongli Chihuang and Chen Yan to Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu. When they saw Du Xiaofu appear again, Dongli Chihuang and Chen Yan gritted their teeth tightly, and their faces were extremely dark. They hated Du Xiaofu to the core and wanted to kill him quickly. However, the strength that the purple-robed young man revealed at this moment was much, much stronger than before. The two devil attendants only felt deep helplessness in their hearts. As experts that had reincarnated since the ancient times, they actually couldn't even compare to Du Xiaofu, who was a post-celestial. The only reply to Dongli Chihuang and Chen Yan was a Du Xiaofu's cold snort. He stomped his feet, and waves of ferocious power swept out. Accompanied by the overbearing origin energy, he continued to attack the two demon servants. The reason why Du Xiaofu let Lu Jingyin and Lu Yushao retreat and fought the two devil attendants alone was because the grievances between them were too deep. Putting aside the previous years in the divine martial world, just in the years since Du Xiaofu entered the 33 heavens, Dongli Chihuang and Chen Yan had attacked him many times, wanting to kill him. Du Xiaofu, do you really think you're strong enough to kill the two of us together? Facing Du Xiaofu's attack, Chen Yan's eyes were extremely cold, and he asked hatefully. Previously, the two devil attendants had been completely suppressed by the Lu siblings and had suffered heavy injuries. The two third-level meditative realm powerhouses were simply too terrifying. They were simply suppressing them in a fight. The two of them had already thought of retreating and wanted to seek help from other demon experts. Obviously, if they continued to fight, they might really die. But now, as soon as Du Xiaofu appeared, he wanted to fight the two of them by himself. He was extremely arrogant. It had to be said that while they hated this purple-robed young man, Dongli Chihuang and Chen Yan looked at him and actually felt that Du Xiaofu was a little cute. Since the early years of the divine martial world, the two of you have always been suppressed by me. When did you have the slightest strength to resist? I have a premonition that the two of you will die in my hands sooner or later. When these words came out of Du Xiaofu's mouth, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Just as he said, Dongli Chihuang and Chen Yan were able to defeat him in the beginning. Later, for thousands of years, Du Xiaofu had been tightly suppressing them. No matter how fast the two devil attendants' cultivation improved and how many geniuses were left behind, there was always a majestic figure in front of them that was difficult to surpass. And this person was Du Xiaofu. Let's talk about it after you defeat us. Dongli Chihuang's entire body was filled with rage, and he gritted his teeth as he spoke. Chen Yan was the same. Du Xiaofu's words caused the hatred in their hearts to grow even deeper. No matter how revered their status was and how fast their strength improved after they awakened their memories, it was still difficult for them to reach Du Xiaofu. This was a heavy blow to them. However, at this moment, it seemed that it was completely impossible for them to kill Du Xiaofu by relying on their strength. Du Xiaofu chuckled and fought with all his might. It could be said that with his current cultivation, it was sufficient to suppress the joint forces of Dongli Chihuang and Chen Yan. It was precisely under such circumstances that Du Xiaofu firmly held the upper hand. Moreover, at the same time, he sensed the situation of the entire 16th level of hell in his heart. Under Du Xiaofu's observation, he noticed that the four half-step enlightenment experts, Yanghua, Lu Xintong, Di Batian, and Dongwang Taixian, were fiercely fighting the 6 devil generals of the devil race. These 10 terrifying existences had exceedingly high cultivations, and their methods were peerless and unparalleled. Fortunately, the 6 devil generals had experienced countless years of suppression, and their strength had been greatly reduced. Otherwise, Di Batian and the other 3 would be utterly incapable of going against them. The situation in the other battlefields was similar. The overall number of experts in the 33 heavens and 3,000 universes was only on par with the devil race, and the difference wasn't great. It was precisely because of this that the fighting everywhere was extremely tragic, and experts were falling every moment. This is the 18th level of hell, after all. If we fight in the outside world and gather all the experts in the 33 heavens and 3,000 universes, it shouldn't be difficult to suppress the devil race. Du Xiaofu thought to himself as he fought the two devil attendants. In the 18th level of hell, the greatest advantage of the devil race was that they could mobilize all of their experts at any time, unlike the 33 heavens and 3,000 universes, who could only dispatch a portion of their experts. If the battlefield shifted to the 33 heavens, the situation would likely be completely different. However, Du Xiaofu knew full well that, in terms of supreme experts, the 33 heavens and 3,000 universes combined didn't have much of an advantage. If more devil generals appeared in the devil race, it would definitely not be a good thing. The main reason for all this was that during the ancient war, many of Panga's Enlightenment experts seemed to have fallen in that monstrous battle. Now that the devil race had risen once more for so many years, they still hadn't seen a single expert at the Tao-bearer realm in the 33 heavens. Du Xiaofu even suspected that all those existences had perished a long time ago, and not a single one had survived. This is already the 16th level of hell. Presumably, Jiangqin is at least in the 17th. He might even have broken through the seal of the 18th. Du Xiaofu thought to himself as he fought Dongli Qihuang and Qin Yan. He really wanted to know Jiangqin's current state. He and the other experts had been in the 18th level of hell for so long. They'd fought fiercely in the beginning, then encountered a series of tyrannical obstructions. But even now, they hadn't seen Jiangqin's figure. Du Xiaofu couldn't help but sigh. It seemed that killing Jiangqin before he fully recovered would be difficult. He didn't know what senior brother Lu Xiaoyu had planned, and whether he'd try to fight Jiangqin as soon as possible. Most importantly, Du Xiaofu felt that his current strength was far from enough. If he faced Jiangqin head-on, how could he play a critical role? Suppressing these thoughts, Du Xiaofu came to his senses and faced the two demon attendants with all his might. The violet gold heavenly tower in his hand glowed with an inextinguishable light. His aura soared to the heavens, and sword light shot out one after another. It was incomparably terrifying. At the same time, the 9 violet lightning profound cauldrons danced wildly in the air, wreaking havoc. The terrifying origin of laws and the origin of the great Tao resonated with each other. They shook violently, intertwined wildly, and pierced through everything in their path. Dongli Qihuang and Qin Yan were also very strong. As expected of third realm meditative forgetfulness experts, they lived up to their names. Around them, waves of demonic energy surged like raging waves, accompanied by thunderous roars that shook heaven and earth. However, compared to Du Xiaofu, there was still a gap in cultivation. Most importantly, their repeated clashes with Lu Jingyan and Lu Yuxiao had left them severely injured. Now that they faced Du Xiaofu, they were completely suppressed. Under these circumstances, it wasn't impossible for Du Xiaofu to kill them in the end. However, Du Xiaofu knew that Qin Yan and the Eastern Flame Crimson Phoenix weren't idiots, and it was impossible for them to wait here for him to kill them. Once the critical moment arrived, they would definitely seek help from the other experts of the devil race. The 17th layer of hell has been broken. It's about time for the demon race's powerhouses sealed there to appear. Amidst the fierce battle, Dongli Qihuang turned his head and looked in the direction of the 17th layer of hell. Before they'd left with many demon experts to search for Du Xiaofu, Lord Jiangqin had already begun to break the seal to the 17th layer. He'd already succeeded, now that they were being pursued by the 33 heavens and the 3,000 universes, and had arrived at the 16th layer of hell. The demons in the 17th layer should appear now. Rumble. Sure enough, just as the Eastern mythical Scarlet Phoenix had such a thought, there was a loud rumble. An entire level of hell trembled violently. It was as if a huge mountain had crashed into the sea, stirring up thousands of waves. Soon after, endless demonic aura surged, suppressing everything in the world as it charged over. They're really here. In an instant, uncontrollable joy appeared on Donli Chihuang's face. These were the experts of the devil race, the ones who were originally sealed in the 18th layer of hell. In ancient times, a large number of demon experts had been sealed in each of the 18 layers of hell. Moreover, the deeper the layer, the greater the number of experts, and the stronger their cultivation. Now that the 17th layer of hell had been broken, the experts there had gathered in one place. Their appearance now would play a huge role in the battle. The demon race still has so many experts. Such a commotion caused the millions of powerhouses in the 33 heavens and the 3,000 boundless worlds to be stunned. Everyone instantly understood what had happened. However, none of them showed any signs of fear. Many people had been prepared to die before entering the 18th layer of hell. They were not afraid of this. The only thing they were afraid of was that they would die without any meaning. This time there are close to 1 million demons. Du Xiaofu released the power of his primordial spirit to observe for a while and quickly grasped the number of demons. Just as he had sensed, nearly 1 million demons were roaring from afar, bringing with them a terrifying, murderous aura. The arrival of these people might not be able to change the trajectory of the battle in an instant, but it would definitely play a big role. Another demon general has appeared. Soon, Du Xiaofu discovered even more bad news. Among the experts surging over, there was actually another demon general leading them. In that case, there were already 7 devil generals in the demon race. Such strength was truly terrifying. Fortunately, they had been seriously injured and had quickly entered the battlefield after reappearing, so there was no time for them to recover. Otherwise, if a Dao Vessel Realm expert were to take action, the result would be unimaginable. Not to mention instantly crushing the experts of the 33 heavens and the 3,000 boundless worlds. The Dao Vessel Realm expert would definitely lead the devil race to crush them like dry weeds. Kill, seeing a large number of demon experts appear again. The experts of the 33 heavens and the 3,000 universes became even more frenzied. They exerted all their strength and began to madly fight the demons. At this time, everyone faintly realized that the final battle was about to begin. The 3,000 universes might not be able to mobilize more people to help them. Those who trespass into the demon world will be killed without mercy. After the demon general appeared in the distance, he immediately roared and said, "Kill! Those who invade the demon race will die." As soon as the demon general's voice fell, the other demon experts also shouted. Everyone's expression was impassioned, and demon chi surged and spread out from their bodies. It was incomparably terrifying. The speed of these people was very fast. It didn't take long for them to arrive at the battlefield. If the demon race is not destroyed, the world will not be at peace. Kill! The forces of the 33 heavens and the 3,000 universes weren't weak at all. Their hair fluttered wildly, and their faces were ferocious as they slaughtered madly. But suddenly, another enormous bang resounded. It was like a myriad of enormous mountains had collapsed in unison, and it was like a boundless ocean was roaring violently. This enormous bang was extremely sudden. As soon as it appeared, it instantly caused boundlessly terrifying shockwaves to sweep out, and then it swept out like a flood that had broken through a dam. Buzz! In an instant, everyone felt their eardrums suddenly go numb, and then a wave of dizziness instantly invaded their minds. Even their soul divinities trembled violently along with it. Many people with insufficient cultivation felt their legs go weak, and they were practically unable to stand. The terrifying battle in the battlefield was instantly stopped. Countless figures hurriedly descended to the ground and leaned on the ground with their weapons to support their bodies. Huff! Huff! As the terrifying grand Tao marking swept over, it was accompanied by monstrous waves of energy. It was like the strongest gale in the world, and it caused everything in the world to shake. Fortunately, all of this happened quickly, and it ended just as quickly. After 10 breaths of time, the entire 16th level of hell gradually returned to normal, and everyone slowly regained their consciousness. What happened? An expert shook his head and asked in bewilderment. Before anyone could answer, a shout of joy came from Dongli Chihuang's mouth. He shouted loudly, "The 18th level of hell! This is the 18th level of hell! The seal there has been broken!" This sentence was like a giant rock being thrown into a lake, causing tens of thousands of ripples to appear. Whether it was the 33 heavens, the 3,000 universes, or the many demon powerhouses, they were all stunned. The seal of the 18th level of hell has been broken. Is Jiang Chen about to merge with his last primordial spirit? Du Xiaofu naturally guessed what had happened. He couldn't help but sigh a little in an instant. Now that the seal of the 18th level of hell had been broken, it meant that Jiang Chen was about to find his last primordial spirit. Once he succeeded, he'd be able to recover the primordial demon ancestors' Peerless might. In the end, things had still come to this. Du Xiaofu found it difficult to conceal the bitterness in his heart. All of this had been preordained long ago, but even now his cultivation was far from catching up to Jiang Chen's pace. The demon ancestor will need time to recover. In the meantime, we still have a chance. At this moment, Lu Jingyin suddenly arrived by Du Xiaofu's side and said softly. He gave an encouraging look to the purple-robed young man beside him. He stared at Du Xiaofu with an encouraging look. Du Xiaofu nodded firmly, bit his lip and grunted. He didn't say anything else. He'd have to deal with everything himself. Just as Lu Jingyin said, even if Jiang Chen succeeded in breaking the seal of the 18th level of hell, he'd still need time to recover. Time was also an opportunity for him to improve his strength. So long as he hadn't reached the final juncture, there was still time. Let's fight until the demons recover. We'll have one less demon to kill. Off in the distance, Yang hovered in midair, his heavy sword edgeless. As soon as he finished speaking, he charged into battle with the demon generals. Kill! Du Xiaofu and the others didn't dwell on the matter any longer. They continued to brandish their swords and sabers and engage in fierce combat with the demons. As the battle raged on in the 16th level of hell, outside the seal of the 18th level of hell, in the boundless starry sky, everything was calm. Suddenly, space rippled, and a young man in golden robes stepped out of thin air. His aura was completely restrained, making it impossible to tell how deep his cultivation was. However, for some reason, he seemed insurmountable. This figure was none other than the Dragon God. Chapter 2937. I'm finally back. After Xiaolong's figure appeared from the void, he gently turned his eyes and muttered. As the best brother of Lu Xiaoyu, the lord of the 3,000 sectors, the two had gone to a strange place many years ago to search for some secrets beyond the known worlds. However, when he appeared again, he was alone. Lu Xiaoyu was nowhere to be seen. The situation in the 18 levels of hell must have reached a critical state. If I don't act now, I'm afraid it will exceed the original plan. Xiaolong muttered to himself as he rubbed his nose. Before leaving this place, he and Lu Xiaoyu had a plan to send a large number of experts from the 33 heavens and the 3,000 sectors into the 18 levels of hell. According to the original plan, the two brothers should go together and enter to begin the next step of progress. If everything went smoothly, and Du Xiaofu's progress steadily caught up, it would be time to end it all and completely kill the demon lord. Otherwise, if things continued to drag on, it would be disadvantageous for the experts who entered the 18 levels of hell. However, the situation had taken a huge turn that exceeded Xiaolong and Lu Xiaoyu's expectations. I really didn't expect that there would be such a place outside of this world. It's simply unbelievable. Xiaolong looked back as if he had seen through where he had come from. In the time that he and Lu Xiaoyu had disappeared, they had seen many things that they had never seen before. At that time, Xiaolong knew that there were other places outside of the 33 heavens, the 3,000 sectors, and the 18 levels of hell. That place seemed to be the starting point of everything. It was the origin of all things. It was also like the other side of the world, the end of the heavenly way. Back then, they had gone to that place to find the creator of the 3,000 sectors. At the same time, they had obtained more information. I hope Boss can succeed as soon as possible and reach the peak. Once he succeeds, it will be much easier to deal with the Demon Lord. However, I'm afraid time will be a little tight. However, not long after Lu Xiaoyu had arrived there, he began to comprehend something and went into seclusion. To an expert at the peak of the Tao attainment realm, this period of closed-door cultivation was extremely important because it was related to whether he would be able to break through in the end and step into that supreme realm. Xiaolong didn't dare to disturb him, but he was still worried about the matters of the outside world. He could only leave by himself and return to the 33 heavens and 18 layers of hell. It was time for him to intervene in such an intense situation. All of the seals in the 18 layers of hell have been broken. The Demon Lord must have entered the 18th layer of hell. It seems that the situation is imminent. We cannot afford to be careless. Xiaolong suddenly frowned and muttered to himself. Through the power of the seal outside the 18 layers of hell, it was not difficult for him to perceive the general situation in hell. Under such circumstances, it was easy to guess the current state of the 33 heavens, the 3,000 great worlds, the demon race, and the other powerhouses. Boss hasn't returned yet. We have to change our plan, slightly. Xiaolong continued to frown as he muttered to himself. As soon as he finished a sentence, his body suddenly rose horizontally and flew out, directly entering the first layer of hell. As a half-step Tao attainment realm expert, whose cultivation was not inferior to Di Batian and Dongwang Taishian, Xiaolong's speed was extremely terrifying. Normally speaking, if he wanted to travel through a large world, he only needed a single thought to appear at any place. However, the seals in the 18 layers of hell were personally placed by the great god Pangu in ancient times. It was the most powerful formation in the world, and even Lu Xiaoyu couldn't ignore it. Xiaolong naturally couldn't directly cross the boundless obstacles and could only go down layer by layer. However, with his speed, it wouldn't take too much time for him to reach the battlefield. The terrifying battle in the 16th layer of hell was still ongoing. More than 10 million people had joined the battle. The 33 heavens and the 3,000 great worlds immortal realm experts were almost on par with the demon race. The meditative oblivion realm experts were also fighting with each other, and it was difficult to determine the victor. The demon race currently had a total of 7 demon generals, and all of them had reached the Tao attainment realm. However, due to the loss of their strength, they hadn't recovered to their peak. Therefore, their strength was only equivalent to a half-step Tao attainment realm expert. To Di Batian and Donghuang Taishian, if they were in their peak condition, they would barely be able to deal with the 4 demon generals. However, the 2 of them had already suffered significant injuries, especially Dongwang Taishian, whose strength had been greatly reduced. As for the heavy sword Yanggua and poison spirit, which Lu Xintong, they had just broken through to the half-step Tao attainment realm not long ago. Each of them could only withstand the fierce attacks of 1 demon general. Under such circumstances, the 33 heavens and the 3,000 great worlds were not in a very good situation. However, the demon race was unable to crush them in a short period of time. Both sides suffered heavy casualties, and countless experts died. Kill! On the other side, the battle between Du Xiaofu and the 2 demon attendants was also intense. Terrifying attacks were launched one after another, shaking the heavens and earth and causing the sun and moon to sink. With Du Xiaofu's current strength, he could definitely suppress Dongli Qihuang and Xin Yan. In addition, the 2 of them were already injured, and they were being ruthlessly trampled by Du Xiaofu. Barf! A mouthful of blood gushed out of Xin Yan's mouth, and his face was extremely pale. The eastern, mythical Crimson Phoenix's body was covered with terrifying wounds. There was even a huge hole in its chest, revealing its beating internal organs. The two of them were severely injured, and they could only block Du Xiaofu's attacks without any strength to fight back. Two demon attendants my ass. In my hands, they can only be suppressed forever. Du Xiaofu's purple gold heavenly tower shone brightly, and monstrous sword lights shot out, piercing through everything. In addition, the 9 purple lightning profound cauldrons whistled through the air, piercing through the sky ferociously and destroying heaven and earth. Wave after wave of attacks were unleashed by him like a torrential downpour. Every single one of his attacks was terrifying beyond compare. You can't kill us. Dongli Qihuang had blood in his mouth, and it dyed his mouth red, and he revealed an extremely ferocious state as he spoke. At this point in the battle, he knew that even if he joined forces with Shen Yan, they weren't a match for Du Xiaofu alone. However, he wasn't afraid. Now that countless demon race experts had moved, and they really couldn't resist head-on, they could withdraw and avoid Du Xiaofu's attacks. Humph! With Dongli Qihuang's words in his ears, Du Xiaofu didn't answer anymore and just snorted coldly. He was constantly paying attention to the situation of the battle around him, and his heart was heavy. Millions of experts from the 33 heavens and 3,000 boundless domains had entered the 18 layers of hell, reached this point, and launched such a terrifying collision with the demon race. None of this seemed normal, because before entering this place, senior brother Lu Xiaoyu had told him that there was no need to fight the demon race head-on. The premise was that they had to preserve their strength and be better prepared for the final battle with the demon race. Du Xiaofu could sense that it wasn't yet time for a decisive battle. At the very least, he wasn't strong enough to truly kill Jiang Qin. Now that he was at the second stage of the Void Dao, once Jiang Qin recovered to his peak and reached the illusionary realm, even if Jiang Qin stood there and let him kill him, he probably wouldn't be able to cause any substantial damage. But what Du Xiaofu found strange was that the current situation seemed to have deviated from their initial plan. The 33 heavens, 3,000 boundless domains, and the demon race had launched such a terrifying battle. This went against senior brother Lu Xiaoyu's instructions. However, with his own strength, there was nothing he could do to change anything. He couldn't possibly lead the experts of the 2 boundless domains away from the demon race and abandon the battle. If he did, he feared the demon race would pursue him endlessly. Even if the demon race didn't take the initiative to pursue them, they hadn't gained much from their trip to the 18 layers of hell. Were they really going to return empty-handed? Surely, this wasn't senior brother Lu Xiaoyu's original intention. Du Xiaofu faintly sensed that they'd entered the 18 layers of hell for an even more important mission. But now, after more than 1,000 years, the people of the 33 heavens and 3,000 boundless domains had already killed their way to the 16th layer of hell. But senior brother Lu Xiaoyu still hadn't appeared, nor had he sent anyone to bring him any more news. This puzzled Du Xiaofu. With this thought in mind, Du Xiaofu couldn't help but voice his doubts to Di Batian, Donghuang Taixian, Yanghua, Lu Xintong, Lu Jingyan, and the others. Senior Uncle Du, do you think so too? It was obvious that Lu Jingyan had the same doubts as Du Xiaofu, so he asked in such a manner. That kid Xiaoyu is very mysterious. He didn't tell us any specific arrangements. Di Batian shook his head and said, but one thing is certain. Xiaoyu must have made some arrangements. He won't launch the final battle now. Donghuang Taixian said solemnly. Everyone nodded when they heard this. They all realized that the time was not ripe yet. Let's see how it goes. If Xiaoyu still doesn't appear after a while, we should retreat first. Let's hope nothing has happened. Yang's heavy sword had no edge. He swung his heavy sword horizontally to block the attack of a demon general and said in a solemn voice. In fact, before they entered the 18th layer of hell, they had already made some arrangements. But they were afraid that something unexpected would happen and Lu Xiaoyu wouldn't be able to arrive in time. Under such circumstances, they could only act according to the circumstances. That's the only way. Du Xiaofu murmured. He observed the situation. In terms of top experts, the 4 half-step nascent soul stage experts were at a disadvantage against the 7 demon generals. If they didn't think of a way to escape, the longer they delayed, the harder it would be to escape. Once the strongest experts were injured, there wouldn't be anyone left to cover their retreat, and they would be hunted down by the demon race. Kill! After a simple discussion, Du Xiaofu and the others didn't think too much and made a corresponding plan. So long as the situation on the battlefield took a vicious turn, they had to make a prompt decision to retreat. Du Xiaofu's gaze was like a bolt of lightning, and he stared at Dongli Qihuang and Chen Yin once more. Quintessence Sky Splitter / he suddenly shouted in a low voice, and the boundless energy in his body surged. The energy of the 4 primeval laws surged, and they combined and condensed into the quintessence of the grand Tao that covered the sky. In the end, it transformed into a sword that slashed down. Such a sword light was peerlessly murderous, and it shot directly towards Chen Yin and slashed down as if it intended to slash him into 2. Just by standing before the sword light, Chen Yin instantly felt his entire body being restrained by a formidable force, and he was unable to escape even if he wanted to. Dodge! The Eastern mythical Scarlet Phoenix instantly cried out and charged towards Chen Yin. At the same time, he struck out with an expanse of blood-red light and fiercely pushed Chen Yin away. This attack of Du Xiaofu's was truly too terrifying, and it caused Dongli Qihuang to feel boundless astonishment. Under the circumstances that Chen Yin was heavily injured, he didn't even have the time to dodge. If he watched helplessly as Du Xiaofu struck him, then his life would probably be in danger. As he gazed at Dongli Qihuang's actions, the corners of Du Xiaofu's mouth couldn't help but curl into a wisp of a cold smile. He controlled the quintessence Sky Splitter to slash down. But suddenly, the tip of his sword suddenly spun and actually changed directions. It disregarded Chen Yin and shot directly towards Dongli Qihuang instead. Du Xiaofu seemed to have expected that Dongli Qihuang would lend Chen Yin a hand, so his sword pierced through space and instantly arrived at Dongli Qihuang. Damn it! Dongli Qihuang couldn't help but curse loudly. He'd blasted Chen Yin back, yet he'd fallen into Du Xiaofu's blockade. He didn't even give it a thought before he directly converged all the energy in his body to form a tight layer of defense, and he erected a terrifying barrier before himself. Swish! At the moment Dongli Qihuang's defense was established, Du Xiaofu's attack had already arrived before him. That monstrous sword light suddenly slashed down like the sharpest weapon in the world, and it carried boundless origin energy as it destroyed the barrier in front of him in the blink of an eye. Swish! 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 During this entire process, Du Xiaofu's sword light was swiftly exhausted, and it had lost half of its strength. But in the end, the remaining force of the sword light still swept down from the sky and directly slashed onto Dongli Qihuang's body. PFFF! Such a terrifying attack instantly slashed apart half of Dongli Qihuang's body, causing devil blood to spray down. It's time to send both of you on your way. Du Xiaofu's gaze revealed an icy cold expression. His attack had succeeded and heavily injured Dongli Qihuang, so it would be much easier for him to kill Chen Yin and Chen Yin now. Despicable. A small portion of Dongli Qihuang's body on the left was slashed apart, and it fell down along with his left arm. Under the crushing force of Du Xiaofu's quintessence energy, it quickly transformed into a ball of bloody mist. Expanses of devil qi arose from his injuries, and only then was the remaining force completely wiped out and stopped the forceful corrosion. As he watched Du Xiaofu charge over once more, Dongli Qihuang didn't dare face him head-on. If he was careless, then he might really lose his life here today. Let's go! On the other side, Chen Yin realized that both of them weren't a match for Du Xiaofu. Under the circumstances that they were heavily injured, It wasn't too difficult for Du Xiaofu to kill the two of them. Presently, they could only seek help from the other experts of the devil race and ask them to block Du Xiaofu's attacks. Do you think you can escape? Du Xiaofu's eyes were like ice as he looked indifferently at the two of them. Rumble! Under his control, the 9 purple lightning profound cauldrons drew 9 straight lines and directly chased after the 2 demon attendants. The 9 cauldrons crushed space as they followed closely behind the two of them, coupled with the aggressive Du Xiaofu, who held the violet gold heavenly tower in his hand. It caused the Eastern Flame, Crimson Phoenix, and Chen Yan to not even dare to look back, and they only cared about fleeing in silence. A unique scene quickly appeared on the battlefield. In the endless state of chaotic battle, Du Xiaofu chased after the 2 demon attendants with all his might and refused to stop. He was completely determined to kill the 2 of them. Dongli Qihuang and Chen Yan didn't dare to face Du Xiaofu at all. They constantly shuttled back and forth between the other experts of the devil race, asking for help from others. However, when the other experts of the devil race attacked Du Xiaofu, the people of the 33 heavens and the 3,000 boundless worlds also attacked, causing the 2 of them to have no way to escape. Damn Du Xiaofu! I'll make you pay back 100 times for everything you've done one day. Dongli Qihuang gritted his teeth tightly and said hatefully. He already hated Du Xiaofu to the core. He could only blame himself for being weak and unable to do anything to the other party. From the bottom of his heart, Dongli Qihuang only wanted to suppress Du Xiaofu and cut him into 1,000 pieces to eliminate the hatred in his heart. Humph! Du Xiaofu's face was cold, and a sinister smile appeared on his face. He didn't answer and just moved fiercely again and again, constantly chasing after the 2 of them. However, his advantage in this place was very difficult to change the situation of the entire battlefield. The devil race's offensive was extremely powerful and terrifying, and the battle between the 33 heavens and the 3,000 boundless worlds was extremely fierce. Di Batian, Donghuang Taixian Yanghua, and Lu Xintong, the 4 half-step Dao realization realm experts, were beginning to show signs of weakness and were suppressed by the 7 devil generals. Perhaps they wouldn't be defeated for the time being, but if the situation continued to develop, it would only be a matter of time. Prepare to retreat. There's no need to continue fighting. I don't know if Xiaoyu has other arrangements, but why is there still no news from him? Di Batian suddenly said to Du Xiaofu, Lu Jingyun, Yanghua, and the other experts through voice transmission. He didn't want to wait any longer. If this dragged on, he, Donghuang Taixian, and the others would no longer be able to withstand the attacks of the 7 devil generals. As time went on, they would only fall into a dead end. Since Lu Xiaoyu hadn't taken any further action, perhaps something had really happened. Let's retreat. The Nirvana realm experts should retreat first. Seated forgetful and half-step Dao realization realm experts, bring up the rear. When Lu Jingyun heard Di Batian's words, he nodded and said, "That's right." Then everyone began to send voice transmissions to the experts in the 33 heavens and 3,000 boundless worlds to prepare to retreat and leave the 18 layers of hell. It seems like we have no choice but to retreat. Du Xiaofu, who was chasing after Dong Li, Gung Huang, and Chen Yan, sighed softly. They couldn't continue fighting in the 18 layers of hell. If senior brother Lu Xiaoyu didn't appear, it would be difficult for them to advance further. Chapter 2938. Retreat. Return to the Devil Ancestor Battle Realm and resist the Devil Race. Du Xiaofu sighed, slightly with emotion, and then he didn't hesitate to call out to all the experts and retreat. Under the guidance of the half-step Enlightened Realm and Meditative Realm experts, the millions of Eternal Realm experts from the 33 heavens and 3,000 worlds started to retreat in an orderly manner. A dense expanse of figures surged out like tidewater. Du Xiaoyao, Little Xingxing, Chu Daoju, Lingfeng, Long San, and the others had abandoned their opponents and intended to leave the 16th level of hell. Du Xiaofu stopped pursuing Dongli Qihuang and Chen Yan, and he gathered together with Lu Jingyun and the others to form a defensive force and cover the retreat of the experts. This kind of situation caused the Eastern Flame, Crimson Phoenix, and Chen Yan, who were chased to the point they had nowhere to go, to be stunned. The situation had changed a little too quickly, and it was unexpected to them and caused them to be slightly puzzled. Just a moment ago, they were still engaged in an earth-shattering battle. Everyone from the 33 heavens and the 3,000 boundless worlds were mustering all their energy and vowing to kill their way into the 18th layer of hell. So, why did they suddenly retreat? Such a situation caused the two devil attendants to be extremely puzzled. Huff! Dongli Qihuang and Chen Yan glanced at each other, and then they heaved a long sigh of relief at the same time. Even though they were puzzled, Du Xiaofu stopping pursuing them caused the pressure they faced to be instantly reduced greatly. The threat was gone, and they didn't have to face the shadow of death at all times. Could it be that something unexpected has occurred since the 33 heavens and 3,000 worlds suddenly retreated? Dongli Qihuang spoke as he gazed at Chen Yan and asked, "I presume it's like that. The conflict between these fellows and our devil race was originally irreconcilable, yet they suddenly wanted to leave. Something unexpected has surely occurred, and that's why they've acted like this. We've been in the 18th level of hell for a long time, yet the master of the 3,000 worlds, Lu Xiaoyu, hasn't made an appearance. Perhaps a flaw has occurred in the plan he arranged." Chen Yan pondered for a moment before he nodded and spoke these words. Dongli Qihuang fell into a short silence. He felt that Shen Yan's words made sense. Du Xiaofu and the others had been in the 18 levels of hell for many years. They had experienced countless battles and broken through layer after layer of broken seals. Only now did they reach the 16th level of hell. Normally, they should rush into the 18th level of hell in one go and stop the Lord Demon Ancestor from recovering. However, it was clear that the several million people present in the 33 heavens and the 3,000 great worlds would not be able to do that. Only the master of the 3,000 great worlds, Lu Xiaoyu, would be able to pose a threat to the Lord. However, up until now, they still hadn't seen Lu Xiaoyu make an appearance. The most likely possibility was that there had been some deviation in his plans. That was why he had to change his original arrangements and order the people of the 33 heavens and the 3,000 boundless worlds to retreat. Otherwise, if they were to fight the devil race at this time, countless people would die. Dongli Qihuang and Chen Yan both knew that Lu Xiaoyu's plan was far-reaching. It was impossible for him to watch so many experts of the two worlds die here. The result he wanted was to defeat the devil race and kill the Lord Demon Ancestor, while protecting the 33 heavens and the 3,000 great worlds. He didn't want to shake the foundations of these two worlds. Lu Xiaoyu is arrogant and ignorant. Even if he has reached the Tao Carrier realm, how can a Hotian life form understand the strength of the Lord Demon Ancestor? No matter how many tricks he has, it's impossible for him to compete with the Lord Demon Ancestor at his peak. Dongli Qihuang sneered, his eyes full of disdain. He only felt that Lu Xiaoyu was an extremely arrogant person who dared to scheme against the entire devil race, just because he had some strength. In any case, Dongli Qihuang didn't believe that a Hotian life form who had broken through to the Tao Carrier realm could really challenge an ancient fiend god who possessed the power of Formless. No matter how hard he tried, it would be in vain. Once the Lord Demon Ancestor recovered, the Lord Demon Ancestor would be able to break through it with ease. The only thing he had to worry about was Du Xiaofu. He absolutely couldn't allow that kid's strength to improve too quickly. At the very least, he couldn't sit by and watch Du Xiaofu step foot into the Tao Carrier realm before the Lord Demon Ancestor recovered. Otherwise, Du Xiaofu would really be a huge threat to the Lord Demon Ancestor. Lu Xiaoyu can't be underestimated. It's best to be careful. Chen Yan had a solemn expression on his face, and he shook his head and said, Don't the people of the 33 heavens and the 3,000 great worlds want to leave? No matter what sort of variables appear, we absolutely can't watch as they leave the 18 levels of hell. A few million people have entered the territory of my devil race, so they have to leave some lives behind. At the very least, it'll cause more trouble for Lu Xiao's arrangements. He revealed a ferocious expression as he spoke. Exactly. What do they think the territory of my devil dimension is? Do they think they can come and go as they please? Dongli Chihuang nodded and spoke coldly. He fully agreed with Qin Yan's words. At this moment, the few million people of the 33 heavens and the 3,000 great worlds had started to retreat, so it was very obvious that an unusual situation had occurred. It was exactly because of this that it was an opportunity for the devil race. So long as they obstructed their path of retreat, then they would be able to cause trouble for Lu Xiao's arrangements. So why not? When they thought up to here, Dongli Chihuang and Chen Yan didn't waste any more time, and they immediately commanded a large number of devil experts to move out. Stop them! Chen Yan's entire body was coiled with devil energy as he roared fiercely. Leave your lives behind if you want to leave. Kill them! Dongli Chihuang roared loudly as well, and his enormous voice shook space. At this moment, a small half of his body hadn't recovered, and the wound that Du Xiaofu had slashed open was enshrouded by devil energy. The two devil attendants stopped charging forward on their own, and they just issued numerous orders because the injuries they'd suffered were too heavy. Leave quickly. On the other side, Du Xiaofu, Lu Jingyin, Di Batian, Donghuang Taixian, Yanggua, Lu Xintong, and a few hundred meditative forgetfulness experts had formed a line and obstructed the path of the devil race's pursuit. Numerous terrifying attacks were launched, and it was like a tsunami that caused the heavens and the earth to seethe and the sky to collapse. At this moment, every single one of them had utilized all their strength to obstruct the devil race with all their might and buy time for the numerous eternal realm experts of the 33 heavens and the 3,000 great worlds to retreat. As for the small number of devil experts who'd passed through the blockade, they didn't care and allowed the enemy to pursue them. In the end, these devil experts who'd charged through the blockade would only be crushed by Chu Daoju and the other experts. How can you stop the advance of my devil race with just the few of you? In front of them, desolate fiend devil general swung, his enormous axe horizontally, and terrifying devil energy descended from the sky and tore through the layers of space. Break! Blood god devil general roared ferociously. He held a blood-red longsword in his hand and pierced it towards Yanggua. The 7 devil generals fought with all their might and launched fierce attacks against Du Xiaofu and the other experts. They only wanted to break through the blockade of these people and pursue the eternal realm experts. At the same time, the meditative forgetfulness experts of the devil race were also doing their best. Amidst the billowing devil energy, there were unimaginable attacks. A large number of eternal realm devils went around the defense of Du Xiaofu and the others and pursued directly. These mad dogs of the devil race are trying to drag us into a decisive battle. In the midst of the battle, Long Fault gritted his teeth and said, under the ferocious attacks of the devil race, it was difficult for their defense line to cover all sides. Many places revealed flaws, and many eternal realm devils took advantage of them to invade. Hearing Long Fault's words, Du Xiaofu and the others didn't make a sound. They knew that the devil race weren't fools. Since they'd suddenly started to retreat, something must have happened, or there must be other arrangements. Under such circumstances, it was completely within their expectations that the devil race would launch a terrifying pursuit. Just delay for a while more. Once the eternal realm experts retreat to a safe place, these 7 devil generals won't be able to hold us back. Du Xiaofu's words were deep as he said softly. Their plan was very simple, which was to let the eternal realm experts of the 33 heavens and the 3,000 boundless worlds retreat far away. When the time came, they'd catch up. Under such circumstances, the 7 devil generals might continue to pursue, but they wouldn't be able to form an effective attack against them. Di Batian, Donghuang Taixian, Yanggua, Lu Xintong, and Du Xiaofu could use their own means to gather the strength of many meditative forgetfulness experts to fight. It was still possible for them to hold on until they got out of the 18 levels of hell. Kill! The 7 devil generals roared wildly, and their terrifying attacks were like a surging river. Di Batian and Yanggua each fought 2 devil generals by themselves, while Donghuang Taixian, who was heavily injured, blocked Ming Luo devil general. The remaining poison spirit witch, Lu Xintong, was also facing 2 devil generals at the same time. However, not long after, other than Di Batian and Donghuang Taixian, Yanggua and Lu Xintong were gradually unable to hold on. They had just broken through to the half-step Great Path realm and rushed over from the 3,000 boundless worlds. Their strength was far from being on par with Di Batian and Donghuang Taixian. Yanggua and Lu Xintong each showed signs of defeat under the attacks of the 2 devil generals. They were about to lose. If this dragged on, it was likely that he would be suppressed. Take your time to deal with these people. The 6 of you, hold back these 4. I'll deal with the rest. Didn't they want to leave? It's not that easy. At this moment, the desolate fiend devil general's eyes flashed. He instantly abandoned Yanggua and left the battlefield, charging towards Du Xiaofu, Lu Jingyan, Lu Yuxiao, Long Ke, and the others. Oh no! When the people of the 33 heavens and 3,000 boundless worlds saw this, they were all shocked. The desolate fiend devil general's intention was very obvious. Di Batian and the other 3 devil generals were holding back the 6 devil generals and could not free themselves. As for Du Xiaofu, Lu Jingyan, and the rest of the meditative realm experts, when faced with such a great path realm expert, it would only be a one-sided massacre. The devil generals of the devil clan were just too many. They could not defend against them at all. Retreat! Retreat together! Di Batian immediately shouted and passed down the order to everyone. Behind them, the immortal realm experts had already retreated quite a distance. They could be considered to have opened up a relatively safe distance. If the few hundred of them were to continue fighting at this moment, the situation would be extremely bad. Let's go! The meditative realm experts did not dare to delay any longer. When they saw the desolate fiend devil general raise the giant axe in his hand, they immediately left their opponents behind and headed towards the 15th level of hell. However, how could the desolate fiend devil general allow them to leave so easily? Slash! A shout came from his mouth, and then a terrifying buzzing sound erupted. It was as if the world's heaviest weapon was crushing the void, and it carried the pressure of Mount Tai. There was also an incomparably sharp aura shooting out, causing one's scalp to go numb. This attack turned into an axe shadow that was larger than a mountain. It came down from the sky and chopped down on Du Xiaofu and the rest. It was not hard to imagine that if this attack landed, at least a small number of the meditative realm experts in the 33 heavens and the 3,000 boundless worlds would die. Help me in this battle. Faced with this situation, Du Xiaofu immediately shouted. There was no need for him to say anything. Lu Jingyan and the rest of the experts moved in an instant. All of them followed Du Xiaofu's lead and quickly closed in on him. In an instant, the terrifying 8 trigrams appeared again. It occupied the void and emitted a terrifying light. The power of hundreds of meditative realm experts was quickly mobilized by Du Xiaofu. It was like a surging river, flowing along the patterns of the 8 trigrams into his body. However, the desolate fiend devil general's attack was about to land on his head. The formation formed by Du Xiaofu and the rest of the experts was restrained by a monstrous force and could not break free. An earth-shattering roar came from Du Xiaofu's throat. He was under unimaginable pressure. In a hurry, he quickly mobilized his power and condensed an origin source sky splitter sword. He attacked the desolate fiend devil general's attack. Endless sword light soared into the sky, carrying with it a boundless sharpness. In the blink of an eye, it collided with the desolate fiend Devil General's axe shadow. Chi chi chi. When these two completely different forces collided, they immediately exploded. Du Xiaofu's sword light was crushed by the ferocious force and was quickly obliterated. However, in the process, the desolate fiend Devil General's axe shadow was also greatly exhausted. It only had more than half of its power left and continued to swing down towards Du Xiaofu and the rest. "Block it for me." Du Xiaofu shouted and waved his arm. The 9 purple, lightning, profound cauldrons tore through the sky and continued to block. However, the power of the 9 cauldrons was clearly unable to stop the desolate fiend Devil General. They were quickly sent flying one by one, creating a series of crashing sounds. Break! Du Xiaofu's forehead was already covered in fine beads of sweat. All sorts of methods fell one after another. Streaks of light, after images of fists, and waves of origin energy were unleashed in an attempt to obliterate the desolate demon general's final attack. However, his strength was still extremely insignificant compared to a Dao Carrier Realm expert. Even if this Dao Carrier Realm expert was seriously injured and could not unleash all his strength. Boom! In the blink of an eye, before Du Xiaofu could complete his series of methods, the remnant axe shadow had already descended and brazenly chopped down on the 8 trigrams outside him. With a monstrous bang, Du Xiaofu and the hundreds of meditative realm experts were directly sent flying by such an attack. The huge 8 trigrams seal rolled in the void, crushing the space into chaos. It was incomparably terrifying. "Kiki, you can't escape death in the end." The desolate fiend Devil General laughed sinisterly and raised the demon axe in his hand again, preparing for another attack. Du Xiaofu's eyes were gloomy. Ignoring the tremors in his body, he immediately organized a new round of defense. It was obviously not possible to fight the desolate fiend Devil General head-on. The other party was too strong. Du Xiaofu was still unable to deal with him now. The only thing he could do was to keep stalling for time and at the same time evacuate to the outside world. Once he left the 18 levels of hell, these devil clansmen would presumably have some scruples and would not come out in large numbers. With this thought in mind, Du Xiaofu circulated the power condensed by hundreds of experts again and again, launching a series of attacks with the desolate fiend Devil General. He unleashed the Azure Spirit Armor, and the Azure Dragon's body danced in the air like a majestic mountain twisting and twisting. However, the desolate fiend Devil General's strength was too terrifying. After a long period of attacks, finally at a certain moment, a terrifying axe shadow fell down. The array, formed by hundreds of people, also disintegrated in an instant. Figures flew out and were thrown in all directions. Puff, puff, puff. Many people spat out blood from their mouths. Piercing through the sky, under the desolate fiend Devil General's attack, the array, formed by Du Xiaofu and the others, directly collapsed. This attack could be said to have condensed all the strength that the desolate fiend Devil General could unleash. It was still not something that Du Xiaofu and the rest could contend against. Lu Jingyan, Lu Yuxiao, Lu Ying, Long Kai, Long Su, and the other experts could no longer maintain the array, and the person who suffered the heaviest injuries was none other than Du Xiaofu. His azure dragon body split open, with fresh blood spurting out. The dragon scales also rolled, revealing flesh and blood. Although this state was not as miserable as the last time, it was not much better. The desolate fiend Devil General's continuous attacks caused Du Xiaofu to lose more than half of his battle strength, and was unable to condense the power of the 8 trigrams again. The most terrible thing was, after the hundreds of figures scattered, the desolate fiend Devil General once again charged over with the giant axe in his hand. Buzz, buzz, the devil chi in his body circulated frantically, forming another axe shadow, including dozens of figures, and chopped down. Among these dozens of people, Du Xiaofu and Lu Jingyan were among them. At this moment, the complexions of many people in the 33 heavens and the 3,000 boundless worlds became pale. When the desolate fiend devil general's attack landed, Du Xiaofu and the rest, who lost the power of the 8 trigrams array formation, no longer had the slightest strength to resist. In the hands of a Dao carrier powerhouse, they were not much different from ants. They would likely be suppressed and obliterated in an instant. Kik in the Devil Race's lineup, when Dongli Qihuang and Chen Yan saw the scene, both of them laughed gloomily. At this moment, their hearts were incomparably carefree. But at the same time, the two of them were also praying, hoping that no accidents would happen this time. Chapter 2939. The 2 devil attendants, Dongli Qihuang and Qin Yan, were staring fixedly at the Desolation Devil General's attack. Their eyes were opened extremely wide, and they just wanted to see Du Xiaofu, Lu Jingyun, and the others being annihilated with a single strike. The 2 devil attendants had seen too many unexpected occurrences. That kid, Du Xiaofu, was too tenacious, and he'd escaped from the shadow of death time and time again. Right now, there was another excellent opportunity to kill Du Xiaofu and prevent this huge calamity from befalling him. At this moment, Dongli Qihuang and Chen Yan's hearts couldn't help but thump, and they felt nervous. In their field of vision, the terrifying image of the Desolation Devil General's axe descended from the sky, and it was domineering and capable of shaking the Grand Tao while shooting out with mighty force. Boundless energy enveloped Du Xiaofu, Lu Jingyun, and a few dozen meditated realm experts from the 33 heavens and 3,000 worlds. Under the suppression of a Tao-bearing realm devil general, these people didn't even have the slightest chance to resist. Die. Such words came from the mouth of the Desolation Devil General. A wisp of a cold smile appeared on the corners of his mouth, and he controlled the enormous axe to slash down. In his eyes, those weak living beings were already destined to die, and it was impossible for them to escape. Du Xiaofu, Lu Jingyun, and the others had the same thoughts in their hearts. The Desolation Devil General was too strong. He possessed a cultivation at the Tao-bearing realm, so even if he'd lost his peak strength, he could still look down on a large number of meditated realm experts like ants. Du Xiaofu had gathered the strength of a few hundred experts, yet he was still unable to stop the Desolation Devil General. After a series of attacks, the 8 trigrams formation was destroyed, and everyone was directly exposed to the Desolation Devil General's attacks. Will there be more reinforcements? Du Xiaofu couldn't help but smile bitterly, and such a thought suddenly appeared in his heart. Senior brother Lu Xiao's arrangements wouldn't have not considered such a situation. At this moment, they were no match for the Desolation Devil General. If no reinforcements came, they could only wait for death. Fortunately, there were many experts who had retreated far away. The millions of Immortal Realm experts had also gone to a relatively safe place after being delayed by them. As long as Di Batian, Donghuang Taixian Yanghua, and Lu Xintong could successfully escape, they would have a great chance to bring those experts out of the 18 levels of hell. It could be considered as preserving the overall strength of the 33 heavens and the 3,000 boundless worlds. However, contrary to Du Xiaofu's expectations, the 4 enlightened realm experts from the 3,000 great thousand worlds shuddered when they saw Du Xiaofu, Lu Jingyun, and the others in a precarious situation. It was as if they had seen something extremely terrifying. Lu and Lu Jingyun. Lu Jingyun's and the others Lu Jingyun had had a close relationship with Lu Yi's and Lu Yang, and Lu had in special relationship to them. However, Yang Gui suddenly shouted and completely ignored the attack of a demon general opposite him. He swung the heavy sword in his hand, and a terrifying sword light flew directly towards the Desolation demon general. Chi La! This frightening sword glow shocked the world as it broke through the void. At this critical juncture, it blocked the desolate demon general's axe shadow and Du Xiaofu's group. The 2 domineering attacks collided and instantly exploded. turning into a torrential energy that filled the void. The bodies of Du Xiaofu and the others were like small boats in a storm, and they were directly swept up into the sky and wantonly whipped. Almost at the same time, Yangguo was hit in the chest by the demon general's palm. Bang! A dull sound reverberated, like a heavy hammer hitting a muffled drum. His body drew a straight line, and he was thrown far away by the great force. A terrifying wound exploded in Yangguo's chest. Blood was dripping, and one could clearly see his beating organs. In order to block the Desolation Demon General's killing blow for Du Xiaofu, Lu Jingyan, and the others, Yangguo had paid a great price. I would like to see how many times you can save them. Seeing that his attack had been blocked, the Desolation Demon General sneered. He glanced coldly at Yangguo, and then looked in the direction of Du Xiaofu, Lu Jingyan, and the others. At this time, the two of them and the dozens of meditative realm cultivators had already been blown far away by the violent energy. The Desolation Demon General stepped into the air again and walked towards where the others were. Demonic aura surged from all over his body, and it was like a raging wave. Boundless energy vibrated, and like many demonic dragons, it surrounded Du Xiaofu, Lu Jingyan, and the others. This is bad. In the distance, Di Batian, Donghuang Taixian, and Lu Xintong frowned when they saw this scene, and anxiety appeared in their eyes. They couldn't attack anymore. Otherwise, it would be difficult for them to escape today. Moreover, the large number of immortal realm cultivators who had fled far away would also die without a burial place. At this time, everyone was at their wits' end, and they didn't know how to deal with it. In the fierce battle with the 6 devil generals, the 4 half-step enlightened realm cultivators also began to become more anxious. Let's see where Du Xiaofu and the others can run now. If those half-step enlightened realm cultivators come to their rescue, they will definitely suffer the same fate as Heavy Sword Yangguo and be heavily injured by the other devil generals. After that, without the protection of these people, the millions of people in the 33 heavens won't be able to leave the 18 layers of hell alive. If they turn a blind eye and allow the Desolation Demon General to attack, Du Xiaofu and the others will die without a doubt. Kiki, this is a dead end. Let's see how they can break out of it. Dongli Scarlet Phoenix sneered from the back of the devil army. Just as he said, the 33 heavens and the 3,000 boundless worlds had reached a dead end. If the Desolation Demon General had stayed with the other 6 devil generals and fought to the end with Di Batian and Donghuang Taixian, he might have had a chance to escape by now. However, the Desolation Demon General's action of abandoning Yangguo and charging towards Du Xiaofu and the others had directly broken the situation. In the distance, Du Xiaofu and the others were still in the midst of a boundless wave of energy. They couldn't even control their own bodies in time. However, at this time, they felt as if time had frozen. They were tightly suppressed by the Desolation Demon General and couldn't move at all. A sense of helplessness rose in everyone's hearts. When the axe descended from the sky, some experts even closed their eyes and bowed their heads in submission. Die! The Desolation Demon General's face was ferocious. He controlled the huge axe in his hand and charged towards Du Xiaofu, Lu Jingyan, and the others. As the terrifying aura spread, it had already begun to tear everyone's bodies apart. It was a terrifying scene. However, suddenly a loud dragon roar rang out. The entire world was filled with a violent gust of wind, and the wind and clouds changed. A surging wave of energy rushed over, stirring up the boundless wind and rain. In the next instant, under everyone's gaze, an immeasurably long azure dragon stretched across the sky. The dragon's body twisted and turned as it charged forward, directly facing the Desolation Demon General's axe. The Desolation Demon General was stunned. However, he didn't have time to react. However, at this time his incomparably ferocious attack was completely destroyed by the azure dragon. The terrifying axe that seemed to be able to split the heavens and earth was quickly crushed into pieces by the powerful azure dragon's body and scattered into the void. All of this happened extremely quickly. As soon as it started, it was already over. At this time, the experts of the 33 heavens, the 3,000 boundless worlds, and the devil race finally reacted. Xiaolong. Xiaolong is here. Seeing the appearance of the azure dragon, Dibatian, Donghuang Taixian, Yanghua, Lu Xintong, and the others were overjoyed. How could they not recognize the azure dragon, other than the lord of the 3,000 boundless worlds? Lu Xiaoyao's best brother, Long Xian, who was respectfully called Dragon God by the world. Who else could it be? Long Xian. Dongli Qihuang and Shan Yan immediately understood that the person who had come must be the Dragon God from the divine martial world. Just like Lu Xiaoyu, many legends had been passed down. Seeing this scene, their faces darkened again. They prayed again and again, hoping that there wouldn't be any unexpected changes. However, they didn't expect another expert to arrive. Moreover, this person was the best brother of the Lord of the 3,000 boundless worlds, Lu Xiaoyu. Could it be that it was really as His Excellency had said, that it was almost impossible for them to kill Du Xiaofu with just a few of them? Father, in the distance, on the road to the 15th layer of hell, millions of people from the 33 heavens and the 3,000 boundless worlds were moving quickly. However, among them a slender and beautiful figure suddenly froze on the spot and looked back. Little Xingxing, what's wrong? Seeing that the figure had stopped, Du Xiaoyao immediately stopped and came to the woman's side. She looked at her with concern and asked, Father, it's my father's aura. He's here. Suddenly, tears flowed from the corners of little Xingxing's eyes and slid down her cheeks. She turned her head and looked in the direction of the distant battlefield. Even though it was very far away, she could still feel a familiar aura coming from it. Little Xingxing was not unfamiliar with this aura at all. She had come into contact with this aura thousands of years ago in the divine martial world. This aura belonged to her biological father. The dragon god is here? Du Xiaoyao was also stunned. She lowered her head and pondered for a moment. Then she pulled little Xingxing up and said, Let's go. I'll accompany you to find your father. Yes. Thank you, Uncle Little Yao. Little Xingxing nodded fiercely with tears in her eyes. Let's go. Du Xiaoyao did not say anything and just smiled gently. He had watched little Xingxing grow up and knew her background very well. For so many years, little Xingxing had always wanted to see her biological father. She originally thought that after coming to the 33 heavens, she would soon reunite with her family. Who would have thought that after thousands of years, the babbling little Xingxing had already grown into a slender and elegant young lady? Du Xiaoyao was very emotional. This little girl's heart had endured too much yearning. Year after year, month after month, year after year. Therefore, after little Xingxing sensed the aura of the dragon god, Du Xiaoyao immediately decided to go back with her. Even if they had to face the attacks of many demon experts, they would definitely fight their way out. Let's go and take a look. The others continued to evacuate. Chu Daoju, Long San, Lingfeng, and some immortal realm experts from the 3,000 sectors immediately turned around and followed Du Xiaoyao and little Xingxing. As for the other millions of experts, they continued to move forward at full speed and headed to the 15th level of hell. Before they received a new order, they would not linger at all. Finally, an important figure has appeared. In the battlefield behind, Desolation Demon General's eyes shone. In front of him, the terrifying green dragon shone brightly and quickly turned into the appearance of a young man in golden clothes. Just by standing there, the young man exuded an inexplicably domineering aura that made people dare not underestimate him. Desolation Demon General had some understanding of such an expert from the 2 demon servants. Based on his intuition, he guessed that this person must be the second strongest expert in the 3,000 sectors, known as the Dragon God. Jingyan Yushao and you, are you all right? Xiaolong did not immediately pay attention to Desolation Demon General. Instead, he turned his gaze to the dozens of experts behind him and finally looked at Du Xiaofu and asked with concern, "Uncle Xiaolong, you've come at the right time. We're fine. We won't die yet." Lu Jingyan lifted his sleeve and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. The wounds on his body wriggled and began to heal slowly on their own. "Greetings, Dragon God." Du Xiaofu did not dare to be negligent and bowed gently. He knew the relationship between senior brother Lu Xiaoyu and the man in front of him. Moreover, he had a blood connection with little Xingxing. However, Xiaolong was a terrifying expert after all. He was a rare existence in this world. Naturally, Du Xiaofu would not be rude. "You're welcome. Since you're boss, junior brother, you can call me Brother Xiaolong." Xiaolong smiled faintly and said to Du Xiaofu, "Brother Xiaolong." Du Xiaofu nodded. Given his relationship with little Xingxing, it was not appropriate for him to address Xiaolong as a senior. Hence, he could only agree. "All right, we'll talk about this later. Let's leave first." Xiaolong waved his sleeve and said to Du Xiaofu, Lu Jingyan, and the others. However, these words caused them to be slightly taken aback. Logically speaking, since Lu Xiaoyu had arranged for so many experts to enter the 18 levels of hell, he should not have ended things so hastily. Previously, they had waited for a long time and did not see him. Everyone guessed that something must have happened. However, now that Xiaolong had arrived, Lu Xiaoyu should have appeared as well. Could it be that something big had really happened? "Let's go." Although they were confused, Du Xiaofu and the others did not ask any more questions. They immediately flew away and retreated into the distance. At this time, the hundreds of experts from the 33 heavens and the 3,000 great worlds also retreated. However, they were once again surrounded by the experts from the demon clan. An intense battle broke out again. Fortunately, these people did not want to fight at all. They only wanted to leave the 18 levels of hell. For the time being, there was not much danger. However, Dibatian, Donghuang Taixian, Yanghua, and Lu Xintong were already in a precarious situation under the suppression of the 6 great demon generals. If they did not interfere, the situation would become dangerous. "Do you think that clowns like you can stop us?" Xiaolong's eyes suddenly turned around, sweeping over the desolate fiend devil general, releasing a cold intent. His gaze was like lightning that pierced through the void. It was like a sharp divine knife that cut everything in its path into chaos. "It's just one more person. What can you do? If the Lord of the 3,000 great worlds, Lu Xiaoyu, does not come personally, no one can save millions of people like you." The desolate demon general sneered and said, there were a total of 7 demon generals on his side. On the other hand, there were only 5 half-step great Tao realm experts on the other side, including the dragon god who had just arrived. If they were at their peak, the 7 of them might be afraid. However, the situation was different now. Donghuang Taixian and Yang Guo were both seriously injured. It was obvious that they were not strong enough to stop one of the demon generals. In addition, Di Batian and Lu Xintong were unable to share too much of the pressure. No matter what, the desolate demon general did not believe that Long Xian alone could stop them. "Whether I can stop them or not, we'll know once we try." Xiaolong did not waste any more time. He took advantage of the situation and struck out with a powerful force. It was like a vast ocean with torrential waves that swept through the 9 heavens. The terrifying force entangled the desolate demon general in an instant. At the same time, the boundless force that Xiaolong had unleashed spread to the battlefield where Yanghua and the others were. "It's not the ancient times anymore. With trash like you, I can beat the 3 of you by myself. I'll beat you until your teeth fall out." As Xiaolong spoke, the ferocious Locust Demon General and Duoyu Demon General were quickly pulled away from Di Batian and the others. Instead, they were brought to Xiaolong. From the looks of it, he was going to fight the 3 demon generals on his own. "Xiaolong, be careful. These demon generals are very strong." With Xiaolong's actions, Di Batian and the others felt more relaxed. Now, they only had 1 demon general left to deal with. However, at the same time, they became nervous and reminded Xiaolong loudly. They did not want him to be too careless and underestimate the demon generals. After all, Di Batian and Donghuang Taixian had already suffered a great loss when facing the 3 demon generals. Their strength was no match for the 3 demon generals at the same time. On the other hand, Xiaolong's cultivation was not much weaker than Di Batian and Donghuang Taixian. If he forced his way through, the outcome would only worsen. Don't worry, I can still deal with these useless chickens and pottery dogs. Xiaolong raised his voice and replied, You're courting death. Do you really think that the 3 of us are so weak? The desolate demon general, ferocious locust demon general, and Duoyu demon general were furious. They had never been looked down upon like this before. The man in front of them was so arrogant. He did not seem to care about the 3 of them at all. One should know that the 3 demon generals were infamous in the ancient era. They were true experts who had carried the Tao. However, due to being sealed for countless years, their strength was not as strong as before. Even so, they would not allow others to look down on them.